the horizon. But other than that, I mean, we're still not seeing it go to a dot.
When I see the sun come towards me, it's coming from a distance, and it's always in the sky. It comes towards me.
Always.
Can I just finish before people keep jumping in? I see it come towards me. It gets hotter and hotter and hotter. It's burning the top of my head. I love it. I love it. And it's moving on, and it moves away from me. It appears that it's going down, but it's in the sky. That's that. Then the topography is leveled and flat. Not 1 degree of curvature have I seen in my experience. And I've traveled from England to Japan, England to Africa, Japan to LA, most of the little Pacific islands, in particular what are they called? The Marshall Islands. That's Saipan, Rote, and Guam, and all that lot. Then we've done. I've also done. What's it? Singapore. Yeah.
I have a question.
Also done Italy, France. You know, I've traveled so much. I've never seen any curvature anywhere.
Is Mount Everest 34,000 feet high?
Whatever it is, yeah. I don't know the number exactly off the top of my head, but yeah, could be.
Clearly, you haven't been there. You haven't measured it, right?
No, I haven't been. To Mount Everest. I'm talking about.
But you know, flight. Mount Everest is a certain elevation based on other people's measurements.
I haven't been to Mount Everest.
I understand that, but like I said, if it's 34,000, it may not be exact numbers. It may not be exact numbers, but 34,000 feet is about right. You agreed with it, right? So there's no difference. So when you say that you have never seen measurable curvature, doesn't mean other people haven't done it, and it doesn't mean it's not true, right?
Right. You know, look.
But I mean, look, I understand that you're not going to agree with me. The statement is valid, right?
Because I can't agree with that because you have your famous astronomers telling you that at 120,000 feet, it's not high enough for you to see curvature. Okay. At that altitude, you cannot see it.
Okay. When they say that, are they saying using tools? Are they saying taking, observation or photos of observations and detailing it, or is this with your naked eye? Because with your yeah, okay. If that's the case, I can show you curvature at way less of an elevation.
No, the thing is, there is no measurable curvature from the Earth on the ground at sea level to 120,000 feet, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says that is flat. All we've ever seen at that altitude is flat.
That's not what he said.
It's what he said.
No, you're conflating what he said right now. Literally.
That's what he said. He said that stuff is flat. You're not high enough.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
that's what he said.
Let's not take it out of context and keep it into context. And you understand when he was explaining that, because I know exactly what you're talking about. And he was literally explaining the size of the Earth, and for that observer sitting on that small spot of Earth, it looks flat. Correct. That's literally what he said. He did not say what you just said. You took it out of context.
At an altitude of 120,000 feet, he said that stuff is flat. Is what he said. Those were his own words.
No,
he was referring to the Earth. He was referring. Let me just finish. I'll let you finish.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
To the Earth as a globe, and that if you were just 2 millimeters off that, because that's what he said. He likened it to being 2 millimeters off his beach ball, the beach ball he had in his hand, and he said that's not high enough to see curvature. That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay. And in the context of what he was talking about, what was it?
That's what he said. Yeah.
What was he comparing it to?
He was saying that we are too small to notice curvature. That's what he was saying.
Okay, exactly. And that's what I just said. And when you said the 2 millimeters off the ball, he was also explaining in that. So and I'm going to keep it. I know I'm going to keep it in context. Hang on, Jen. I want to keep it in context because what he was talking about was what the ISS sees versus what we see. And when he said, and you put it into context, at 120,000 feet, this is how far off you would actually be off this scaled ball that I'm using, and he literally says, he literally said it like you just said. When we are too small to be able to observe the curvature from that height. Right. When he made that statement, he made that statement clearly in comparison to what the ISS sees versus
he
what
said
we see.
that stuff is flat. Did he not?
He says it looks flat.
No, he said that stuff is flat.
Okay,
he said.
I can go get the video if you like.
For Vader, that stuff is flat. He said. Did he not say
You're taking it out of context of what he said.
Did
literally.
he not say that? Did he not
Yeah,
say that?
yeah. Okay, he said it looks flat from our perspective on the surface of Earth.
And he moved
That's
his
literally what he
arm.
said.
Hang on. And he
said,
moved his
I'm gonna
arm.
have to agree with you a little bit there. He says that shit is flat.
He said that stuff is flat were the words he said, and he was talking about that you quote unquote can't see curvature from that altitude, therefore that stuff is flat.
It looks flat is what he said.
He did not say it looks flat, Sean. Why are you saying that?
Go get the video real quick.
Have you seen the? Well, there might be some different ones that people are referring to, but have you not seen the 50,000 memes where he's saying that stuff is flat?
Yeah, first, memes don't mean crap, and you know that, Gio.
I'm not talking about a meme being a meme. I'm saying it's just quoting him. The memes are quoting the words he said.
And usually, what a meme does is take stuff out of context. Because and I actually did this on my YouTube channel because it made it weird. When I realized what was happening, it was weird. If you take something out of context and say this is what he said and this is what he meant, that's what it sounds like.
It's not out of context. He has a beach ball globe Earth in his hands, and he's saying, "Oh, look, if the amount that Felix Baumgartner was just a little bit." So he's literally saying that he's talking about that, and then he specifically screams and yells in his propaganda way, where he just says that stuff is flat. That's what he's saying. He's specifically saying it's flat because you can't see curvature.
How long is that full video when he says that? Yeah, I'll get it.
Well, he shows it.
Was that video, Gio?
He shows it on a beach ball and says, "This is what it would look like. It would look flat."
Mm-hmm.
So, what is he showing? A beach ball and how it would look flat.
Yes,
that's what he's saying, and that's the context of it.
Yeah, when you take it out of context, that's fine. Whatever. The problem is
it's not out of context. Nobody's saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth is flat. Nobody's saying that.
No,
but he says
he was taking it out of context. And that's why that's why I keep reverting back to the fact that what you're talking about is this small section of a beat of a what do you call it?
Let me speak. That's why you understand.
I was letting you speak. What are you talking about?
Right, no, you're not, because you're not really allowing me to articulate what I'm trying to say, and people keep jumping in. This is what I was saying. So you get my meaning here, okay? Whenever I mention Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the Earth is flat, I'm saying to you that he says at that altitude of 120,000 feet, no one will see curvature, not even me, and that goes with my experiences that I've never seen curvature anywhere. That's my point. I'm not taking him out of context. I'm keeping him in context, and how what he says fits with exactly my experience of life for 60 years. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So don't twist it.
Right, but Jen, hold on, Jen, let's just be honest with this though. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not saying the Earth is flat, right? You agree with that?
No, he's not.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, and what he's saying, in the context of what he's saying is that he thinks the Earth is a globe, but
of course,
he's saying that it would look flat.
Of course, at that altitude. No one can, he says, no one can see curvature there. No one.
Right.
It's
so
not high
sort
enough.
of
We're not high enough.
It's all more or less irrelevant.
Okay. Yeah. And then my when you say that, Jen, it makes more sense.
I have a
That's
question.
Not you said it at the beginning.
Yes, sir. I have a question for you, man. I have a question for you. Okay. Now, this ISS, if indeed what he's saying is that it would be flat, it means that all the images that we see of a curved Earth from the ISS is fake, isn't it? Isn't it? That's my point.
No.
Yes.
It's absolutely correct.
Wait. Okay. So here's something that's very clear and out there. You understand that the ISS, when we're looking through it, if you're looking at it, and it's been described very, very clearly, you're not far enough away to see all of Earth that way. When they point that camera and you see that's a first of all, it's a fisheye lens, for one. Second, they're not looking at Earth; they're looking off into space, and the Earth is in
Jen's point is absolutely compelling.
Hang on. Why are you jumping over what I'm saying? Out of their perception of what they're seeing. What is that? What am I talking? What's the word I'm looking for?
Fake is the word you're looking for. Fake. F-A-K-E.
In the field of view, basically. Yeah, field of view.
Come on, man.
Yeah, field of view.
Fake.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
no,
fake.
it's not fake. I just explained to you when you look at the recordings.
You should not be seeing any curvature.
You're looking.
Hang on, they're not high enough. 240 miles, 250 miles is where they are currently in a highly radiated zone. By the way, folks. That's where they're at the moment. Yeah, not 120,000.
Okay. Jim, do you know how much they at any time they can see of Earth when they're looking at Earth? Do you know how much they see?
They shouldn't be up there seeing nothing. They're lying. They're not.
It's literally like 3%.
I agree. I agree with Jim's
And second,
perspective.
I've already literally said when you see an eye, like the 24-hour things, it's a fisheye lens. You want to know how I know that? Because they say it's a fisheye lens.
So if it's a fisheye lens, that means the fisheye lens promotes curvature. Okay, so that means it's a fake image. So you're saying to me it's a fake image? Yes, it's a fake image.
Exactly. Okay. Have you ever?
It is fake. At that altitude, right near the grass Tyson proclaim. So yeah, all the images all given can only be fake. Yeah.
Okay. So no, not really. Have you ever? Jen, have you ever compressed an image?
It's a fabricated image.
All right.
No, it's not.
That?
All right,
it's not fabrication.
let's let Sean respond.
It's how the lens react, how the observation reacts to the lens, and if it's a fisheye, we understand that. Now, here's the important part. What I was going to say.
All right.
If you use a fisheye lens, or not a fisheye, if you compress an image, right, and you have a straight line and you have curved lines, you understand that even compressed, even stretched, that it will either accentuate the curve or lessen it, but a straight line will never bend in a compression, right? You understand that part?
Why would you compress it and stretch it?
Why would you compress it?
To literally, because what I'm doing is I'm explaining to you the concepts of how these things work for this very thing right here. If you have I'm talking skeptical. I'm talking skeptical. If you have a flat, I'm talking. So if you have a flat horizon, like you're saying, right, and you were to compress that image, it would either, if it was curved, if there's any curvature in that, any bend to that horizon, it would accentuate it. So you would see more of it.
No, see. Okay.
Why would you? Look. Yeah. Go skeptical. You got it.
Well, what I'm asking you, sit here, we deal in reality, not compression, stretching of images, right? Why would you compress it? We need a real-time image.
I can tell you exactly why. Because if I'm looking at a picture,
real-time image, if I'm looking at an observation of the horizon, like everyone does, they take pictures and videos, and I'm looking at it, and I go, I think there's curvature. He thinks it's a flat horizon with no curvature. If I want to tell if there is any curve in that horizon, I would compress the image, because all it's going to do is either make it, it's going to increase that curve, what you're seeing.
Accentuate.
Right? Yes, thank you, Jen. It's going to accentuate that curvature, or it's not.
Yeah, I can understand.
So if I take a picture of the horizon spectacle,
hang on
go
a
ahead,
second.
Jen. Yeah.
On that point, yes, but when they're actually showing it to the public, when you click online,
fisheye lens.
They don't do that. They're just showing a bloody curvature all the time.
Yeah. It's a fisheye lens.
Yeah.
It's accentuated curvature.
It's a fake image.
It's not fake.
Fabricated.
It's not fake. So if I take a picture with a fisheye lens, is that fake?
It's a fake.
It is obviously fake.
So if I take a picture with a fisheye lens, does that make it fake?
Fake.
No.
Okay, so if it's not when I take one, then it's not when you record one.
Image of Earth. Where is the non-fisheye lens image of this Earth?
There's lots of them. I mean, you can go on and they have the
the outside feed cameras for when they're working on on ISS. When you look at those ones, they don't even show curvature. All you see is Earth behind them.
Every time we look at this goddamn Earth picture from the ISS, it's an obscure angle always. There's something just a little bit in the way.
Yeah, because they're having to look off to the side, and it's in their perception.
You know what I think? You know what I think?
Accentuating the curve. It's not the curve doesn't curve that much.
Not only that, Shane. Sometimes they show us a curve, a concave, flat.
I don't know about all that, but okay.
Honestly, just look at the supposed. Yeah, go ahead. All the mass lending. Go ahead, Joe.
Today's cameras. We are getting pictures of car wheel arches, suspension, articulation to the wheel during a rally race, and we're feeling the suspension and looking at it in operation. Yeah, they can put cameras in any position. They should put those cameras in a more non-obstructive position.
They do. So they have cameras like that, and when you look through those cameras, and when you see the feed from those cameras, you don't see any. You don't even see that space around it. All you see is Earth. That's how close they are.
We only get to see that curvature
at the altitude,
that lens.
Yes.
Yeah.
At that particular altitude, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you say that stuff is flat. You can't say.
Exactly.
You can't say.
Jen, you've already made it clear and corrected yourself, I would think, and how the Neil deGrasse Tyson flat thing happened. Skeptical.
Oh yeah, he's referring.
You didn't say correctly again.
Sean. Whenever I mention Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm not saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying the Earth is flat ever. I'm saying to you, listen, I've never ever put that across to anyone that Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks the Earth is flat. I've never said that. I've never put that across. What I'm saying is that from the altitude of 120,000 feet, no human being can claim to say that they've seen curvature. And I like that because people say they've seen curvature from an aeroplane. Well, that wouldn't be possible. And that's when I bring Neil deGrasse Tyson up. Not because he's saying the Earth is flat, because he doesn't think he done his mic drop, didn't he? Mic drop. And then he said, the Earth is not fucking flat, he said, after that.
I would agree with you. From an airplane, it would be, I would say you can't see curvature. I would agree with that 100%.
And said, yes, it is.
And then, I would say 99% of the time, there's cloud coverage, so it's almost impossible to say you see curvature from an airplane. I would agree with that.
Okay, but, so I don't want to hear anybody saying
if I took a picture of the horizon, I could measure that and see if there's any curvature in that observation, though.
I doubt it very much, though.
I mean, I could show you a situation where this happens. As long as the field of view is wide enough, you can do that.
I've got pictures. So you're saying, so now you're saying you can see curvature. That's what you're saying.
There are ways of
measuring curvature.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says from an airplane.
Yeah, I'll make it clear exactly how I just now mentioned to be able to see curvature. If I took a picture with a wide field of view, why are you talking? You keep doing that. Stop talking. Mute yourself. Something. If I take a picture with a wide enough view of the horizon, I can take steps and use tools to measure that and verify whether or not it's a flat horizon or if the horizon actually does curve a little bit. That's what I mean when I say that.
Let's not forget, but let's not forget that you must also take into consideration that cameras have what's known as barrel roll. So it's not, the lenses can affect what you see slightly. Yeah, please remember that.
You can get different lenses that don't do that, that don't present barrel distortion. Fisheye lens.
If you can do that, if you can do that, please demonstrate that whenever you can. Show us the camera, the lens, everything. Take the picture, get it developed, whatever, and let's see what it's taken. Yeah, that's how you prove your case there. But anyway, now that I've got you into this situation, I'm going to carry on from where we left off with the 9/11. I'm going to flog you some more with this one. I'm not going to drown you with too much. I saved some images for you specially.
Are you into flogging, Jen? Is that your goal?
Oh my God.
Are you a flogger?
I just wanted to say before Fritz off the screen, I posted 5 days. I posted 5 days of sun. I posted 14 days of moon in Antarctica. So Jen, when you say that it's never been seen, I've got 4 videos that I posted DM to you directly.
Oh, I'm happy you just posted that, Jen.
Okay, thank you for that.
I don't know if anyone minds if I change it to 9/11 again. If not, I'll stop and we can do that some other time.
Well, I did somewhat interrupt Jen because he was talking about flogging, but I think he was on a point though.
Okay, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I've posted an image for you, and it's there for you to look at, for everyone to look at this image. Okay.
The fall one, right?
The question is quite there. The question is obvious, isn't it? Can you see the question?
Oh, I'm so happy you want to change the subject because I actually want to talk about this.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
And
let's talk about that.
Well, Jen brought it up anyway. So when you stated about when you were talking about the demo, when you were talking about the demos of them being a demolition controlled and the free fall of it, what did you say the free fall of the towers were, or did you only say the free fall of this building 7 was?
I was talking about building number 7 2 days ago, building number 7, and I told you this, yeah? NIST, in the NIST report, they agreed that the building for 2.25 seconds, that's 2.5 seconds, sorry, 2.25 seconds, that the building did indeed fall 100 feet. That's 8 stories. That's 32 meters suddenly.
Okay.
That was free fall.
Now, that's not true. And I can.
Oh, here we go now.
Look, because I saw you post that pic and I looked it up instantly because you keep saying it. First of all, the building 7 fell at 3.9 seconds. That's step 1. The difference between 2 something and 3.9 is a lot. You would agree. Now, second, this is from the NEST report, Jen. In NEST, doesn't say it free fell. It actually started from one side and collapsed to the other section of it. It didn't free fall straight down. And I can post it. Would you like me to post it?
Listen, if you watch the video that I posted, you can see the character in this picture. His name is Richard Gage, AIA. He said, and they give you the time specifically, 2.25 seconds.
Then
they
they're
give
lying.
You that time.
They're
they
lying.
give it to you. And
you just said it was from NEST, right?
Excuse me.
Did you say it was from NEST?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
No, I said they lied. I literally just said that they were lying.
Right. This is the report they said, and they said that the NIST report, the NIST actually accepted the fact after being badgered for about a year, they accepted the fact that the building did initially fall 100 feet at free fall. Okay, and suddenly, okay, that's what they said, and the NIST report agreed to that.
No, it says it's 10 to 29. It's 10. The World Trade Center. The 2 towers, it was 10 to 29 stories fell.
We're talking about building number 7.
Okay, and I'm going right.
Number 7.
And I'm going to that now, and I'm literally looking at it right now. Hang on. So it says
7.
Building number. Yes, I know. Correct. Building number 7. It says
fell for 100 feet. Right.
Dan, could you let somebody else talk for 1 second uninterrupted?
Yeah, but I keep mixing up what I said. That's why I interrupt.
Yeah, but it's not. You still would have to let him complete saying, and then when you have your chance, you can correct if you think there's something that needs to be corrected. But the thing is that people listening, when it's all the interruptions, it's hard to follow.
I agree. Okay, apologize. Point taken.
So it says Building 7 investigation. Where is it? Okay, so it says it fell at 3.9, and I'm trying to find the exact quote. And the reason I'm using NEST right now is because you stated that NEST said these things.
It's okay. That's fine because we're good. My today's questionnaire and flogging is going to be all about NIST and what they said and didn't say. And come on, let's go with it. So I'm with you here because as far as I'm concerned, the video is right there, and I'll post it again.
Okay, but you're saying, okay, so then there's a big problem of it, because what you're saying is the video you posted, or the video you posted and the information they gave you is from NEST. Well, if I'm looking at NEST report right now, okay, yeah, that's what they say, but they're wrong, because it says right here, it says Building 7, okay, it says, however, or where is it? Debris from the collapsed World Trade Center, which was 370 feet south of ignited fires
at least the 10th floor in the building and its south and west faces. However, only the fires on the same of the lower 7 floors through 9, 11, 13 burned out of control. The lower floor fires, which spread through grew water supply and automatic sprinklers. Where is it? Mm-hmm. Now I'm looking for the fall of it.
Mm-hmm. Look for the fall because they said 2.25 seconds, 100 feet, 32 meters. That's why I know these numbers straight off the bat. I've been watching it for the past all of last week. So it's
I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't
what they said. I'm going with what they said.
I'm getting right now. I want to make sure I'm not taking it or saying it wrong. It says
there's more to come, mate. There's more to come. I'm telling you, more to come for you today. You're going to have to admit that it was not by fire.
I literally just read this. I know I'm not, because what you're saying isn't correct.
We're talking about building number 7.
Fires.
Well, what I'm saying is absolutely correct. 100%.
Jin is like a hype man, like a rap battle. They got a hype man,
Okay, here it is.
He's a hype man.
There are people out there who like this style, you see. I'm referring to them, you know what I mean? So, come on, bring it on. Where is it?
He's a fundy muter.
Yes.
Okay, so it says, well, this is the part where it didn't collapse all at once, because it says the north face of the building descended 18 stories, the portion of the collapse visible in video in 5.4 seconds. That was the first 18 stories. Based on the video analysis and the building collapse, this time period is 40% longer than the 3.9 seconds this process would have taken if the north face of the building had descended solely under free fall conditions. You understand what that means, right?
I understand what you said means.
So it means it took almost half longer than it would have if it was a free fall.
Right. Now, have you finished? Okay,
what?
I'm still waiting. Have you finished?
Go ahead.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you've got 12,000 architects, and then this guy whose face you can see, Richard Gage, AIA, America Institute of Architects. He's a member of those. They all said, and NIST included, that the building, yes, indeed, fell 100 feet in 2.25 seconds. That's what they said.
Not true.
That's exactly what they said anyway.
Okay.
But
so
anyway,
let me
just
so we can be clear. Just so we can be clear, Jen.
Look at the image now.
Yeah, hang on. Just so we can be clear. You're saying that the video you want everyone that is presenting this information, you're saying that they got what Ness said, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just read what Ness said in their report.
Yeah. No, I'm afraid you did not. I'm afraid.
Okay.
I don't know what you're reading there.
I'll post it in the chat.
I don't know what you're reading there.
I'll post it in the chat.
I'm going to stick with what these people have said here at the moment. And when we all look, if everyone can go and watch the video in their own time, they're going to come to their own conclusions. Because
okay, well, here's the difference. Here's the difference. You're saying,
hang on. You've got other architects saying the same thing. Okay.
You're saying something that's obviously false because the NIST report doesn't say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. You're saying that this video that you're sourcing says that it fell at free fall speeds and it was 2 seconds. But Ness never said that. You just stated that these experts and Nest stated it was 2 seconds.
Right, here we go again, right? The whole complete collapse, as I said 2 days ago, took 6.8 seconds. So 7 seconds they rounded up to, okay? That's the whole thing to collapse into its footprint. But what they wanted,
now you're changing it.
Truth. Are you checking it out? Look, the architects for engineers and architects for 9/11 Truth said to NIST, would they accept that? Would they admit that the building for 2.25 seconds fell at free fall? And they said yes, they did. They accepted.
No, where?
Yes.
Show me. I'll show. I just
watch the video.
What I'm saying. I'm literally right now reading. Look, I'm literally reading through the NEST report right now. Building 7. It says that it took 5.4 seconds for it to fall into its own footprint, to the ground. I mean, and it says, and even it has after analysis, the stages in which it fell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you want to hear that part?
When we watch the video, of building number 7,
Mm-hmm.
when it falls, there is no pause at all. You have the penthouse suite that collapsed, yeah, from the east side, and then the building starts to collapse, yeah, and it's symmetrical from northwest view right across to the east side. The whole building comes down together smoothly right the way down. All of it
didn't.
Symmetrical. The words they use, the architects are using it. Symmetrical is what they said, not asymmetric. And it was controlled.
So what you're saying is everything that I'm posting right now from the NIST report and the information that your sources got says different. Why?
Themselves. Yes, I am saying.
Because NIST analyzed the video. They had, I think it was 200, and I'll give you the exact number of how many.
You won't let me get on with it, will you? Because you know you're in trouble. You know you're in trouble.
What are you talking about?
You know you're in trouble. Right. Look at the image I posted. Damn sake.
I did.
Right. Now read what is said on the very top of the building. At the image, sorry.
Okay. Let me get back to it. It says.
There's more to come. There's more to come.
In your little thing, what is it? It says, which one falls faster?
Right.
A 15-story section is falling at free fall acceleration. All of its gravitational potential energy is converted to kinetic energy. It is not available to do the work of crushing the building below. It would have to slow down in order to do it any other work. At the bottom it says, NEST implies they will hit at the same time. NEST doesn't imply that. NEST even says, NEST in the NEST report, it even gives you the numbers for if an object falling from that height at freeze fall compared to the World Trade Centers at free fall, and it was different.
Right, here we go now, right? This is what they said happened, that the top piece, pole drive the main part of that building, the rest of it down to the ground. That's what NIST report says. And the architects say the same thing. They all say the same thing. That's exactly what NIST implies, that it free falled all the way down to the ground like that.
No, what it says is the top portion free fell from 10 to 29 stories. So the top part, between the top, which was intact, from the structuring that was compromised, is what fell. And that's exactly what it means.
The NIST report says that piece, rammed, smashed down and knocked all that stuff down, all the way down to the ground. That's what happened. That's what they said, due to the fire. That's what they said, due to fire. Okay? Free fall.
It was fire and what, Jim? And what?
Oh, and kerosene.
And structural integrity being compromised, correct?
Yeah, by the gasoline.
Yeah.
But the point is this, that it's happening at free fall. Those were the words.
It did not happen at free fall.
That's what it did happen at free fall.
No, it didn't say that. It did not say. You want to know how I know it didn't say that?
I'm going to show you the next image, and that will clarify for you that it was indeed at free fall. Okay, because you're arguing away, right, and you're just totally disregarding what the information that's been put to you.
No. You're disregarding it, and you're literally saying something that is not true.
There we go. It's not. It's very true. Everything we're saying here.
If it's true, then why am I posting links or screenshots from the NEST report talking about this, and they say different from what you're saying? Okay, then look. Then look. Because I literally
can you see the image? Can you see the image that I've posted? Looking at a graph of how the building south or north tower collapsed. They collapsed at the same rate. Can you see the linear line of downward acceleration? Yeah, and then the circle dots is how the building fell. Can you see that?
Yeah. Do you see that it's not all of them aren't even on that line?
But can you not see it?
Can you not see that those circles on that line are not evenly on that line? There are ones that are a little higher, a little lower.
But can you see how it came down at free fall? That is
No.
almost free fall.
See, if it was at free fall, all those circles.
That is free fall.
Okay, all those circles would line up with that line. What I'm looking at, circles that are above and below. That's not free fall.
Almost free fall speed. Almost.
That's not free fall. Sorry, Jen.
Yeah, but it's almost, isn't it? It's quick.
No.
It's quick, isn't it?
If it was free fall, it would be free fall.
Yeah, it's almost free fall.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. So it fell due to gravity.
Right, all the building implosions when they demo them fall at almost free fall.
Anything collapsing is
yeah, so it doesn't matter for the sake of this argument if it was actually free fall or not, right? Since almost free fall is sufficient.
It's not.
Yeah. Come on, look at the graph.
It's not, because even like I've just been posting, which I guess you're not going to look at.
Fire can never do this, can it? Can fire bring down? And remember that the plane hit at the 780 something floor and the 90 something floor, both towers respectively. Yeah. Down at the bottom, there was no fuel down there. So how did the fire get down there? There was no fires down there. No fires.
Literally the weight of the whole building collapsing on itself.
Oh, right now this is the question about with the first image. When you drop both blocks, we clearly know that the block to the right in that image is going to hit the ground first. Of course it is, because there's going to be material in the way.
Yep.
You see, so it wouldn't have been free fall. It would have been a lot longer. A lot longer. A lot longer.
And you want to know how? Okay, so how long would it take for the on your picture, the object with nothing under it? How long would free fall take from that height?
Whoa! Well, if you're just looking at that little picture, 0 point something seconds, if that.
Okay. How long did it take for the towers to come down?
The towers took 12 seconds. 12.
Well, first of all, one took 9, and another one took 11 seconds.
Okay, so how far out am I? Okay, so you got 9 seconds. You got 9
that it wasn't free fall.
I'm going to say you got 9 seconds and you got 11 seconds. Fine. I'll take those numbers. I'll take those numbers gladly. That's free fall. 9 meters per second every second. That's fucking free fall, is it not?
And it says, and here's why the bottom collapsed too.
You're missing.
It says,
you didn't answer my question.
What?
Sean, you didn't answer the question. Is that not free fall?
Close enough.
9 seconds.
No.
110 floors.
It's not free fall.
Okay, now how can a building fall that fast due to fire?
Perfect. I'll let you know right now because I'm looking at it. It says the individual connection capacity ranges from 94,000 pounds to 39,000 pounds with a total vertical load for the connections on a typical floor of 29 million pounds. The total floor area outside the core was approximately 31,000 square feet, and the average load on each floor was 80 pounds per square foot. Thus, the total vertical load on the floor outside the core could be estimated by multiplying the floor area of 31,000 by the gravitational load of 80 pounds per square foot, which yields 2.5 million pounds. This is conclusive load estimate since ignorance, the weight of contributing of the heavier mechanical floors at the top of each World Trade Center by dividing the total. So it says that the number of floors that could support by interacting, so 2,500 or 2.5 million pounds at, how many feet did it say between 29? I'd have to figure out how many feet 29 floors took up. But at that fall, the building couldn't withstand 2.5 million falling onto it. You understand that part?
That's completely wrong what you said there anyway.
I'm literally reading from this report that you said your guys are getting their information from.
Can you repeat your question, Jane?
Yeah, the question was, how can a building come down at free fall in 9 seconds, 110 floors?
First of all,
and let me just clear this up for you properly. Never in the history, never in the history.
Two other buildings did.
Skyscrapers. Why is everyone talking? Never in the history of skyscraper building has a protected steel building, right, fireproof steel building, ever collapsed due to fire.
It wasn't a fireproof steel building. It wasn't a fireproof steel building.
Now
it was
you're
a
lying.
steel.
Now you're lying. It was.
Steel. No, it was
the statistics.
steel. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ! So you think that whole building was steel?
Excuse me, right? We're talking about all the steel girders and horizontal beams were fireproofed to withstand, and listen clearly now, to withstand the office fire temperatures for 2 hours. That's the horizontal beams, and the vertical beams 3 hours. And the architect said that the fires within the building in any location did not persist for more than 20 to 30 minutes. So there was ample of protection. 6 times regarding the girders and 4 times regarding the horizontal beams. So they were fireproof.
Are they coming for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
The one thing that I noticed, I just looked at the video again of World Trade Center 1 and 2 falling. And when you say that they fell at free fall speeds, clearly 100% false. Because when you see the debris falling, the debris falls faster than the building. The debris is in free fall. The building
I'm going to address that point. Can I address that point, please? Can I address that point you just made? One, they fell at free fall speeds. And let me show you, let me get you an image.
Just said it didn't, though. Just said it didn't fall at free fall speeds.
I'm saying that they fell at free fall speeds. That's what I'm saying. He's saying.
Well, how did the debris, if it was falling, get ahead of it?
Well, I'm going to explain that once I get the image up for you. So allow me to get this image up for you, and then I'll explain exactly everything. And I'm going to leave everybody mind blown. Wait a minute now. Let me just get this image up for you. I've got to locate it in my library of collections. It's coming up. Okay, it's a real shocker because oh, here it is. I've got it. Thank you. Hang on a sec. I've got to now send it to you. Then I'm going to explain to you how this happened. Okay, according to the architects, engineers and architects for truth, civil engineers.
All right. Don't repeat yourself. Just fucking do it.
Shut up your mouth.
You just talk so many.
Put a rag in it,
man. Repeat yourself.
Put a rag.
Come on, dude.
In it, you wanker. Put a rag in it.
You wanker.
Come on, we're doing so well.
Put a cheesy sock in there.
All right.
Put a cheesy sock in it, man. There you go. Can you see the image now? Big mouth. Okay, look at the image. Can you see the bloody image?
I see an image. I see girders in the building. Yeah, what about it?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, those girders weigh in the region of 3 to 4 tons, we were told. Okay? Now, as the building was collapsing at free fall speeds, the only way you can get this girder to be 600 feet away from the actual building is explosions. And they said that the force
Jesus Christ.
required...
All right, that doesn't answer my question at all, Jim.
You're interrupting. I have not finished. Right? The force required for this to happen, the force required for this to happen would be in the tune of 160 miles. Apparently, that force could hurl a 200-pound cannonball 3 miles. That's the force required for that to happen. Okay?
How far?
Oh, okay.
How far did you get from the World Trade Center, Jen? Jen, how far did you say that building was from the World Trade Center?
According to what I saw, it's across the road 600 feet. Across the road
is not 600 feet.
It could be less. It could be less.
It
could be more. Could be more. I don't know exactly. I wasn't there.
600 feet across the block.
I'm sorry. How did that answer my question of the fact that debris was falling down? All the debris. If you look all around the tower, all the debris, every bit of it is falling faster than the building.
Yeah, the reason for that is not only falling down, it was exploding out. So with the force, it's going to go faster than
Jen, go watch the video again, because literally what Moyak just said is exactly what you see. When the building starts to fall, debris falls out of it, and it doesn't go out, it doesn't shoot out, it just falls straight down.
I've seen it. Hang on, I've seen it tens of times. I saw it yesterday. I saw it the day before yesterday. I saw it all week, and you can see the material flying outwards. That's what they said, and you can see it with your own eyes. The material is flying. It's been ejected outwards under pressure from explosions. Okay, explosions.
No.
Yes.
No. You're I don't know why you keep saying
not at all, sir. Not at all.
First of all, what you're doing is weird because you keep saying that your sources are saying these things that Ness said. I've posted plenty that already show that that's not what Ness said, and you're just avoiding the reality of that.
I'm not avoiding anything. I'm not avoiding anything. I'm bringing it to you face on, head on, mate.
No, you're not, because if you
I'm bringing it to you head on.
If you want to talk about head on, if you want to
say again, let Sean make his point, and then you can respond.
If you're talking about it being head on and to the point, then you understand that the buildings did not fall at free fall speed.
They fell at free fall speed, sir. We got the graphs to show you.
Okay, so then if that were the case, that means that each explosion that you think happened on all the floors, right?
Let me tell you something. Let's just keep this, hold this for a second. Building number 7, it came, for the first 2 seconds, for that building to fall 100 feet, you would have to dismember 400 joints across 8 floors. For that to happen.
Not true.
It's true. That's what they said. The experts have said.
Who said that? The guys in your video said that, right?
Richard, 12,000 architects plus Richard Gage AIA.
Okay, so you keep saying that these guys are referring to Nest report and what they're saying. You understand that everything you keep saying they say Nest said, I've shown you to be wrong. Yet you sit there and say
you haven't shown anything to be wrong. You haven't proven anything to be wrong, sir. Not one.
Okay, how did building 7 fall?
Say that again.
How long did it take? How long did it take for building number 7 to fall?
Right, according to this documentary that I watched, they said 7 seconds. Wait a minute, I've seen another video. 6.8 seconds is what I've seen.
Okay.
I'd like to see where it says this in NIST. I mean, Jim, you should be able to provide the evidence that you're citing.
It's all coming from the videos that I did post.
Yeah. Moyak, the funny part is I've literally been screenshotting that from the Nest report, and the questions and answers in it, and the link to where I'm getting this at. He refuses to look at it, and he keeps refusing to realize that when he says these numbers, and he says Nest said, I'm showing him Nest never said that, and he's just ignoring that.
Of course,
so he should be going to NIST and finding where it does say that, because you haven't found it.
Of course, I'm going to ignore that.
Sean.
You better believe
so
that.
It really should
you better
be
believe
up to
that.
Jim to show where they source their information.
The
information that I'm bringing to you is so compelling that you're ignoring the truth.
It's not compelling at all.
And you're not ready listening.
It actually shows. It actually shows that your sources don't have the correct information. Then
here we go. No, you're talking at your ass, guys. You're talking at your eyes.
No, he's looking at the NIST report.
I'm going to post you another image. The NIST report is full of BS.
The image doesn't matter. The NIST report says something.
Matter.
They say it says something else. You have to show us where it says something else.
It's real world. That's
okay. Let's use the images you showed us. The first one with the one top that has nothing under it, and the one top that has a building under it. And you said that that Ness alluded to it being a free fall. Not once. I've already posted where it didn't.
You've seen it there. You've seen it.
No, literally, I posted in there where Ness said it wasn't. I've literally posted in there that. Matter of fact, we've literally explained to you that it wasn't free fall, just in the fact that the top collapsed and had to fall through the other buildings, other part of the building. If it was a free fall, if the whole building free fall, like you keep saying, they would have had to have started at the bottom, which means you would have heard the explosions and seen all that
and people heard the
debris coming out the bottoms of the floor first.
People heard the explosions. This is what was said from the emergency fire engines people. They
no,
said,
that's not. We've gone through that part too,
This
Jen.
is what they said, word for word. It's in the video. It's this. They said it's like bombs were placed to bring down the building. Bam, 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 bam. Then there were witnesses outside of the building. I saw the flashes. I saw flash, 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 flash. Then I heard the explosion.
Can you
building
post those?
To come down, and I
ran. Those interviews.
This is all in the video, okay? Another person says, I listened to the first aid workers radio and I heard 3, 2, 1, and then the building started to come down. That's building number 7 he was talking about. Another guy said, this was an Air Force medic.
I've never heard that.
Medic.
No one has.
Another quote from another witness. He said he heard the bomb, he heard the explosion, and the ground shook under his feet. He felt like he had to grab onto something, and then the building started to collapse. People said they could see what was known as squibs coming out of the side of the building all the way around the building, they said. Squibs.
No, they didn't.
And the building came down symmetrically.
No, they didn't. Oh, wait. Matter of fact, I know that's not true. You want to know how I know that's not true? Because they had live footage of it happening, and it didn't happen that way.
Now, you know what? I've got footage where you see that the whole building is coming down symmetrically. It's in the video. It's in the video.
Step it and show it.
I posted you 3 videos for you to watch. You never watched any one of them. Okay, you never watched any one of them, did you?
You know what, Jen? I will watch your video if you actually look at what you posted in this chat, because that's why I'm not going to watch your video, because I've stated where, and I've corrected where you said Ness said this, and you refuse to even look in the checks chat to understand that what you're saying is just blatantly incorrect.
Well, that's because he can't hear you.
Your whole argument has been that building 7 fell in 2 something seconds, and it's wrong. You said Ness said that. Ness didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You twisted that round. I said to you that building number 7 came down in 7 seconds, and NIST had to admit that in the first 2.25 seconds there was indeed free fall, and they admitted that. They agreed to that.
Where?
It's all in the video.
Where?
What page?
Video.
Okay, perfect. You keep saying that. Now let me refer to you up in the
chat. What I said,
I'll refer to you up in the chat, Jim. I'll refer to you up in the chat because I literally posted Ness's report on building 7, and at no point do they ever say anything about a free fall.
It's free fall.
Okay, where does Ness say that? Because I just posted Ness's report on building 7.
It's free fall. Watch the
Where
video.
do they say that, Jen? Where does Ness say that?
I'm bringing you the facts as I hear them.
Where does Ness say there was a free fall?
You know about NIST and lies. But here you go.
You just stated that NIST said there were free falls. Where did they say that?
They reported that the building was on fire. Building number 7. Look at this here. Look.
Jen, let me say this one more time, Jen. I'll say this one more time. Jen, I'm going to say this one more time, and if you don't just blatantly answer it, and if you diverge, I'm going to stop talking to you, and I'm never going to do this again because you're blatantly doing it on purpose. Where in the NEST report does it say anything about free fall in Building 7?
Free fall initiated 2.25 seconds.
Ness said that.
Where?
What does it say that, Jen? Because I just posted Ness's report on Building 7, and nowhere does it say that.
Look. What they say and what they print are two
you
different things.
Just said Ness said.
Ness said that, according to Richard Gage, AIA, said that they admitted that the building was initiated.
Did not say that.
They did say that in the video.
So okay, let me make this clear. What your narrator says in the video is wrong. How do I know it's wrong? Because you just repeated what the narrator says, and I just showed you what Ness says. Ness does not talk about a free fall. You literally said.
Can you look at the image I posted?
There was a free fall.
Can you look at the image I have posted? Again.
Can you look at the screenshots from Ness that I posted?
Why would I do that?
Why would I look at yours?
Look at the real picture, real time.
Okay, so everyone listening understands this one point right here. Jen has told me that Ness said certain things that Ness never said. He's willing to admit that he's lying about that part.
Look at the building number 7, supposed to be on fire when it collapsed. But all the fire had already burned out by 5 o'clock. By 5 o'clock. By 5:20.
Nice avoiding answering the important questions, Jen.
Already out.
Jen, you're literally not answering any important questions to whether or not you're okay. The only way you can do it, be blaming then, is you're completely full of shit about what you're saying.
down
Your
a building.
source
If you're not willing to, if you're not willing to have an adult conversation about this and understand that the information you got is wrong, then it's literally you're doing it on purpose.
Not wrong.
Hold up. This is
I'm gonna go visit Jen.
This is kind of chaotic at the moment. What are we on here? What's the main topic?
Okay. This is exactly what the problem is. Jen has said, watch this video for the evidence or the proof of what he's saying. When he says it, he says, Ness says, and he says, all these engineers agree with Ness. And then I show him and I tell him, I've posted screenshots specifically talking about these from Ness about Building 7 and what occurred and how they fell and everything. And Jen is literally saying, when I say that, Ness is full of shit. But you just said Ness said it was a free fall. Never in the reports does it say anything was a free fall.
Okay, so what do you think happened?
It doesn't matter what I think happened. We're literally talking about Jen's source of information about the event. And I'm showing him that his sources are not correct because he keeps stating they got this from Ness, they did this and that, and literally his information is just wrong and he's not willing to accept it. It's not about what I think. It's literally talking about what Jen keeps saying and showing he's not correct.
What I'm saying to you is this, yeah? That the architects, the only bit that they agree, it's not actually written, is when they contacted NIST. This is according to Richard Gage, AIA, and they had to admit that there was free fall for 2.25 seconds. That's in the video, and NIST agreed to that. That's what
is that conversation on the? Is that conversation in the video?
It's in the video, yeah.
The conversation with
I
Ness.
don't know about the conversation. Hang on, I'm not sure if the conversation they had with NIST, that's not in the video, no. That's Richard Gage's claim that they spoke to NIST together with other architects and NIST agreed that free fall was initiated for 2.25 seconds. That's what I've been saying all along, okay? That's what I've been saying all along, okay? Then the rest of the information that I post to you contradicts the NIST report. Everything that I posted contradicts the NIST report. NIST says opposite to what? Yes, it does.
Can I show you the picture that doesn't?
Contradicts everything that I posted is contradictory to the NIST report. That's why I'm posting it for you.
Okay, so
I mean, Sean, are you actually defending 9/11 though in this conversation?
No,
he's defending one portion of it.
First, we've had this conversation, Gio, so we both know I don't believe mainstream and what they talked about it. I'm literally talking about what Jen is claiming was said, claiming happened, and these things did not happen. And I will 100% adamantly say that is bullshit what he's saying. And I can show you all the sources are basically his opinion without actual realizing what he's talking about. And I'll show you right now what I'm talking about. He says this picture that I'm posting in the chat right now was their proof, and that the buildings fell at free fall speed. And where is it? There you go.
What picture is he posting? Because the buildings fell at free fall speed.
No, they didn't.
I said almost free fall.
So Gio,
the word I used,
the one that he put in the chat. Okay, there's a very big difference between free fall and not free fall. And this line, the picture you showed actually shows this perfectly. So Gio, the picture I just posted in there was his what he says shows it fell at what he calls near free fall. But when you look at that, picture, when you look at that picture, what you see, first of all, that blue line would indicate free fall. What you see is those circles are the stages in which it fell, and you can see clearly throughout the whole thing that it's not. It didn't. It didn't fall at one linear speed. It didn't. It just didn't.
Gio, have a look at that, Gio. Is that not almost free fall, Gio? Almost free fall. Look at the circles. Look at them. They're right on the line. Look.
Yeah, except at the beginning. Yeah, so it looks pretty free falling.
So,
you don't see those circles bouncing around that line?
Yeah, the blue line is supposed to be free fall. Yeah, I mean,
and those circles are the differences in the vertical fall that it had, rate of fall.
Gio, look, they're right on the line, Gio. I don't know. Wouldn't you call that free fall, Gio?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So
Thank
why
you.
The
aren't
thing,
the
the thing that
circles
I have a
all
problem
I
with
rest my
evenly on
case.
that line then, Gio?
Sake. I rest my
Sean,
case.
you're just saying because every circle is not exactly on the line. You're saying
Yes,
it's not.
that shows it's not free fall.
But I think Jin's original thing was near free fall.
No,
I think
first of all, he
almost.
started off free fall. Then when we all kept explaining to him it's not free fall, he went to almost free fall. And almost free fall isn't a valid explanation for Twin Towers were demoed.
That's what we witnessed. What we witnessed was free falling, almost free falling is what we witnessed. 9 seconds. You said it yourself. 9 seconds, 110 floors to collapse in. That's the same speed as a ball dropping down. That's what the experts said. They did the maths. That's
No,
free
I mean,
fall.
the only thing I gotta say is,
show me where they did this math.
Well, you're gonna have to look
I
into the
gotta
video.
say that what I did
Watch the video.
see with this is that, again, looking at the video, we see material that is in free fall, and the material that is in free fall is pulling ahead, falling faster and accelerating faster than the building. Therefore,
that's because of the explosions. I told you that.
On the order of 25%. That wouldn't matter.
And another really clear aspect of this, and I don't know how you argue it, Jen.
Hold on, you guys. You kind of bowled over Moyoc. Can we let him finish?
Sorry.
The other thing that we notice is that it's falling. It looks like it's almost 25% further the way down the building, but it's also accelerating faster than the building. So even if it was initiated by an explosion, it is accelerating. You can see it picking up speed faster than the building.
The explosion. Bloody hell.
That doesn't affect the material after it leaves.
Here's a very important step or thing that you got to realize with this. For a building to fall at free fall speed, you understand that it needs to be the bottom needs to be gone. You understand that part?
In this case, the way they planned this demolition was, and this is the terminology that they used, that the central core columns within the building was exploded first so that they would bring in the outer perimeter structures to bring it in. And it was a top down. That's what they planned it to be. That's how it came down.
Just so you understand, in a controlled demolition, it is impossible to control it from the top down.
This is what they did, though.
They did not. Who said they did this?
Hang on now. I'll let you speak. This is exactly what they said. How the building came down. The architect.
Who is they?
Hang on. Didn't you just hear me what I said? The architects. The architects. Yeah. Richard.
The ones who were wrong.
What's his name? Richard Gage. AAA. They said this. The way the building came down was, in order for this to happen the way we're witnessing it, you would have to first remove the central core columns, and then you would bring in the outer perimeter girders and columns straight afterwards to initiate this type of downward demolition. That's how that
only thing you said correct in that is how they would do it. First of all, in a controlled demolition, to make it fall in its footprint, you do have to set the charges to the center. Second, here's where the problem starts. To initiate a free fall into its own footprint, the blast needs to take out the bottom first. Any controlled demo you ever see, I've ever seen, starts at the bottom, so that the top can fall into its footprint. If it started at the top, it would not work that way.
Excuse me. I never said, look, you're missing 2 points here. First of all, what you said is absolutely correct, that the bottom first has to be blown out, and that's where Willie Rodriguez, the janitor, comes in, because he heard the first explosion before the planes hit. He heard 2 explosions down at the sub-basements. So that's correct.
Can you post that interview?
Willie Rodriguez said that
Can you
he
post
heard
that
the
interview?
explosions. He felt it because it moved him upwards. He actually moved, he said.
Can you post that, please, so we can see it?
I can't post that. That's Willie. You look it up for yourself. Willie Rodriguez, the janitor, and his explanation exactly. There's lots of videos, so you can find it. Willie Rodriguez.
Well, again,
9/11.
these are your sources. Can you post them, because I don't want to go on a goose chase to finding something that I don't even think is real.
Loose change. Loose change is the source. Look up loose change. Okay, but not only that, cross-reference it with him in other documentaries, because he mentioned it in several other documentaries. Okay, Sorry, I say documentaries. What I mean is interviews. Okay, several interviews he said it. Okay, and not only that, in loose change and other videos, people who were in the building said they heard the explosion. The lobby was blown out. They're coming out covered in dust. So what you said is exactly correct. That first of all, they initiated the explosion at the bottom. The planes then hit. Then an hour later, the buildings came down from the top downwards. Okay. So you're correct. Well, what you said is
nice. I'm happy you said it that way, because if you watch the videos of the account of that day, you do understand that even after the towers or the planes hit the towers, that there were people running out that weren't covered in debris. The time they got covered in debris was when it collapsed, and the people that were around.
Every single person that I saw coming out of the building and some of these were black people. They looked white. They were
and where were they from?
There were people, emergency workers, covered in dust. And as they're speaking and they're being interviewed, explosions were going off still. Explosions were going off.
Again, no, that didn't happen, because again,
you can't say no. You can't.
I know
no
it didn't happen.
It's in the videos. Look at loose change. Look at the videos that I posted.
I have watched a lot of videos. I have watched a lot of videos. I have talked to people that were there, and again, what you are saying is not true.
Well, again, it's in the videos. So
first of all, I've already explained how your idea of how it came down isn't correct.
It's dismissing me, but it's in the videos. I'm telling you, it's in the videos. Why would Jin CBR1 make up what I'm saying?
Because you believe without a true understanding of something is true.
All right, so Sean, do you think that it was a demolition?
No, hell no.
Okay, so you think that authentically that commercial airlines flew into it and took them down?
Yes.
That was evident.
Absolutely, yes.
Ridiculous.
And from exactly what took place for it to happen and how it happened is explainable.
I would say
I mean, literally.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it kind of goes with the globe belief and the moon landing.
No, it's not good with the globe belief. It's literally how it works. If it was a controlled demolition and it fell like you guys keep saying, it would have started from the bottom. We have video of the whole collapse and nothing happening at the bottom until everything collapsed onto it.
I don't necessarily think it was a controlled demolition. I think it was a partial controlled demolition along with a directed energy weapon.
Well, I don't know about direct energy weapon, but
let's take this to another deeper layer.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Where was the direct? Okay, where was this energy weapon
situated?
Shot from?
Above
where
it.
Was it?
Above it, directly above.
So if it was,
how did it?
Then why didn't the top? Why wasn't the top damaged when it's happened?
At first, after the planes hit.
No, before the plane. If it was direct weapon from above, the damage would have happened from the top, not from the sides.
Well, you're assuming how it works. It doesn't work that way. Microwaves don't cook your food from the top to the bottom. It cooks the whole thing.
Really?
Okay, so how long did this energy weapon go for? How did these big holes in the top and these floors happen then?
Well, anyway.
That's something separate. You're talking about the holes in the buildings?
Well, the planes.
Where the planes flew in?
Right. Those were, well, I think the first hole was nothing hit it. It was only explosives. In the one video that we have of that, there's actually like pyrotechnic explosives, timed explosives that can be seen as they're creating the holes for the wings. So that I think was just explosives in the building. The second one, I think they flew a missile into it.
Can you? Well, the second one, if anything, I would, if I were you, Dio, I'd be like the first one was a missile, because that was the one that like it was like what just happened. The second one literally
eyewitnesses, news stations, the world watched something with wings fly into the building.
Yeah, missiles have wings.
The airplane sounds.
Not
Missiles have wings. They look like airplanes.
Size?
Have you seen them?
So show me a missile with wings like that that compared to the same dimension. And what was it shot from?
Well, the second one had explosives as well. It wasn't only the missile. It was a missile hit and the explosives to make the whole.
Okay, what was the funny airplane sounds that we heard and that people witnessed and they saw the planes coming? They didn't see missiles coming. They saw airplanes coming. There's a big difference between any missile and what people saw.
Well, that's a whole other topic in terms of what people claim they saw. We could get into that whole category, but that's a whole category in and of itself of what people claim. Some people claim that they looked like what they said was a small Cessna, which would fit a missile.
Oh, I've never heard that.
No, I've never heard
that. Several reports said that.
Well,
but okay,
I
so
heard
we
a
take
woman
the one
say,
freak instance to that. What about the thousands or hundreds of people who saw the actual plane come in?
Yeah, I heard one woman said,
and the video we have of it.
One woman said that wasn't a United Airlines airplane. One woman said
how
that.
Would she have known, wait, how would she have known that during the event? No one knew what it was, and it wasn't even American Airlines.
That's what I meant. That one woman said that, and she was
It wasn't American Airlines.
And she said that wasn't a United Airlines plane. I thought, wow.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't. It was Delta. You're right. It wasn't.
Yeah, that's what she said anyway. You know.
Yeah, she was right. It wasn't a United. It wasn't a United.
I don't think they used any commercial airliners in this entire event,
except for the fact that we saw.
Yeah, the one I saw hit was an airliner. Yes.
Yeah.
You're talking about on the news.
Number 2.
Yeah, live TV.
People that I know.
That's a CGI overlay. Very easy to do.
Well, what about the
documentaries? If you watch the documentary September Clues, he breaks it down in extraordinary detail, breaking down exactly all the layers and the levels and how it's a CGI layer is what they added for the news outlets.
Okay, what about the people that were there? Just so you understand, Gio, there are flat earthers in this community that were in New York that watched this shit happen.
Yeah.
So it's not like a globe view. People that were there that are in this community have talked about it and saw planes.
And see, that lends to my credibility of what I feel like what I saw. It matches what eyewitnesses saw. So I don't know why we would think that it was CGI.
Well, you can come to your own conclusions, right? So that's you. That's you. That's all.
Well, it's not just me. It's literally the eyewitnesses that I've talked to, the eyewitnesses that talked about it.
Yeah, I said something hit the second tower. I don't think it was a commercial airliner. It was a missile.
Eyewitnesses saw it was an airplane.
Okay, so there's a lot of crisis actors out there. So what did you come across, Howard, that made you think, okay, this eyewitness is all of a sudden 100% credible that you're going to build your entire worldview on it?
Oh, I'll tell you right now. When I talked to Effie Brooklyn, who watched the second plane hit, who is a flat earther, deep flat earther. He's like a Bro Sanchez flat earther, and literally said, "I watched a plane hit the second tower." When I talked to my cousins that were out there, and were, I think, what he said he was.
Yeah, they had a missile that was dressed up to look like an airplane. They had a missile dressed up.
Okay, so how do you know it was a missile dressed up like an airplane?
That's weird, man.
Yeah, because
what's the evidence that you have of this?
The reason.
Why are you so determined that this wasn't an airplane? Why do you just have to have it? Defy
I can
all
give
the
you
evidence.
one reason. I can give you a reason why that might be plausible. It's because the Pentagon. What hit the Pentagon wasn't a plane.
That was a missile.
We're talking about tower.
Dressed up to look like an airline.
Yeah, this is a military. This is a clandestine military operation. They're going to be very targeted in what they're doing, and it's going to be a psyop.
Why wouldn't they just use
and it's going to be specifically orchestrated to be. They're not just throwing commercial airlines around.
Yeah. Why not? Why wouldn't they use them?
Yeah, why couldn't they just get an empty airplane and use that?
Oh, there's so many reasons that's so messy. I mean, there's
messy.
But you think
that's a
missile
huge series of problems.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
and a missile that size, I think would have blown off the whole top of that building when it went off.
Yeah, missiles don't make fireballs like that.
Actually, if you look at the hit of the second building,
yeah,
it looks precisely what missile hits look like. The explosive, the layers of the explosive patterns. Literally, I've looked at a lot of footage of missiles. It looks identical to a missile hit.
I'd like to see any image of that because I mean, basically what we saw
I have a
was
better question. Then
The instant explosion. The
How about this,
instant.
Gio?
It's like an instant targeted explosion that is very focused in the way that.
How about this, Gio? This is more important. Show me a missile of that size.
Over Discord?
Yeah, I'm sure you can find one, right?
Well, there's thousands of pictures of all kinds of missiles out there. Yeah.
Okay, show me a missile the size of a 767.
Why would you assume that there's that they used one that you're going to find on the internet?
Because you think you know that there's one. That's the perfect point. If it's not going to be shown anywhere, how do you know it was a missile then?
I have my ways.
Okay. Well, can you show me your ways?
If you're nice.
I love you, Gio. You look pretty today.
Just for the record. Just for the record.
Are you hanging to the left or the right? Because if it's on the right, it's perfect. But I don't know what you want me to do, Gio.
The thing I gotta say is that the fireball that I saw was a fuel fire. It was not a high explosive detonation. Now, fuel fires burn orange and release black smoke. Detonations of high explosives do not. It's white smoke or even no smoke.
Yeah, there's not really a fireball. It's not like a grenade.
How about that missile? You dress that to look up like a commercial airline? You think people on the ground are going to tell the difference?
That's a drone.
Yes.
That's
There's
a drone.
all kinds of missiles that have wings that can be dressed.
That's a drone. First of all,
ways.
that's a drone, and that's a lot smaller.
Tiny.
There's a lot.
Drone.
30 feet long.
There's a lot of these.
Yeah, that's not as big as a commercial plane at all.
That's the one that hit the Pentagon, I think. One like that.
Okay, now let's not talk about the Pentagon because then everything changes, in my opinion.
By the way, it's not that thing is not a drone. That's a cruise missile. The first one.
Okay, the second one. I'm sorry. If you want to talk about the Pentagon, I think a missile may have hit that.
Yeah.
Again, I go with the fuel.
Right. So they would have used the same missile on both. I mean, they're not just going to use a missile on one and a.
Okay. Now here's the problem with that. If when you say that, you try to understand that where people are saying on one end that they saw these planes, there are no witnesses saying they saw planes hit the Pentagon. Even this is what makes me laugh about the Pentagon one so much. So the United States states that basically the Pentagon is the most secured facility in the United States, right? How come the only footage comes from a gas station and the worst fucking camera ever to see it, right?
Yeah,
where there is no debris, which also goes along with the whole one that got blown up over Pittsburgh, I think it was. Literally, there's, like I said, Gio, I don't believe mainstream. I believe that there's a lot of fucking fuckery happening, and it's based on a lot of things that happen. Whether it be the plane that supposedly the passengers got in the cockpit and they crashed the plane so it wouldn't get into anybody else. But the problem is when we see planes that do crash, the crash site is a very small 2-mile diameter, right?
Yeah.
Well, that shit had debris that flew over fucking 8 miles.
Yeah.
That's consistent to me by something that's blown up at 30,000 feet, traveling at 500 miles an hour. So, Gio, I don't believe the mainstream view of it, but there are certain things that you have to look at logically to come to a conclusion, and that's what I think I've done.
Well, Sean, let me just say this, Sean. When you said that they had to blow up the bottom, that definitely happened. And Willie Rodriguez, the janitor, he said, "Oh my God, I think the pumps in the basement blew up." That's what he thought. Obviously, he's never experienced such a thing before, so that's his initial reaction. Okay, and then he said,
"Right, but the initial people coming out of the building
weren't covered in ash." Why is it I'm talking? Why am I talking and you're talking at the same time? And then afterwards, after the initial explosion happened at the basement, he said he heard the second explosion, but it was a plane that hit above. He said it was faint, but he heard it. And then he started to get into action and rescue people, opening all the emergency doors in the stairwell and the lift. He helped a lot of people. Willie Rodriguez is a hero in this thing. Saved so many people's lives.
Then I looked at this loose change thing, and I found a couple of articles that said that even most of the conspiracy community spoke out against the loose change documentary. Said that it was.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yeah. I'm going to read more on it. But
as far as I'm concerned, loose change got it right. They were bang on, man. Nothing wrong with that at all. They were.
No, that's not true, Jen, because you just got done saying that when Jen explained the hologram, you just got done saying that you don't believe it was a hologram. That's what loose change is talking about.
What do you mean?
Holograms and missiles.
They think it was a plane they hit or not a plane they hit, you say?
They think it was holograms and missiles.
Well, Well, I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, what I saw was a plane hit. That's what I saw. Was it a plane now? Who knows? But that's what I saw, and I only saw.
Yeah, I mean,
it
the
from
evidence
news
is that it was a plane.
On the day. What I'm trying to say is that the buildings had never in the history of skyscraper building have they come down due to fire, and there's lots of record of this, and since as well, since 9/11 they've never collapsed. Okay,
that last one's a drone.
Let me just finish. When you look closely at what's going on, you will see explosions. You hear explosions. You've got eyewitnesses' accounts and testimonies that they heard explosions, several, just like a controlled demolition. Pop, 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 pop. I saw the smoke come in and I started running, he said. These people, their own testimonies, okay?
What sound do floors that are 2 acres across make when they collapse at near free fall speeds?
Right.
They don't. It's like feathers.
Okay.
Yeah. When you pulverize millions of tons of concrete, it makes no sound?
Actually,
not if you're not there, like a tree in the
also
forest.
not a drone, Sean. That's not a drone either.
That last one, that last picture, that's a drone. I can even show you.
They're calling this it's a modified version of the well-known Hellfire missile.
Wow. Okay, I'll show you exactly.
It says it carries an inert warhead. Instead of exploding, it's designed to plunge into more than 100 pounds of metal. Blah blah blah.
Can you post the link that you're reading from?
Right now, the actual Twin Towers, the floors were 1 acre in size each. 1 acre in size, not 2 acres, by the way.
Okay, but again, the point is that it's millions and millions of pounds of information evacuating an entire floor of air in a split second. That's going to make an explosive sound.
That's Gio. That link you just posted, that's not the one with that drone looking one in there. Or did you subscribe? Are you signed into Wall Street or something?
I'm gonna say
no.
Because I don't see where you got that picture from. That's what I was talking about.
The whole
Hellfire missiles are tiny.
Well, I mean, my only point in this is that there's a lot of missiles that look like airplanes. That's my only point.
No, but hang on.
Whatever they would have used in 9/11, all they would have had to do is have something. I don't think they used holograms. I know that's an idea, but I don't think they would have had to do that. I mean, it would have been far enough away. The thing is, that second hit, it came from off the water. You know what I mean? So it's not like anyone would have been directly under it. So it was, cloudy, whatever, would have been far away. So whatever people would have seen, they would have seen something that looked like a fuselage with wings of some sort. They wouldn't have necessarily been looking with binoculars and anything like that. It would have just there was a noise and there was an explosion. Yeah, I'm not doubting some people saw a thing. That's why I do think they used a missile on the second hit. The first hit they wouldn't have had to, because nobody would have been looking up anyways. Why would you even have to use anything on the first hit, right? That's the one that flew over New York City. That would have been much more visible to people, and there would have been no reason to fly anything. That one just needed to explode. And and then the second one is the one that would have had to have something that looked like an airplane because people would be seeing it.
Okay, hang on. So that drone that you posted and in the article, and you said it holds holisters. One, I was asking where you got the picture from for that reason, but more importantly, you understand that that's a drone and the missiles that they're using are what you see attached to that drone.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not really. That's not really that relevant. I'm just pointing out that all of these that I posted, there's a lot of missiles that look like airplanes. That's my really point. Whether these are specific drones or what they are, that's fine. I'm just saying that they could have used a drone. It doesn't. Whatever it is, there's a lot of explosive devices that look like airplanes.
They could have
is my
used
main
a
point.
plane.
None of them look like a Hellfire missile. Does not explode like that.
I think you're missing the point. I'm not trying to say that this is what they use. I'm pointing out that there's a bunch of different types of missiles that look like airplanes. That's my only point. Because
whatever it was,
but they don't not equal in size though.
Whatever it was carried thousands of gallons of fuel.
No, it's not the fuel that exploded. No. It's not the fuel that exploded. It's the missile. It's a missile hit.
We see the fuel burning.
Keep saying, okay.
Fuel fire.
Hang on. Gio, you keep saying that you're not saying that it was a missile. You're just saying that the military has missiles that look like planes, but then you're saying it was a missile.
I am saying yes. I think the second building was hit by a missile that had wings and a fuselage and was dressed up to look like a commercial airliner.
Why can't they just use a commercial airline?
Because a commercial airliner would not have penetrated the building like that, nor would it have exploded with a perfect, consistent, beautiful explosive that they could put on TV to make everyone afraid. A real airplane would have bounced off. A real airplane would have bounced off the side of the building, fallen on the ground. There'd be shit everywhere. Wings. It wouldn't have even penetrated the building, nor would it have exploded.
You know, a Cessna penetrated the World Trade Center, or not the Empire State Building, right?
Yeah.
A Cessna penetrated the Empire State Building. You'd understand that, right? 500
miles an hour. The glass was going to stop that aircraft.
Right.
Steel girders. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I can. Hey, that's I'm happy you said
steel
that.
Girders.
I'm happy you said that, Gio, because when that structure was not a solid steel. Those girders you're talking about had a gap of 30 feet between the horizontal ones, and between the vertical ones had at some points between 30 and 80 feet between them at certain parts of that building. And I can tell you that for sure, for 1,000% fact, because I have someone that worked on it.
Have any of you guys in here? Has anyone in here watched the entire September Clues documentary?
No.
Not yet. No.
Okay. Because what I will say, and of course, everyone can come to their own conclusions and everything, but that one, the amount of evidence in there, direct, absolute evidence and analysis done of the actual video footage and showing all of it to detail. And of course, you can come to your own conclusion, but to me, 1,000% shows that they use CGI airplanes. So that is for sure that they added CGI airplanes. So if they had a real airplane, why would they need to add CGI airplanes for the news?
Wait, what the okay. What about all the because you started off with hologram, then you said missiles. Then you said
I never said it was a hologram. I said it was not. I've said the same thing the whole time. The second building
I thought you said
was hit by a missile. Yeah, and then they still CGI. Okay, you have to watch September Clues if you want to hear know what I'm referring to.
Can you post that link for me?
They added.
Or should I just find it?
It's called on the fly masking. They masked. It's a masking layer of what looks like a commercial airline is what they put on the masking in terms of the actual live video footage.
What's the name of it again?
September Clues. You should be able to find it. It's out there.
And they did this all so that
I've been looking for stuff
also.
lately. I've been able to find anything. And I've been looking.
All right. Well, I mean, the censorship is bad these days, but I mean, if you go to Clues forum, because they have a whole community. They're actually against flat Earth, but there's a whole thing called Clues forum, and it's like, I'll find it.
I'm looking right now. I can't find it in YouTube.
Maybe New York is actually just an entire island of crisis actors.
Did Simon Scheck? Is that the guy who made it?
I don't know. That's Clues forum, which looks like it's a pretty outdated website. I assume they have, but I mean, I could find the actual link.
Yeah, that'd be great because I've been trying to find it and I haven't found it yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've censored the hell out of it, but I mean, we still have links for it. I mean, it's been around. Here, let me see here. Oh, here's the actual site, septemberclues.info. Let me post this. Yeah, forget about the Clues forum. That's like the community part. If you go to this septemberclues.info, I'm sure you can download the whole thing, 92 minutes, and then there's an addendum as well September Clues addendum. But I mean, those are just absolutely fascinating. I mean, just watching those, it's incredible what he does. I mean, this guy's like a professional graphic artist guy, so he knows how to, he knows like how a lot of this is done. But the thing is it's not like, it's not just theory. It's not just like his ideas. It's not just, he's actually showing you the timing of the video feeds. It's incredible. I mean, I actually want to watch it again. It's so good.
Which one should I watch? The 2008 one or 2010 one?
2008, obviously. The older
like
one is the better one.
The 2010 is only 10 minutes. That's just a little added one. So yeah, I would say the real documentary, the 92-minute one.
Okay, Gio, I'm gonna watch this, and so we can have a conversation about it later on. Is that okay?
I'm gonna watch it again because it was
I'm glad everybody's watching it. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, folks? Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised that Sean hasn't seen footage of the Twin Towers being controllably destroyed, pulverized floor by floor.
Because they didn't.
Have you seen that?
I've seen the footage of them falling, and there was not a controlled demolition.
Sean, I'm going to ask you again. Are you sure that you've never seen, because in the videos that I've posted, it's clearly there. You see the building and you see the material being ejected out as it's coming down right in front of your eyeballs.
Okay, Jen, to entertain the BS, post the link. I'll watch your video too. Tomorrow we'll talk about it.
Okay. I posted a lot of videos, man. You never watch any of them, eh? Okay. That's how you roll, is it? All right.
Did you look at any of my posts about the NEST report?
Yeah, I didn't look at your NIST report because everything that NIST says goes against the laws of nature and the laws of physics.
Even though you said NEST said there was free fall.
Well, yeah, because they agreed. When I said NEST said, what I did actually mean to say was they agreed, okay, that there was a 12-foot initial 2.25 second.
You understand that you saying NEST agreed is the same thing as the guy in the video saying NEST said. Why wouldn't you record that? That sounds like something you would want to record so people could hear.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that according to them, the experts in the field, yeah, these are architects that build for their lives, and when you combine their knowledge and their experience, 30,000 years. These are architects. They build buildings so that people can be safe in them. They know how to construct them, yeah? And the Twin Towers, in particular, were the strongest buildings ever built. They don't build them like that anymore. That's true. At the time they were built, they were the tallest and the most strongest secure structures ever built regarding skyscrapers. And you keep saying not true, but that's the fact, that they were the tallest
it's not the fact.
and the best ever built. They don't build them that good today.
They were the tallest. Okay. It was not the best ever built. There was actually a shit ton of issues with the building of it. Again, I'll repeat this.
Yes,
I know this for a fact.
I'm not disputing
because I personally know someone that was close to me who literally worked on the Twin Towers when they were being erected.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that fact. For example, they had the asbestos problem. They also had, in modern times now, they needed refurbishing. Cables and communications all had to be updated. So they were known as pink elephants, very low occupancy. But for structural integrity is what we're talking about here. Structural integrity, they don't build them that secure these days. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they do. They build them a lot better now. Matter of fact, the World Trade Centers before they fell were actually were retrofitted to be better because they weren't structurally enough.
But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, those buildings are not. They don't build them as strong as those Twin Towers. Those Twin
Do you
towers
build skyscrapers?
Those Twin Towers came down via explosion only. That's the only way they can come down. They could not come down any other way. And how you don't understand that?
And you base that? Are you basing that on your expertise?
Surprises me indeed. But when you see when you watch the videos, you're gonna learn a lot. And then you got to watch Stephen Jones as well.
Okay. If you don't, do you really think that I've never watched any 9/11 videos that said things like that?
I can't believe that you have done, because if you have done, I don't, and you understand science and physics Are you a heliocentrist?
Understanding engineering is important too, huh? You think understanding? Do you understand engineering is important to know too, right?
Yes, engineering.
Okay.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
just checking.
Yeah, you could take a piece of I-beam, Jen, and put it over a campfire, and eventually that I-beam will sag due to the heat.
Yeah, yes, I know. But you know what they did in the video that I watched? I've seen that one where they put an I-beam over it, okay, over some jet fuel. It was untreated. It wasn't fireproofed. It's still, what I'm trying to say to you is that these buildings, the I-beams and the office fires, for example. Now, this again, this is in this own report, according to Richard Gage, AAA. They said that the fires did not persist in any one particular place for more than 20 to 30 minutes. And that's the standard that everybody agrees.
That's not true. That's not true. And no, hang on. Jen, that's not true. And the reason you say, the only reason you're saying that is because you also say that all the jet fuel was burnt off as well.
The completion of what I got to say. And you're jumping in. What I'm saying to you is this, that the industry have come to an understanding that in office fires, generally the equipment that's therein burns up within 20 to 30 minutes, and then the fire moves on to look for other combustibles. And as the fire moves away, the steel is already convecting away the heat along the beams and girders. These girders were treated to withstand that kind of temperature for 3 hours regarding the girders.
And here's why you're wrong, Jen. Jen, what you're saying is period. It's wrong, period. Jen, this is where you're wrong, Jen, and I'm going to explain to you where you're wrong. Okay, you understand that that fires that happen in buildings happen at different degrees based on what ignites them, what fuels them, correct?
I have to agree with that. Correct.
Okay, understand this. The fire-treated beams that were in that building were not meant to withstand the burn of jet fuel. That is the difference. Those fire-treated beams that were in there were based on what would happen if there was a fire that broke out in the building, and that fire is a lot cooler than a jet fuel fire.
Yep.
Right. Now, can I let me just take it step by step with you. Building number 7, nothing hit this building. No plane hit it. Okay? There's your first problem there.
Yes, no one said an airplane. No one has ever said. Hang on. No one has ever. No, but what you just said is no. No one ever said. No one ever said a plane hit Building 7. No one ever said that.
Did I not let you speak completely?
No one ever said a plane hit Building 7.
It is fair to give Jen his time. I mean,
but who said? Okay, Jen. But who said a plane hit Building 7?
Did I not let you speak completely? So you're going to have to let me speak completely, yeah? Okay.
Well, I think the only thing, Jen, is that if you say 4 or 5 points, it's just like people might want to respond to one of them. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying 4 or 5 points. I hadn't even finished the first point, and they're jumping in.
Just moved to Building 7.
Right.
We weren't talking about Building 7.
Let me carry on with what I'm saying. You said it was jet fuel, okay? Okay, let me take your jet fuel only. When we see the planes hit, okay, the architects and the experts in engineering and building, okay, listen to what they said. Don't interrupt. When we see the plume, that's 90% of the fuel is taken up in explosion. That's what they said. What do you say about that?
Wait. Who said that?
This is the engineers, right? Architects and engineers said this.
Okay, just so we're clear, Gio, do you think that architects and engineers know about how jet fuel burns?
Sure.
Really, you think so?
It depends on what their focus is.
Okay, well, him saying that these architects and engineers say that 98% of the jet fuel burnt off on impact is crap.
Well, that's what they said, though.
Who?
That's what they said. Okay,
Who?
now can I carry on? They said that there was no fuel left behind, right? Listen, for it to cascade all the way down and to bring down this building, okay? Because you would need fire for the building to come down. It's not coming down.
Not the whole building.
But hang on. hang on, let me finish now. And this is correct because they were burning for at least 50 minutes. During that time, you see black smoke. The experts these architects and the firefighters alike, they said when you see the black smoke, it means that the actual materials that are burning are finished. It's indicative to the fire going out. And that would be in keeping with the people you see waving for help during all that time. Okay? Go ahead.
For one, 98% of the jet fuel was not burnt off in impact. Step one. Step two, understand this. Even in the understanding of how it would have happened, how it works, period, along with Ness's report, it is very clearly stated that jet fuel, the fire that was ignited by the jet fuel, is in the intense heat that it produced, is what weakened the beams.
Like I said, yeah. Like I said.
And here's a better one. Here's a better one. Here's a better one for you, Jen. In a controlled demolition, there's no black smoke.
We're not talking about the controlled demolition at this point. We're talking about where the plane hit. We said 50 minutes. So I'm not talking about it going down. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where the people were in the areas where the floors was supposed to be on fire, but you see people waving for help. The fire was already out, is what I'm saying. And the experts say when you see the black smoke, okay, it's indicative that the fuel that's in there is burnt out. The fire is actually out. And what you're seeing is black smoke.
But you understand that we still saw fires during that time period.
Not when you see the people hanging out the windows or
yes, on other parts of that building are still on fire.
Hang on a second, please. You see where the plane went in the exit, the entrance, the gap, the hole, what the plane left behind here, supposedly. You see people on the floors waving for help. No fire there. Smoke only. No fire.
Do you think those were real, Jim? Do you think those were real people, or do you think that was all? Because some people think that was actually filmed, at a complete separate day, separate time.
That's just ridiculous.
On a mock setup kind of thing. Because that was part of the psyop. These people, they're jumping.
That's just,
all the jumpers.
Okay, that's just point blank disrespectful to the people that died.
All right, I know you have an opinion as well. I was asking Jen, and then you can share yours as well.
Yeah. For me, those were real people because you could see them hanging on, waving what was bits of their clothing or whatever, sheets for help, because their helicopters were flying above at the time. And they were waving for rescue, help me. Lots of people were doing this. Okay? So there was people there. That's real people, man. Real people.
Right, but it could have been filmed on a Hollywood set on a different day and then added into the news.
Some of them have been named.
That's just ridiculous, Gio.
Some have been named. Some of these have been named as well.
We're deep down the rabbit hole, Sean. Should we go deeper?
Only if you want to become more disrespectful to the people that actually died that day. I mean, that's up to you, though.
Yeah. Sean, my car number plate is 911 in remembrance of those who died. I chose that number.
And Gia and Jen, regardless of your opinion or belief of what happened, much respect for you to not go down that fucking disrespectful route.
That's not disrespectful. I think that's a conflation.
No, Gio, that's disrespectful as fuck.
Bizarre, evil people that died if somebody has a viewpoint on what happened that has something to do with respecting someone's life. That's not how it works.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm going to treat it the same way fucking Pete does that shit. And that's disrespectful as fuck. Because people died and people hurt on that shit. Well, fuck yourself. I don't know who the hell you are. Okay, you think it's bullshit based on bullshit, right? That's exactly what it is.
Let's say somebody's murdered. Okay, somebody's in their house, somebody comes and murders them. If a detective has a theory of whatever the theory is, that doesn't disrespect that person's life or death in any way, shape, or form. It's putting together thoughts and ideas of what happened. Yeah, if somebody died, that's a separate thing.
That detective isn't going, that guy didn't really fucking die.
I mean, human remains.
Maybe, if it's a fake murder, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, people. What about the human remains found on top of the Deutsche Bank?
Let's say in an extreme example, let's say a detective comes to a site and it's not even a real person that was killed. It's like a fake person. I mean, I'm just saying that could be possible.
Then the investigation ends.
Yeah, well, this is like an investigation we're talking about.
No, the problem is thousands died.
It doesn't. Right. I'm just still telling you that it's separate.
No, it doesn't. It's not. You can't. I don't know how you correlate the two. Your example. That's ridiculous.
Even if somebody has an idea that no one died on 9/11, and let's just say for real 300 people died, but let's say somebody says no one died, that's still not disrespecting the 300 people that died. That's that person's viewpoint, theory, opinion, whatever it may be.
It's disrespectful
about what happened. It has
died.
nothing to do with the fact those people dying has nothing to do with that person's theory.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
No,
people did die.
Well, I guess you had to have talked to the people that actually went up there and was picking body parts out of the wreckage. That that might give you a different perspective on it.
Oh, boo-hoo, bleeding hearts. And then you went on to justify. Then you went on to justify the murder of millions and displacement of millions and destruction of an ancient country.
Fuck are you even talking about?
A number of ancient countries.
What are you even talking about?
Yeah, you jumped in and you randomly sound like a dumbass right now.
Yeah,
I think he's talking about what happened after, right?
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with it. Yeah, nothing.
Correct.
Do you think it honors the memories of the loss of those people, all of the murdering that followed in their name?
No, because I'm not sitting here going, I'm happy they died.
Nobody said that.
None of us are.
Well, to the reverse of that first of all was in response to the bullshit you just said. Well, you think of this and the millions that died after. No one in here ever said good that it happened to them. No one is laughing about it. No one's saying that it was fake and all those millions of people didn't fucking die.
I think when people say that no one died, it would depend on the tone they use as to whether they're being disrespectful or not. It might be upsetting to people to hear that, but is the person indeed being disrespectful? That's what we've got to really ascertain here. Okay?
Any thought that no one died during 9/11 is disrespectful to the people that died.
Well, I don't know. I think that's a little bit overkill there.
I don't. I think
upsetting.
it's spot on.
Upsetting is a fair enough situation.
It might be ignorant and it might be wrong, but it's not disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, and just for the record, NIST is being sued by the architects because their report goes against the laws of physics and nature. That's why they're suing them, because some of the reports doesn't follow physics. Okay, they're being sued.
Okay,
there's 3 lawsuits.
So that's true. Now, here's the problem with what you said. Yes, there are lawsuits against the NIST report and the people that created it, whatever. The problem is what you're saying is what they're actually suing them for is the blacked out marks. They're suing because when they released it, there was a lot blocked out and it doesn't add up.
Yeah, not only that, there's 3 lawsuits, so they're separate. That might be one. There's another one where they've ignored witness testimonies, for example, and the laws of physics.
Which laws of physics?
Well, look, for example, that buildings don't come down to fire. That's the law of physics.
Okay. If I show you right now other buildings that are still structured that fell due to a fire, will you change your whole thought on that?
Can I tell you something? Listen to clearly what I'm saying here.
No, but can you answer that real quick?
No, let me just listen, will you? For as I've always said, right, never in the history of skyscraper building, right, have they fallen due to fire. Now, these buildings have to fall into a criteria of a high standard, and in this particular case, still fire-protected steel buildings.
Okay. First, I've already explained why.
Never collapsed into their footprint.
Okay.
Never collapsed.
One, World Trade Center did not fall into its footprint. There was debris everywhere. Second, I've already explained that those fire or those beams that were coded for fire weren't coded to protect against the temperatures that jet fuel produces.
That's where you're wrong. That's why they're being sued. You're wrong on that. You're wrong.
No, I'm not at all. I'm not at all.
You are absolutely wrong on that.
Absolutely not wrong at all.
Because, like we said, building number 7 didn't have any fucking fuel, and that building came down into its own footprint at free fall speeds. Okay.
Okay.
Or
wait.
almost.
Wait. Did you say nothing hit building 7?
When I say nothing in the way of aeroplanes, yeah.
You're correct. No one ever has said
that also came down at free fall speeds. That's all included in it.
No, okay. So maybe you just purposely ignore it, but we've already gone over how that's not true either.
What do you mean that's not true?
Okay, so Jen, did the whole building come down at free fall speeds, or did you say that the top section came down at free fall?
I said to you that it came down right at 6.87 seconds.
Said 7 seconds.
Hang on a second, please. Don't interrupt. You then read your report, the NIST report, and it said 5 point something seconds.
Oh,
okay,
it said 3.9.
Yeah, but then you said the whole thing into its footprint was 5 point something seconds. Yes or no?
Yes, there were 2 sections.
Thank you very much.
And there were two sections that collapsed.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, it fell into its own footprint at 5 point whatever the seconds is. That's free fall as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
So
fire.
You understand?
No, hang on a second, please. As far as I'm concerned, fire can never do that, will never do that, and it didn't happen on that day.
If I show you other buildings that were still structured that had fallen, will you change your opinion?
Somebody should tell all these professional demolition people that spend months planning to drop buildings into their own footprint that all they have to do is just light them on fire and they'll just drop into their own footprint in a couple of hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
what a fucking joke.
No, the best part is it's clear that you have no clue how these things work.
No, you have no clue, Sean.
No, actually, I do.
Funny though. Rams, that's funny.
Yeah, I literally do. Want to know how
all I have to do is start a fire up at the top, and the whole thing will fall.
On multiple control demos.
Yeah,
so I know the steps that it takes to do that. I know what happens when they use a control demo. For one, second, and when it comes to that fire, when it comes to the fire, I can show you how those beams were treated for the fire resistance and what temperature they're rated at compared to what jet fuel burns at.
Show me nothing, Sean.
You want me to?
Know, Sean.
Would you like me to?
And I know for sure that
no, you don't.
On the day,
no, you
those
don't.
fires did not burn at that rate.
Okay. Even though it did. Okay.
Yeah.
And the best part is you don't want me to show that what I'm saying is.
I've got to stop shouting. That was my wife. My wife says, "Stop shouting, Jim."
Because unlike what you're saying, I actually come from an experience in these things. Like I've been at demos, I've witnessed setting up control demos. I've talked to someone, literally, who was there on site. Building.
Sean, you're talking to people.
So I know exactly how it works.
You're talking to people that understand.
No, I'm not.
Control demolition.
No, I'm not.
How long? Well, you're just going to keep talking now, right? You're talking to people here.
Who here?
Sean
understands control demos.
Sean, you're going to be like this, are you? Look, you're talking to people who fully understand what it takes to set up a building to be brought down under a controlled demolition. Okay.
Okay. Who here has ever witnessed a controlled demo in the setup?
I have seen the setup. I've witnessed it from start to finish, right? And
Where?
Jim?
Where?
On
okay,
TV.
perfect. I've been there in person.
Yep, me.
Oh wow, in person. Wow.
Yeah. You know what that means? That means I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about versus people who have never actually been involved in any part of it, thinking they know.
Sean, I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. I'm sorry, bro. You don't.
You're an arrogant prick.
Yes, I do, Sean.
Okay, then Rimsey, you're just ignorant.
Sean, now you're throwing insults everywhere, Sean.
No. If he's gonna say that to me, I'm gonna say that to him. And I wasn't saying I specifically said his name. Jen, I specifically said his name because I did not direct that towards you.
Yeah, okay, good. But Sean, what I'm trying to say to you is this here, look. You're saying that we can't understand anything about controlled demolition just from sitting in the armchair and watching how it's being done? We can't know anything?
I'm basing that off of what you said that you know about it.
I know about it. I know a lot about it. Yeah.
No, you don't, because when I've corrected you in the steps of control demo,
You
how
haven't corrected me, Sean.
Haven't?
Sean, you haven't corrected
Okay,
me
let me.
because
I'll correct you right now. I'll correct you right now. The only way to get a building to fall into its own footprint is to start the demo at the bottom.
Yeah,
You stated. Your exact words were the architects and engineers said that they did a controlled demo and they did it from top to bottom. That's exactly what you said.
No, you just twisted that around again, Sean.
Okay. How about this, Jay?
Sean, when you said that initially they have to take the bottom out, did I or did I not agree with you instantly? Did I or did I not? Did I not say you're absolutely 100% correct? Did I not say that?
Yeah, that's the problem, Jen, because I've also heard you say that the engineers and architects confirmed that it was a controlled demo and the way they did it was from the top to the bottom.
That's correct. When you're looking at the Twin Towers, that was a top. When you see it coming down, it's coming down from the top downwards, is it not?
It is.
Okay, not through demo. Okay. If you said controlled demo, this is how I know you don't understand. If you set up a controlled demolition on a skyscraper, the demo, the blasts that start, they all start on the main supporting beams at the bottom, and it works its way up. And when put it this way, everything from a quarter of the way up has nothing to do with making the building fall. That is to make it fall into its own footprint. The important part is the blast starts at the bottom. When the towers fell and everyone was like, all that concrete dust, that's from explosions. If that were the case, we would have seen that through the whole building and it would have started at the bottom.
Well, look, it started at the bottom because they blew out the bottom, as we know that. They took so that it would fall into its own footprint. And as for the actual towers coming down now, it came down controlled because it came down at free fall. Yes, it was an explosion rather than implosion. I mean, for it to work the best, they should have tried to bring it all inwards. But at the rate it came down, the explosion was so powerful. I mean, 2 to 3 ton, 4 ton girders are being hurled across the road. That kind of force, they said, could hurl a 200-pound cannonball 3 miles. So it's definitely exploding outwards.
Or when the building started collapsing and things from that height fall, it didn't fall straight down. And again, that building that you talked about, because I actually just looked, from World Trade Center to I think it's a European banking building or some shit like that, some banking building. It's literally, ready for this? 60 feet away from the World Trade Center, the building itself.
Well, when you look at the video that I'm watching, it's going to show you, it states at the bottom, and the scale and everything, 600 feet away, debris was found. 600 feet.
Yeah.
But hang on, I'm not finished, right? So 60 feet is nothing, right? 600 feet, okay?
And the difference between that is the 600, the stuff that was 600 foot away was also stated that it came from the impact. Those steel beams, those steel beams weren't there when the plane hit. The steel beams happened when the road train came down.
As far as I'm concerned, to hurl a beam 60 foot away from that building is still a lot of force required.
It didn't launch it across the street. It launched it from how high?
Just from the falling down. And they showed you in the video that I was telling you about to watch, they explained to you that there was debris found 600 feet away, and in order for that to actually get that far, 160 miles an hour it was traveling at, the forces. Okay.
And like I just said, when the plane hit and that big explosion happened was when that debris that was 600 feet away happened.
No, not at all, because they showed you the video in slow motion of bits flying off slowly horizontally. They show you slow motion. That's why I'm asking you. Have you seen the video of the building?
Jen, I've asked you to post the video again already. I've asked you to post a video. I've asked you to post a video. I stated that I was going to watch yours, and I was going to watch the one Gio told me to watch, and I was going to come back tomorrow and have a conversation about it. I still haven't seen you post it again.
Okay, well, I'll post it again for you shortly. Please don't make wild claims that when the plane hit that good. That's silly.
No, I didn't. Again, you're not listening because I stated very clearly those steel beams, when they hit that building, did not happen when the plane hit. It happened when the building collapsed, and that is exactly what you would think would happen at that distance from 1,000 feet up.
Yeah, okay. When you watch this video, you're going to see how the pieces of material are being hurled horizontally, and they give you the speed as well. And then they tell you that kind of velocity can hurl a 200-pound cannonball 3 miles.
Okay, and just so we're clear, Jen, when I watch this video and you're talking about the debris that flies out horizontally, is this going to be once the building started collapsing and as debris, or are they going to show the steel beam doing it?
Well, the one thing I think we can all agree on is that 7-Eleven was a part-time job.
Yeah.
We got to get some comedy in here. You guys are going at it. I don't think you're going to convince each other. So
it's not about. That's not how I ask Jen. When I watch your link, and you're talking about these beams and stuff flying out horizontally, is it going to be concrete dust and debris, or am I going to see a steel beam?
You're going to see when you look at, you're going to see beams coming out horizontally within the dust, coming out of the dust. It's all done for you slow motion. You're going to see it clear. There'll be no mistaking. And then they're telling you what of the forces to initiate that kind of what you're looking at. Okay, so I'm going to post everything as soon as I can. I'm going to post you 3. You need to watch 3 videos because you're going to watch building number 7 and how that came down. Watch it from start to finish. Then you're going to watch
Jen
part 2.
Only show me the link that shows the horizontal debris. That's the only one I want to watch.
No, I can't. I'm going to show you.
Okay, which one of the 3 is going to show me the debris stuff?
So you have to choose from the 3, really, at the end of the day.
But which one is going to show me about the debris?
That's the thing. You've got to watch them all. Otherwise, look. I've invested time in this just like you have. Invest a little bit more time to understand. This is material you've never seen. You've never seen these videos before. It's an architect's guide to what happened. I mean, you'd want to watch that, wouldn't you? You'd want to watch that. These are architects.
I'll start with the one that talks about the debris and the explosions in the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just going to post it all and take your pick.
But which one is it? I mean, I asked Gio which one I'd watch. It wasn't like he was like, you have to watch them all. No, I don't have time to watch them all, Jen. Which one?
Yeah, you're going to have to watch them all, man.
Okay, well, then there's a problem. I'm going to pick one, and hopefully there is, because I don't have time to watch the 3 separate videos. 4, actually.
You're going to have to watch them all, man. You've got to watch them. You've got to watch them. You know why? You were talking, hang on. You were talking about respecting the dead and all this. This man, Richard Gage, AIA, the reason why he compiled these 3 videos is in respect of the dead. And if you're carrying on the way you're carrying on with respecting the dead, then out of respect, you will watch all 3 of them. My car number plate is 911.
It doesn't quite work that way.
I'm showing the highest respect. I'm showing the highest respect, mate. My car in registration. 911. Okay? So I shit you not, man. If you have respect for the dead, you will watch all 3 of them. To learn how to, okay? Simple as that, man.
That doesn't work that way. If I don't watch all 3 of your videos, it doesn't mean I'm being disrespectful to the dead.
That's my standard of integrity.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I reckon it is. I liken it to that myself, I'm afraid. That you don't really want to know the truth about the... you postulate, but you don't really follow through, and that's really indecent, really, at the end of the day, you know? You want to know the truth. In all honesty, you will watch them all and say, yes, Jin, CBR1, it's great to know you. I was a fool. I made a mistake.
Okay.
I don't know where my head was.
Jen, if that's the case, if that's the case, and you are looking for truth and knowing what happened,
I posted one for you.
You'll scroll back up and you'll read all the screenshots and things I was writing about this conversation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't sound like
you read them out. You heard it clearly anyway.
Huh?
What if you guys both?
What you said about?
What if you guys both
switch positions?
Like you both review each other's material, then you come back arguing, but on the other position now.
Yeah. Well, that's never going to happen.
Hello.
But that would be funny, though.
What
That would be funny, yeah.
What are we bringing to the table today?
Okay, so number 2 is what I watch.
Tennis.
Well, we just hammered out again for this week. Unbelievable the stance people take, right in the bare face of the laws of nature, the Creator's laws. You're going against here. Wow, honestly, the laws of the Creator you're fighting against.
Nito, we've been talking about one of your favorite topics.
One of my favorite topics?
9/11.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you missed it. They were going hard. Yeah, well, it's probably best that I missed that.
So, Gio, I'm going to watch when you said you wanted me to watch, and Jen, I will watch number 2, part 2, because that's the one with the demo, I guess. I'm going to guess. And then I'll come back and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Sounds good?
If you watch the first one, that I posted from start to finish, you'll come up with the material I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I said I was going to watch.
Yo, Jen.
And the other one, because it covers everything. Okay, everything's covered. When you finish watching that, you will learn how the buildings came down for sure.
Only then will you learn, young
And this
Padawan.
is just yes, and that's only a drop in the information that I have, the material I have to bring to bear to this topic matter. Pentagon is another one, man. Oh, that's just, I love this, man.
Hey, Jen, I don't know if this is like a me issue or a you issue. And I can hear what you're saying, but your mic is kind of breaking up at some points.
Yeah, that's a me issue. That's mine. Sorry about that. That's me.
It's been pretty good recently. I didn't know if you knew. Yeah, I can hear him and all that. Before it gets any worse.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Thanks for bringing that up to my attention. Yeah, it happens from time to time. You know, my Wi-Fi does play up, and my problem is I've got like my neighbours as well. They've got their Wi-Fi's on the go, so I get bled on. Their signals interfere with my signals, if you know what I mean.
Well, next we can finally settle the moon landings.
War.
Yeah, the 9/11 is still going on strongly, but Jin doesn't give in because it's to give
Jin
in.
who?
Die.
Jin who?
Yeah, you're breaking up, man.
I said
sorry,
Jin
you
who?
broke up. Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said. You broke up. Sorry.
Never mind.
Say that again.
Never mind.
You cut up. You broke up when you were talking. So what did you say?
It's all good.
Well, you're laughing, but I didn't hear what you said.
He said Jin who?
Yeah, Jin CBR1.
Jin CBR1.
Yeah, the one and only.
Coming from the flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Extraordinary, the loudest flat earther you're ever going to meet.
Loud and proud.
Loud and proud, man. When I walk, concretes break. Breaking concrete as I walk.
Flat Earth Japan quadrant.
Yeah, man. Leading it proudly. Chest out.
Destroying the sun from the lands of the rising sun.
Yeah.
Yo, you guys want to know something? I recently took a trip through the Midwest, and I can see why a lot of people think the world is flat. it's really fucking flat out there.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing how flat that shit is.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, man. What made this Earth?
Now mix that in with the fact that we've never been high enough
Earth?
to see a globe. Come on, man.
I just like, I don't know, I'm just like driving and I look out at like miles and miles of farmland and you can just like see forever. It's like, that's really flat.
If it wasn't for like the South Celestial Pole, there'd be absolutely no doubt in my mind. But I have a little bit of doubt, you know, I live with the possibility because of that. I think that's the only, and you know, kind of the ISS thing, but yeah, it's still like, you know, it's not enough for me to move away from the plane.
Nah, yeah, it's just dead flat, man. There's a beauty in that. That just level. Wow. And I got that feeling for real when I saw Jay Toller Media One, Hudson's Bay. He showed you on the Google map, and then he showed you from his camera. And fuck me, there's not one single curvature there. No degree. All of Hudson Bay. Wow. 1,000 miles. Look at that. Wow.
Except for the debunking videos with that.
Well, you do get your idiots who want to debunk anything, you know. They debunk themselves. You know what I mean? Fools. I'm not me. Here's my debunk video.
You guys sound like Kermit the Frog.
Yo, what the fuck?
Their whole life is a debunk. Idiots.
Can I not send images here? Oh, I can't. Yeah, I don't have perms. I was gonna send a picture of some place I took in northern Missouri, but
Gio will get you set up.
yeah, Gio, where are you at?
He must have stepped out.
So, Jen, if that J Toller Media 1,000-mile observation was the real deal, why can't I see mountains that are 100 miles away from me as I approach?
Because you a bit. Okay.
Shots fired? What was that? Came out of nowhere. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe your eyes should just be stronger. You ever think about that?
Maybe get rid of some of the density in the atmosphere.
But they do show up. I mean, they show up on the horizon. I could see the tips of them on the horizon at about 80 miles. They get bigger as I get closer. They grow out of the horizon. But I would think if you see 1,000 miles, like J Toller Media says, I should be able to see the whole mountain at 100 miles.
Hold up. We know the horizon moves. So what do you mean, as you get closer, they come out of the horizon? At some point, you should be able to just stay there, wait a bit, and it'll fluctuate.
So, but how does J Toller Media see 1,000 miles?
He cuts through the atmosphere.
Ah, got it.
I'm guessing. He has infrared. I know for some things he uses infrared, like photography, and cuts through a lot of the density that would otherwise, you know, the light wouldn't go through. Or it does go through, but it's just like, you know, not visible.
So for the globe earthers, like, if you still think it's a globe, what are your reasons for them faking the moon landings?
Okay, I'll tell you this one because I'm a globe earther, but I don't believe we went to the moon. Basically, the reason why, the whole reason for that was just a big flex on Russia during the Cold War. That's it. It's literally it. We went to the moon before you. Get a video, and not only does it send a message to your enemies, but it also raises morale amongst your people.
Good point. What about people? They'll have to say like, why didn't Russia tell, or why wouldn't Russia say anything?
What would they say?
Like, hey, you guys faked that. That looks like bullshit.
Well,
Maybe because there was the legacy of a recently assassinated president who you know, who made a promise that, you know, and just a principle out of fulfilling that principle, like they just had to out of pride.
I mean, would it even matter if they said it was fake?
No, I don't think it would, because what did they say about the U.S. faking their elections? They don't, because they probably faked theirs too. But it would be, to me, it would be like a company that's like if you have a large corporation and you find like a new mode to operate that's like super efficient, and the other companies aren't going to come out and say, hey, you're fucked up, Amazon. What the hell? Like, that's crazy. You're screwing all these workers. They're not, because they're wanting to make more money too. So they would just, like, they see a powerful technique, they're going to want to adopt it, not like they'd be telling on themselves, like, because everyone was using those type of things to influence and build prestige and relevance in their own countries.
Yep, it's more about morale on your countryside, like getting your people hyped up about something, which is fair. I can see why they'd do something like that, but I mean, let's be honest, there's nothing on the moon that we would even need to go there for. So, you know, I'd be kind of salty if they did go to the moon and they spent all of my fucking tax dollars on doing something like that, because there's nothing there.
Yeah, that's how I've heard a lot of people say that. Like, honestly, I wouldn't, I would have still believed, like, if people said, okay, maybe we went to the moon, but you got to consider, like, how important it was at the time. They had to make footage just in case something happened, because if you're trying to perform this in a very tense, competitive time where everyone's life's on the line, then it just blows up in your face. Like, that's a huge debacle that you can't risk. So I would have believed if they're like, yeah, we went there and they did their stuff, but then they also put on the show for the public, and it's also just like insurance policy in case something goes wrong. Like, it's just a guaranteed.
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, if you can't make it to the moon, you can't make it to the moon. That's it. No need to lie about it. You know?
Well, yeah, there is a reason to lie about it.
Well, that's only if you're being deceitful. If you're going to be deceiving people, yeah.
That's what the government does. They lie to its people. Yeah, that's nothing new.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We got
What
a
I'm
lot
saying
of
is that. Yeah, what I think is that if you're going to go to the moon and you know you weren't going to make it, then you're not going to make it. Just tell the world you didn't make it. But of course, there's too much pride at stake, isn't there? That was the problem. Too much pride at stake, so they had to lie. Because no human being will ever leave this earth to go to the moon. Never happened. It never will. We're not on Mars. We haven't got satellites. Voyager 1, Voyager 2, out of the what's the area of the solar system, well beyond the solar system. No, they're not there. The Himawari, that's not up there.
Well, I mean, we're talking about an era of like during the Red Scare, where like, you know, you really want to boost morale amongst your people. Like, look, you're on the right side of things because we're so
and Vietnam
advanced.
Vietnam had just had been going on as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
which
yeah.
was a horror show.
It was, wasn't it?
So it's basically just like space propaganda to keep what'd you say, to boost morale?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that viewpoint. Completely understand that, yeah.
If they're
There's
willing to
logic
lie,
in what you said there.
if they're willing to lie on that large of a scale, that'd take a lot of organization and a lot of effort and resources put into it. How do we
Not
tell
really.
them?
I mean, how many people went to the moon? Like 3? So who would have to keep the lie?
Like 12. Yeah, I agree. I think with
12 people in
compartmentalization,
total.
you don't need to tell everyone the whole story of what's going on. And they did look really disappointed. Like somebody was posting pictures the other day of the first people to climb Mount Everest versus the first people to go to the moon. And like the people from Everest were like super happy and they look like they just conquered the whole world. And then the people that went to the moon looks like they were led on for like 10 years that you're going to get to go to the moon, bro. And then they ended up getting let down after a while of, hey, we can't really go, but we're gonna just say that we did.
You can't really go, but you're fighting the fight against the communists. That's probably what they told them.
But to me, it honestly did look like they had, like, they really wanted to go and they really like believed in it and their training, and like it just at some point they realized, like they broke it to them that we're not actually going to be able to go, and
yeah.
But I don't.
Fizzled out.
It doesn't seem exactly like, I don't know, just the amount of disappointment they seem to have. It doesn't seem like they were in the whole time of, hey, we're never going to go, but we need you to train and to act like you're going the whole time so it looks more authentic. It looks like they actually thought that they were going to get to go.
Yeah. I mean, even Gus Grissom, right? He believed he was going to go, but he just felt that the equipment being built wasn't capable. Do you understand? And he was definitely very vocal about the stuff that was being made. He didn't think that the stuff that was being made was capable of getting to the moon, getting them to the moon. And he was very vocal about that. That's why they killed him. So, yeah, I think you're right.
And they didn't go to the moon, bro. They didn't go to the moon. We noticed. Now, did anyone see that magnetic dip compass Moyak posted?
No, I never saw that.
I've never heard of that before, but he's got this thing hanging in the middle of a string. Oh, let me see if I can find it again. It was up there a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, scroll up a little bit.
Thank you.
He's saying that is pointing down. I don't know. It's just a piece of. It looks like some magnets on a string or something.
Plumb bob. My imagination is it like a
No,
plumb
that ain't
bob?
a plumb bob. This is some weird shit that I never seen. What's up, Jen?
I'm scrolling now. How far back do I have to go?
I was at 5:28 p.m. That's my time, though. I don't know about. It was within the last. Hold on.
5 minutes?
2 hours. 2 hours ago.
2 hours.
It's only a couple scrolls on the mouse wheel. There wasn't a lot of talking. It's like a one text. Listen, it's like a dresser. It's like a dresser with a string attached to it, like a brown dresser. It's a giant picture. You can't miss it. You debunked the This was right before you debunked the ISS.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see that picture?
I'm looking at it now. Looking at it, yeah. What is this thing?
That's what I was trying to. I said that exactly in that tone in my head.
Piece of fucking wood. It's a piece of wood on a bloody bit of nylon string.
I don't know. That object is out of focus, crazy, but it could be magnets. It could be like those cylinder magnets or something, or I don't know what that is. But I mean, attributing the dip to How do we know that thing's even, or I don't know?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, magnets point to magnetic north. There you go. Finished. You know, pointing upwards, downwards. What's going on there, man? Come on, please.
I don't know what's going on with this one here. They do say it dips, though. They do say it dips when you get to the south and the north.
Well, I mean, this is what they say, but no one's witnessed that. Come on, man. You've got to go there. Just like they said they went to the moon, yeah? Sake.
I don't know. What if it did dip, though? What would that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know what that would mean. It just means it dips. Very powerful magnet right there. Like,
that's what I always say. I'm like, okay, the magnet dips now. So what?
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like they always have these things, and I'm like, and I'll be like, all right, just agree to it. You know, everyone's scared to agree to shit. It's like, just agree to that, and then now what?
Exactly. Now what?
And it's usually yeah, usually after you agree to that, they pop a fallacy out or something.
Exactly. You know what I mean? You know, and like we said, no one's been there.
I was telling these guys last night, half their shit is an affirming the consequent fallacy. If P then Q. Like if I have weight change, if there's weight change at different latitudes, then the Earth is rotating. I see weight change at latitudes, therefore the Earth is whatever the format.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a piece of gold weighs more higher up than down on Earth. Damn thing.
Yeah, but what does that mean? That doesn't mean the Earth is spinning, though. That's just an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah, I just think it's silly. You know, I don't believe that a piece of gold weighs less up on the mountains than it does on the ground. It's just the same weight. But you know, it's the same weight.
An EQ mount is another affirming the consequent fallacy. You know, you could put the half the shit they say into that phrase if P then Q phrasing, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they say that the scales work differently higher up on altitude. I don't know.
You know? Oh man, where'd Nito go?
That'd be marginal. If it's the case, atmospheric pressure not pressing down on the scale as much, perhaps. Maybe that's what it is. But the gold still weighs the same. You know, that weight of that gold hasn't changed just because there's air pressure less. It's all the same. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I'm still the same weight. Even if I am in water. The fact that we cannot see the sun above the horizon in the South Pole speaks volumes, period. Not to mention the fact that there's no measurable curvature. So, you know, there's just too many anomalies to fix for that globe to be real. It's never going to be fixed because it doesn't exist. And those buildings came down at free fall speeds, almost free fall, right on the linear line, right on it. We can't get any more free fall than that.
Yeah, that did look pretty close to free fall.
Yeah,
the dots were kind of right on that line.
Those circles were right on the line, weren't they? They were right on the line. Fucking hell, some of them were right over the line.
Well, you got a couple microns off, so I guess.
Yeah. What I tried to get at as well is that from the Twin Towers out to the river, it was covered in 3 inches of dust. Apparently, the concrete was pulverized into dust, as we all saw. But amongst that dust was the thermite and nanothermite residue, together with other material, all related to thermatic charges. Yeah. So and some of them were used to. Yeah, shape charge.
So, Jen, have you seen a lot of the movies? Like people will show their interpretation of how they're basically trying to signal 9/11 in some way. Have you seen a lot of those?
What do you mean? Give me an
Like,
example.
like Back to the Future or other movies where they.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I have, and it's shocking.
Yeah, I've seen enough of them that it does start to look more probable to me, at least, that the things are built with the intention of being brought down. Because it's I don't know, some of them were a little bit older, and it just seemed like prevalent enough and like signaled enough that I don't know. To me, it seems more plausible. Like especially it was built 33 years prior to being taken down. I mean, when you understand like the cabal, or what do they call it, Kabbalah, like all the Kabbalistic, and they're like, if you try and understand their belief systems, it starts to kind of seem like something that they would do.
Yeah, but my only reason for that to be rather impossible is that these bombs, they go off, they get damp. You can't have this kind of material lying around for years. You can't. It won't work. You risk them not working.
What if they're hiding technology from us though? Like they could have ways to pull it off that you wouldn't really think of or think is possible.
Okay, that's always a possibility. Yes, I mean.
Hey, have you heard of the B Project? Did you ever hear of the B Project?
No, what's that?
Rings a bell. I can't remember it now.
It's like this idea that like so like George Bush's brother ran the security for the Twin Towers, right?
That's correct.
So within the couple of weeks that were prior to like the event, allegedly, there was like this like it was like a film project that was given like all access to the fucking building.
Yeah.
And it was like this idea that it was like a bunch of, fucking Mossad agents that basically fucking went in and planted it all.
Yeah.
You had college kids and fucking, and that's why you got the dancing Israelis and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, on the van and that. Yeah, I mean, I saw that one as well. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, how weird that like George Bush's brother.
It was George Bush's brother and cousin, by the way. Brother and cousin that were head of security for the Twin Towers and Building Number 7, and for that whole complex actually. And the company was called Securicom.com. That was them. Securicom. That was the name of the company that they worked for. So
Did you guys see the new 9/11 footage that came out like 2 days ago?
No, I haven't seen it.
No, can you give us a link to that, please?
Yeah, one sec.
New 9/11 material came out. Wow, good stuff.
But sometimes it seems like they give like the mainstream event and then like the mainstream like conspiracy, and then maybe what actually happened is like way beyond what you would like think or expect.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at how long the court cases are taking though, because these architects are suing NIST for misrepresenting the truth in a way, several ways.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think they're ever like. It's basically like you'd have to wait for them to like arrest themselves and like bust themselves. I don't think we're gonna get any accountability.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. No, they're not going to do that. That's for sure.
Oh, this is interesting, Issa. So this one's supposed to be new. Like this is somebody was sitting on this or something, or what's the story on this?
No. The name Kevin seems familiar. That sounds familiar to me. I might have seen this one.
I don't. Forgive me. Give me a minute. One sec.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Yeah, I haven't either. This one looks like a new angle that I haven't seen either.
Who sat on this for 20 years?
Right. I don't know where it came from. I don't know the backstory. I just saw it earlier today.
Is this in between? Are they going to show they're going to show the plane hitting? The other plane hasn't hit yet.
Yo, check it out. 2:02. 2 minutes, 2 seconds is when you start. And yeah.
Wow.
What's that? All papers and shit flying out.
Oh, this is a
Yo,
real short one, isn't it?
how could someone sit on this for 20 years, though?
Wait a minute, guys.
Yeah, there's some fire going on in there.
Just
Yeah,
a
it's a
couple
blaze.
days ago, I posted something, I talked to you guys about this. I said there was this post on Reddit with a video that claims to be new footage of 9/11, and it's not this video, it's a different one. So is that 2 allegedly new videos in the last few days? Because that's really weird.
Let's see the one you got, Bob.
Yeah.
Can you scrape it up, or?
I'll see if I can. I think I have it saved on Reddit. Hold on.
I was gonna tell you earlier to stop fucking. Why you fucking around with Reddit? But I mean,
it's for real.
This is good. This works out for us, though. So you can see the smoke drift from Coriolis. That's Coriolis with the smoke drift right there.
Oh, that's the Coriolis, is it?
Yeah, that's how you know, Jen.
This is kind of weird. Like when he pans around at, like, 2 minute, 201, 202, it's like you can't see the airplane, and then all of a sudden he pans up and the airplane's just there out of the blue. It looks a little funky.
Yeah, that looked a bit funky from the other videos I watched as well. Same thing. Suddenly the plane appears. You don't see it. You don't see it approaching.
Suddenly a plane appears.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen the plane. When's the plane hit?
Gotta go to like 2.
There it is. Oh, it came out of nowhere.
That's what I'm saying. It looked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was trying to see how big the crowd was, and he just like flashes on it and right back up.
Hey, that plane. From a weird angle above him, though, maybe.
There's a plane coming up now. There's a plane.
Bro, why'd he take the camera off it? It hit the building, and then he like looked down.
Wow. Yeah, what's going on?
Maybe it's fake.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Pretty fucking. Looks pretty good.
What's going on? Yeah.
See, nobody's looking up at the airplane either. Well, actually, the right before he pans up, there's a couple people looking.
Actually, okay, so it's from hearing you guys describe it. Maybe it is the same video.
Yeah, I've seen this one already. I've seen this one. Yeah, I saw this one the other day.
It might be the same video that's going around. I don't know if it's 2 different ones or the same one, but it just. I was asking the question the other day, like, why now? Why is this happening right now? That there's allegedly new video footage. That seems weird.
Yeah, it does seem
Is that supposed to be the second plane?
Yo, there's mad people with cameras. Pause the video. It pans around into the crowd. Mad people with cameras in the crowd. Like, try to pause it. This one guy's clearly got a camcorder or something.
Yeah, it just flew right in.
He's in a blue shirt. There's a guy in a blue shirt. He's got like a hat on. Like, where's all?
Yeah, what he said? No, I'm not going over there. Yeah, what he said? He goes, no, I'm not going over there. Let's go over there. No, I ain't going over there. He said.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys with cameras in that crowd. It looks like.
You know what I'm saying? I can see, I don't know, two guys at least just from this first shot of the crowd. One guy, I can't tell if it's a regular camera. This one guy in a light blue shirt, that clearly looks like a camcorder or something. I mean, this was in 2001. Heads had cameras on their phones, right? Like camcorders.
Oh, yeah. Just.
Everyone on this boat should have.
No, they fucking didn't.
No, they had cameras on their clamshell phones.
2001, my flip phone.
iPhone came out in 2007.
Yeah.
iPhone came out in 2007. No one had cameras worthy of shit back then.
Yeah, they had some cameras, but not worthy of shit, like you said. But they had them.
Yeah, that was.
I was in 8th grade, and I remember it was like super cool. Like someone in my family got like a cell phone, but it was one of them flip phones.
The Razor.
Yeah, I've still got my.
The iPhone didn't come out until 2007. This shit's crazy.
Yeah, I've got my flip phones.
I'm saying, I don't know. I had a camcorder in the 90s for sure, though. Like, those weren't hard to get. Those little
camcorders all day.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, those weren't hard to get.
Wherever you went.
I get it.
No, but if you're in New York City as a tourist, you're probably going to have it. And this group looked like a whole group of tourists.
Yeah, they might have had a handicap anyway. It would have
I mean,
had
there's tons of tourists in New York City. You know what I mean? And they're likely to. They were small enough to walk around with. Absolutely.
Fair enough.
Their reaction seems really
More likely to
odd.
have an actual camera, but yeah.
If that was supposed to be the second plane, and like he has the camera right on the plane, I would be yelling like, "Oh my God! Look, there's a fucking plane going towards the building!" Or like, they don't react at all until like after the supposed contact.
Look, slow motion. Look.
Yeah, but there's a lot of like buildings, tall buildings and stuff. Maybe they didn't see it.
Look at that.
Yo, how do you sit on this footage though for 20? This has anyone ever seen this before?
Nah.
No, only just now, only today.
Who doesn't think like, oh, I was there, maybe I should fucking share this video with everyone? You know what I mean? There's only a couple videos of the. Well, that was the second plane. By the time the second plane hit it, there was cameras on it, but.
Yeah, probably too many people like starting to question it, so they gotta pump up the numbers a little bit to make sure people are still into it.
See that? All that plume, all that smoke, that's all the jet fuel blowing up, apparently, burning up. If that's the case, if it was a plane. So that's 98% or 90%.
Didn't they always used to say, never forget?
Yeah.
People started forgetting, so they gotta remind them.
That's why my car registration is 911. I'm never going to forget. Never going to forget, mate.
Yeah, never forget the 2 towers, but forget 7.
Yeah.
Don't think about that.
Fucking right and all, mate. I had a chance to choose the
buildings don't. Dude, what the fact built 7? You can make a case for the 2 buildings, kind of, but 7, I don't know. I can't.
No,
I can't see that building.
7 came down, controlled demolition. You know what I mean? Like they said, you'd have to dismember 400 joints simultaneously to bring down that smooth, collapse. Beautiful looking. It looked nice, but it was obviously terrible.
Yeah, I never really looked into anything for a long time, and I never even heard of Building 7 until like 3 years ago. Like never came up about it.
Yeah, you got to look at it. It's really good. Look at the Pentagon. Look at the Pentagon, and then look at Shanksville. I mean, I was watching it from the beginning, man. You know, when I say from the beginning, 2002, that was when I was switched on. But up until then, it was bugging me that how these Muslims could have done that. These fundamentalists, with box cutters. I didn't believe they could do it. I just couldn't believe they could do that. They couldn't organize themselves to do that. You'd have to be watching the airports and all the security and everything. Nah, man, you couldn't do that. It's impossible.
Yeah, didn't they? The art students that Issa was talking about. I remember now. I think they detained them, and then they ended up being released. And somebody posted some pictures before the passport, because supposedly the story was that one of the terrorists' passport flew out of the plane and like floated down onto the city. And that's how they knew who did it.
Bloody ridiculous, unscathed, unsinged.
Yeah, that was
unsinged.
That was my first clue. I was like, wait a minute, something don't sound right. But I guess other people claim that the passports are like fireproof or something material. So it can melt down steel, but not a passport. Little sus.
Still alive.
I remember getting yelled at by like a friend of mine. I was like, yo, and he's like, there's no fucking way our government would do that to it. And you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, no way.
And I got like friends. Yeah, I got friends that went over, became like hard body motherfuckers because of it. And it's like, Damn.
Yeah, which sucks though, because the people like that, they're like good natured and somewhat trusting, and they themselves, they would never like, they couldn't picture themselves doing that. So it sucks because there are people that are taking advantage of the good aspects of people and like humanity. And they're being manipulated and I don't know, they're abusing those good parts. So
Yeah, that's what's sad too. With a lot of that is a lot of those guys came back with like PTSD, or they get on fucking, the fucking oxycodone and all that crap. You know what I mean?
And when you look at the Twin Towers, yeah, that could never come down by fire. It's just too solid a building. I don't care what Sean says. These were the best, strongest buildings ever built. That's what was said about them. They,
Well, how hot was the fire, and what was the point at which that steel would have been, structurally unstable?
I think if it's jet fuel, it can go up to like 1800 degrees Celsius. I think, Fahrenheit, and then steel melts at 3000.
Yeah, but it would become structurally unstable way before its melting point.
That's correct. Yeah, so that would be after 2 hours at 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. 2 hours later, then the steel would start to lose its structural integrity. Half of it would be gone, they said, by then. Half.
How does anyone believe that the jet fuel burnt for 2 hours and didn't just flash off as soon as it crashed into the building?
It probably did, because that's what happens when planes crash. That shit burns off quick.
Exactly.
Like instant.
Exactly.
It's like a flash, like you said. Yeah.
They said 90% of the fuel went up in that flash that you're describing. 90%, they said.
yeah, maybe they might make things like that intentionally ambiguous, so we end up arguing about the details for the next 20 years instead of realizing, like, well, okay, maybe the details don't matter, but this was an intentional act, and why would they do that? Try and figure out next steps and what to do about it.
But when you actually look at what's going on and you see the plane going and you see that plume, it all makes sense, because there's a lot of plume there. It went in, boom, it came out the other side. There's a lot going on there in the way of fuel and explosion.
Yeah,
and then you look at the rest of the building, right? You look at the rest of the building, clean as a whistle. No structural damage there. From the impact point downwards, solid as a rock. Solid.
Yeah. I've seen enough psyops and like bullshit they push out on TV that you start to realize at a certain point, like real or like contrived or made up, it starts to not even matter because they get the same result. So even if something is organic, like say somebody flies off the handle, does something crazy, they'll still use it in the same way as if they if they were just pulling off an operation themselves. But at a certain point, you can start to realize it doesn't even matter real psyop or how they did it. They're still getting the same benefit no matter what.
Yeah, you're right. They're still carrying on with their psychological warfare on the human race and the slavery. Yes, you're right. I agree with you. But I'm still looking at this Kevin's video, because it's nice and clear and clean, and you can see that the building is shining. Okay, and you can see how beautiful that building. I did like the Twin Towers. I did like them, man. I thought they were brilliant. Brilliant buildings, brilliant piece of architecture. I always did like them. If it was within my power, I'd have them rebuilt to the exact specifications. Do you know that? If it was within my power.
Yeah, instead they had to do their two becomes one.
Yeah, shit. I'm totally not satisfied with that at all. Yeah, totally not satisfied with that. That's crap. I build them to the exact same specifications, but obviously less the fire, the what do you call it, the asbestos, and then modern communications for now into the future. But the Twin Towers, the exterior would look exactly the same. No difference there. No difference at all. In mark of respect to those who died. And then there'd be a massive plaque with all the names. You know, that's what I would have done.
Yeah, it's a great service to anyone that did die if you're still investigating. Like, if my government killed me, I'd want you to keep investigating, Jen. Don't let people guilt trip you and try and shut you down. You gotta get to the bottom.
You know what? They can't shut me down because my car's 911. I mean, come on. Yeah? I already made my mind up already that I'm not going to give up on this one. You know what I mean? Back then, you know? So I walk proud, mate. I know what I know. That's why I argue vehemently. Come on, that was 2001, yeah? And I wasn't a flat earther then. So, you know, Jin was already on the route to becoming a flat earther. He was en route.
Yeah, I've seen too many people use like guilt trip and shame tactics, like all that stuff. It's used so much in like a not a good way that I just ignore those type of arguments or people pleading.
I ain't got no shame, mate. Jin doesn't get embarrassed. I'll tell you that. No, I don't know. That's not in my vocabulary. I could trip up, right? I could trip up, flip my trousers, and I'd be laughing with you. You know? Embarrassment? I ain't got time for it. Yeah, I got no shame, man. I got no shame. No, none of that. None of that, mate. None of that. I'm in your face all the time. Keep coming forward. Like the boxer. Keep coming. Yeah. That's why I review. You know when they keep saying, but you're repeating yourself. I go, yeah, repetitiveness breeds excellence. All right.
You want this heater?
Yeah. And reviewing videos is a good thing because you see what you missed. You know, you pick up the things you missed when you first looked at it. So it's always worth watching again and again and again. And you can see people asking for help already. People waving their little handkerchiefs or whatever. Help! Shit, man. Can you imagine being there? Fuck. That is something, man. Terrible. Oh, do you remember? And in the other building, right? They said don't bother to evacuate because there's nothing wrong with the south building. This is the north one, yeah? Or was it in reverse? Sorry, the north building got hit first. Sorry. Yeah, the north building got hit first and then the south got hit second. But the south building collapsed first. Out of sequence. Yeah, they got that wrong, didn't they?
Yeah, it seems like the people that are really into like believing stuff like that, it's like you can't like they don't see the facts like the way that you see them. So it's like you can't even argue from a basis of like facts and evidence because they've already been fed a story that's like has a feedback loop. So it's like everything that you say, their narrative has a way to counter that. So it's like there's no way.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Right, Result.
Sure.
When you listen to people over, you know, months, years, you get to know their intellect and their intelligence by the way they speak. You get a measure, okay? So to not understand the basic laws of physics, and you're arguing a globe, for example, it speaks volumes, doesn't it? How you can't understand that fire, and you're being told that fire has never brought down a structure of this kind in its history. It hasn't happened after 9/11 and before. Tests have been done where they had an 8-story building. Some parts of the steel was treated with fireproofing and others didn't. They burnt it for 5 hours and the side that wasn't treated only sagged slightly. The building still stood, still structure, standing proud. Yeah?
Yeah. Have you
So how
ever
can you
noticed when you're
go on?
Have you ever noticed when you're talking to people about stuff like that? Like it seems like you're not even talking to a person. Like it's like you're talking to the news or like to the narrative. It's like a script.
Yeah.
So it's like you're
Talking
not
to a
even.
bot.
So
Yeah, you're
this
not
is
even
when
connecting.
this is when I
Talking
get
to
this
the
feel
ops.
that they are part of they're sent in. They're an operative. They're an agent. That's the feeling I get.
Well, it's just like it's like I don't know. They're programmed as like an offense or an attack on their worldview and their beliefs, which is tied into moral like pleading. So it's like you end up not even talking to the person, you're just talking to their like belief system, which is already designed to not be able to accept questioning that. Because like you gotta realize when you're not even connecting with them and figure out where the disconnect is at, and then like try and get them to talk to you as an actual person,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
trying
maybe
to.
find things where they will actually some things they actually have doubted.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but then you know what they try and do? They then try and attack your character and your
Credibility.
ability to cognitive, to think. That's what they start to do, and start to
Yeah, I think
twist what you're saying. That's the other
we
thing
got
they
the
do.
honoriest. These are the honoriest, most like hardcore programmed people. They're like the militant NPCs. They're like,
Yeah.
Zealous.
yeah, there's.
Yeah,
So it's like,
but I'm just a hardcore realist. You ain't taking me down, and I'm bringing you down.
The realist.
Yeah, I'm a
if
realist.
I've seen polling somewhere where it was actually like it was a substantial amount of people that don't even believe in the moon landings anymore. The Google has a bunch of cooked up data now, but back when you could find somewhat reliable information,
Yeah.
like the numbers were getting ridiculously high of people that didn't
Nice.
believe.
Nice. I hope that's going to be carrying on. But you saw that graph of the linear fall of the building, yeah, that free fall linear line. I mean, when you
Yeah,
see that, you've just got to give up. You should be giving up by now. It's the end. That's free fall,
Do you
And
see
then
do you see how the information's not even processing at that point? Like it's just
yeah,
anything to get out of that because it would just like deconstruct their like entire worldview, personality,
yeah, because
morals, all that. So it can't be true.
because the building is coming down at free fall speeds, and the only way you can have that done is if explosions are going on. Explosions, right? Because I'm arguing because people did die in this, okay, and what the report that NIST put forward was against the creator and the creator's physics and nature. Sorry. That's why they're being sued. And rightly so, they should be sued to the hilt. Highest level, yeah, because that's fucking disgusting what they did there. That totally flies in the face of nature. Fire brought
Breaks
down
a law
100%
made by
first.
Allah.
So by Allah, yeah, exactly. They were going against Allah's laws, man. How can these buildings were built so strong that the only way you could bring them down is to remove the middle core first, and then the outer core outside, and then you could bring. And you could see that the explosions were happening every floor. Pop, 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 pop. You could see what they call squibs coming out as the building was coming down smoothly, and things were exploding outwards because you got to get the material out the way. Yeah, and then the depth charges on the inside. It was brought down beautifully, but again.
Move out the way, yo. Move out the way, yo. The Twin Towers just got popped.
Pop. Yeah, man. Got popped down, man.
Yeah. It seems like a bunch of lunatics that are like they're like hell bent on trying to like meme their like religious spiritual ideologies into real life. It's like they want to
Yeah, that's mad.
bring
Lunatics.
about their prophecies and like beliefs. They want to bring it into the real world.
You think that's it?
Yeah, that's what it seems like a lot of times. Like they've got an idea, like when they're getting all like geeked out with like, I don't know. Have you heard Alex Jones back before he was like full massage shill when he was speaking about the Bohemian Grove? Like,
Yeah, I saw
when
it.
they're,
And the
when they're like
ambush journalism.
yeah, when they're like worshiping Moloch and their little statues, he's like they're like enraptured. Their eyes are all like twitching and gigging out, like they're really into it, like they believe this shit. So whatever ideas they're coming up with when they're in this state, they're like this is the way they view the world, and they're trying to meme it into reality. So all the two become one, and I don't know, there's Sabbat and Frankus, Kabbalah, all that shit, whatever they've
Skull and Bones and all that.
yeah, whatever they've decided is reality. They're wanting to, I don't know. They believe like basically like trying to force God's hand. Like if they fuck shit up enough, they's got to make an appearance. And to them, whether they get destroyed or destroy everything is inconsequential to the elation and religious like fervor they feel by getting to see God and have it all be real, like seeing.
Yeah.
That's some crazy.
That's some crazy notion, isn't it? Idea they got there.
Well, I've heard you.
When you die, that's it.
I've heard you talk about like the Operation Fishbowl or whatever, where they're trying to shoot missiles at the dome. Like, so even if the dome wasn't there, the fact that they believed it was there and they want to break it open to destroy the whole thing, to see God.
They're stupid, aren't they? They would have killed us all.
Imagine that. Holy.
So they're fucking nuts. Like they get geeked up on this shit. They're doing a lot of, I'm sure they're doing a ton of different substances like meth and speed, which there's some things like Geo talks about a lot that are like help people, but there's others that I've noticed substances that they change people in like a fundamental way. And so some of the uppers like coke and meth, stuff like that, I've seen the change in people to where it's like the part of their humanity, like the part of them that's human is like, it's like gone and very, very, it's just like, doesn't seem like it's there.
You never done coke?
No, I don't do drugs or anything.
Attaboy.
I can't even like, I tried just, I don't know, everyone is, there's a bunch of people I knew growing up that like smoked pot like here and there or whatever. So just fucking around, like dicking around. I was like pretending to smoke it, and I don't know, it's just fucking off. But it ended up like, I know I have an uncle and other people I know that have like an allergic type of reaction to it, that it's basically like makes you trip out. And it actually just that much is like well, I've never done acid either, but it seemed to me like what I would expect like an acid trip to be. But most people don't have that experience. Most people, it's like it's healing and relaxes them, and it helps them.
No, let's be real. A lot of people are like paranoid highs. They get like really paranoid. They trip out a little bit and stuff like that. They don't like start hallucinating and stuff for the most part. Unless it's like laced with something. That's not a function of cannabis. But a lot of people have like those bad highs because they're just really paranoid and just in their heads too much.
Yeah, I think I'm just like extra sensitive to maybe that type of stuff, but I already had like sleep paralysis and lucid dreaming to like really extreme extents. Like basically like every single night I would be like stuck sleeping for like years and years. Like I would be
crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, lucid dreaming is cool if you're like controlling it and stuff like that. Lucid dreaming, you're dreaming and you're in the driver's seat, but sleep paralysis is just, it sounds like,
well,
I pity no one. I mean, I envy no one that has that.
Yeah, it's like even when it would be pretty cool, but then it's like the point when you try and wake up, but you can't wake up, then it can go, it gets pretty rough. But actually, I haven't had it happen in like over 10 years now, so it's not really an issue anymore.
All right. That's good. But it described to me like the feeling, like what happens when you're trying to wake up and you can't wake up.
Let you see this video.
Basically like anything you can imagine. So it's like I don't know, because normally when I sleep, and I think it's like that with most people, you're in like a somewhat relatable world to our reality. Like it's not exactly the same, and
Like, you mean when you're dreaming?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So most dreams, you're somewhat in reality.
Yeah.
But then, so at a certain point when I'm trying to wake up, all that goes away. Then it'll either just be like completely dark, but then like a bunch of visual things, almost like a seizure like state. Like I don't know, it just
Designs.
goes. Yeah, it just goes kind of whichever way. But I'm sure it's all entirely dependent on the person and context and everything. But yeah, it would and then other times, like a lot of the times I'd think I'd woke up. So I'd be like, all right, thank God, man. Fuck, I'm awake now. So I'd like be brushing my teeth and getting ready, and then
you wake up again.
Yeah, so it'd start going again. I'm like, oh, like shit would just be weird, and I'd be trying to like, oh fuck, I gotta wake up. But at a certain point, it would still happen. But I got to where I could wake up like anytime I had any bit of consciousness. I got to a point to where I could just snap awake. So that helped out a lot.
How did you just like will yourself?
Yeah, it's just like at a certain point, I think I just got, because the connection you make to being able to open your eyes and be like awake.
It's like a muscle that you trained.
Yeah, so I think my brain it got used to snapping from like deep sleep to being up.
So, like when you're forcing yourself, I mean, you feel like you're kind of like forced to stay asleep, and you see that black and like the designs or, the weird kind of seizure type things. How long does that last?
Honestly, I wouldn't even know. Like it would seem like it. Sometimes it seems like really long. Like it'd feel like I was like struggling the whole night trying to wake up. But I know the way that sleep goes with time passing, it could have just been like 5 minutes. You wouldn't really know.
That's crazy, man.
But yeah, a lot of times it'd be like, I don't know, like bad trips. But that's why that really helped me though, into like never trying different kinds of drugs. I'm like, oh no, thanks. I think.
So, one of the recurring kind of like stories of sleep paralysis, is that, they feel like a person at the end of the bed or something like that, or like a presence on top of them, keeping them down, type of thing. Does that happen to you at all?
Yeah, something like that. I would get like there would definitely be some like evil biblical type events sometimes, like, but yeah, it's definitely happened.
I know someone where when it happens to her, she basically has like this dark kind of man, like the silhouette almost, like a man of like black, and he's just like sitting at the end of the bed, and somehow preventing her from getting up.
Yeah, it does feel like
Crazy shit, man.
you're trying to move, trying to get up, because I know like if I could move my arm, that would wake me up. So like you're trying to move or roll over, so it feels like you're trying to struggle and move around. But me, I think eventually it was something with my eyes, like being able to blink or move, like open my eyes.
May God protect us.
These beings, whatever they are, appear to flee upon prayer or saying the name of Jesus in some cases. Very similar to the UFO abduction cases as well. In over 40% of the cases, there's a site that goes over some of these abductions. I think it's called noufo.com or something. I'll link it in the chat. But it looks like these beings are something dark and sinister.
That actually did work a couple times. Like, 'cause I went to church when I was like a kid. Like, my dad would take us all to church, but I wasn't Christian or anything like that. I wasn't going to church. This is mainly like my teen years, but I hadn't thought about God or the Bible or any of that for like a super long time. But every once in a while, a couple times, like I'd say shit like that, and that would it would actually wake me up.
Damn, what are you guys on right now? Talking aliens?
Sleep paralysis and
Oh yeah.
and then
Oh dude. Oh, okay. So you're talking about sleep paralysis and aliens, dude? Because this is actually kind of crazy. Because I used to have sleep paralysis a lot, but for a year I was staying on the base at a hotel when I was in the Navy, and so after 9 months I moved to a different hotel. I was there for 3 months, and I was at that second hotel. I would have sleep paralysis like three times a week, and I would even wake up with like marks on my nose a little bit, like I could notice there's a red mark on my nose. But I'd have dreams or whatever, sleep paralysis dreams where I'm like being dragged around my room, right? Is that crazy? I thought for sure, like, what if they're doing fucking, like, what if like they're experimenting on me? You know what I mean? Like I literally, because that's weird. That's like 3 times a week, for a couple weeks or whatever.
yeah, that's honestly one of my favorite subjects. Like,
There's dreams.
Yeah, like dreams, sleep paralysis, and like people talking about DMT trips and shit like that. I don't know. To me, it's all that type of shit's super interesting to me.
I'm surprised nobody said this, because it's a pretty big deal. But I'm not really a scientist per se, but I'm doing these science experiments. You ever seen that movie Inception?
Yeah.
I'm basically I figured out a way to actually, and this is real life. I figured out a way to do Inception on my friend, and yeah, I'm investigating.
Dude, that is not Inception. Okay, I know what Kosho is doing. It's not Inception.
It 100% is. Yeah.
It is 100% not Inception.
Actually, it is 100%.
It's not even close.
Really? So what happens? What's Inception?
Inception is when the person creates the world, and then you can have multiple people go into the world and all kinds of cool shit. What you're doing is nothing even close.
Yes, it is, dude. That movie doesn't make sense.
That's not Inception.
Yeah,
Isn't that whole movie within the time span of just like that small clip of the van driving?
If the guy makes dream worlds, people can go into them. You can bring other people into them with you. It's fucking awesome. Kosho's
exactly.
do some goofy shit.
That's the movie.
Oh,
that's
dude,
not
I can do that.
Kosho's talking about the movie.
Inception. Yeah, I'm talking about the movie because they did was fake shit. I can do real Inception. Okay? And here, remember I told you, dude, I can, so anyways, let me just tell you what I did to my friend. I noticed that she talks in her sleep a lot, so it has to be somebody who's talking in her sleep. And, I noticed, like, I would do this night after night, so I got good at it, but, if you disrupt somebody's dream by trying to fuck with them, if it's not compatible with their dream, they'll wake up and they will just wake up and just be disoriented, not know what's going on. But if you actually engage with them in a way that is compatible with what they're dreaming about, such that you can, like, they'll be saying something like, "Oh, to go into this room," and then you're going into the room with them, and then you're kind of like you're there in the thing the person's describing. So now you're insert yourself in there. Now the things that you're saying to them are influencing what's happening. Once you get that far, you can start actually manufacturing the dream, because now it's been established that you're in the dream. You can start directing where the dream goes for that person, and it definitely works in the same way Inception works. And then you can actually, I want to study using this to in the movie Inception, they were trying to put ideas in people's heads, but if you can guide someone's dreams, you can let's say somebody wants to train golf when they dream. You can guide them so that they're training golf, every night when they dream, and you'll actually gain the skill in real life. Like you'll improve your skill in real life, and all sorts of stuff. Like just guide the dreams in however they want to. But yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. I think we're all like quantumly linked in some way. Like when you interact with somebody, like I don't know, it seems like you can feel your brain connecting with people sometimes. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sometimes for sure. Let me pick somebody up. Hold on 1 second. God damn it. Oh, no, I gotta go. I gotta shake.
What do you think, Lemon? I think there's a whole lot more to the world than what it seems like. Like the more off people are about what our perceived reality is, like I think it has more likelihood of being true than the common explanations, like that I don't know, our perception is the totality of everything going on.
Makes sense to me. I go with some sort of dimensional dance of vibration, coordinating everything. We think of, atoms surrounded by empty space dancing and vibrating. But my atoms, say, versus another dimensional being, an angel, a demon from hell, or whatever, would probably vibrate differently. They'd probably be so coordinated in their vibration from one dimension to another that we could quite literally pass through each other without even knowing it. And so I think that we're in a dimension where things vibrate at a certain rate, like a two-step of a dance of dimensional vibration, whereas, the angels, demons, or other beings are vibrating at a four-step or something like that. So for us to interact, we have to vibrate at the same frequency. Otherwise, we could be living in the same dimension, or rather in the same space, right on top of each other, but not notice it as our atoms dance in and out of each other.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think that's what we call a dimension, a being from another world where the rules of vibration are a little different.
I think there's like a very, very small part of everything. Like I don't even think we've even scratched a speck of the surface of everything going on.
Behind the veil, there's a lot going on. Around us even now are probably watchers, demons, things we call aliens, and angels as well.
Yeah, and I think their understanding is just a speck of the whole thing as well. Like I think there's a ridiculous amount of levels to everything. The complexity of everything is I don't know. I think it's But have you ever seen anything that other people would classify as like unexplainable?
Nothing too fantastic. You?
Maybe. Is anyone else here? Just outside of even like an alien, like just something outside of normal parameters of like everyday 9 to 5 society type of life. I heard somebody speaking a little bit about the ISS earlier. What do you think people are seeing when they look up and like they're saying they physically see something up there? Like I've heard other people explain that it's too small. Like or no, that I can't remember how people, because they say they see something, but that the size doesn't add up in some way.
If we're covered by a firmament and we're on a flat plane, it could be a pen light shown onto the underside of the dome, or a less fantastic explanation would be a satelloon, some sort of light that's floating over the flat surface. The only difference between the satellite narrative versus, say, something else is whether or not it's being slingshot around the ball by gravity. It could just be floating up there by some sort of other mechanism, blown by ionic wind, propelled by something else, or just a satelloon. People have seen satellites crash attached to balloons, so the most, I guess, viable explanation with, the most, without getting too fantastic unnecessarily, would just be that there's a satelloon up there, a satellite attached to a balloon. What do you think is up there?
Honestly, I haven't even I haven't tried to go out and like look or physically verify it like with a telescope, but a picture or two that I've seen, I think people are saying that it's too high up, that it shouldn't be that size or it shouldn't be visible because they said they can barely see a plane at like whatever altitude. But I think like the videos from what I've seen, they look like obvious bullshit, and I've seen them fake enough like if you get caught faking one or two, especially like big things on video, like I wouldn't really ever like believe the stuff you put out on video again. So even like somewhat recently, with all the caravan stuff they're hyping up in the news, there was videos of them like staging all the shit with the caravan. So just shit that like doesn't add up at all. That you can see it's obvious, just like propaganda and not done with like a great amount of care, but it still ends up being believable. But so yeah, so I think all the filming they do looks ridiculous to me. Like I don't know, I watched a comparison video of like a submarine running versus the ISS because they're both supposedly hostile. Well, the submarine is hostile conditions and your life is like on the line. Then in the hostile vacuum of space and radiation, everything up there, it's a life or death environment. So when you watch like the submarine crew operating, like you can see the laser focus and intent in their eye. Like if they know if they're fucking up their job, they could all die. So they're not fucking around. They gotta keep an eye on all their gauges. There's maintenance going on. Everything looks like they're moving with purpose and focus. Then in the ISS, they're up there playing grab ass and slap ass, singing Major Tom and back flipping around with wires like loosely strung all over the place. So the environment out there, like you kick one of those wires, that doesn't seem like something that would be going on in that supposedly that deadly of an environment. You're flipping around with wires like strewn all over the place. Like your toe or finger or anything could catch on to those. I don't really see any reality in what they're doing there. But all I've heard, like, I know there's an app where people track it, and I know people posted like pictures here and there, but I haven't actually gone out and tried to look at it myself. But some of the pictures I've seen, it doesn't have enough arms. Like the actual supposed ISS itself has so many, the solar panels and other extrusions coming out of it. It's like a ton of them. In the pictures, it's like 4. It looks like something from Star Wars, like the TIE Fighters. It's got only a very minimal amount to what it's supposed to have. But yeah, just the one lady with like the hairspray and all that, like that alone to me, like, wait a minute, what are we doing here, guys? Like, what is this? I have to call it bullshit.
Yeah, my BS meter is going off as well. Very suspicious.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the reality videos are done more poorly than like movies. Like movies where they're trying to make stuff seem real seems more realistic than the bullshit that they put out. And what did Elon say? That's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake, or whatever the hell he said. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's how you know it's so fake, because it looks so fake. But I do think they hoard technology, though, so who knows what the hell they're doing. I think maybe they make shit appear like dumbed down and ridiculous just for even the people that are suspicious, that when they really need to, that they're able to pull stuff off you wouldn't be able to think of. I think they would like everyone to have the perception that they're like the government is incompetent and they're dumb and hoaxy and the bureaucratic processes bog everything down. And that's where I always hear the arguments about like, you think the government could do that? Look at the post office. Look at the whatever like colloquial like local government. That's not the government. It's a federal thing, like ran or owned. But that's not how your actual government. Like, do you think if the CIA has to go get something done, do you think they're not sending the clerk at your county city building? You're making war plans, or you're not using like uh, the parks and recreation like street cleaning crew. I definitely think it would be very beneficial to have like even the top end of the industry, like people view those people operating in a certain way, and like that's peak performance. Meanwhile, if you have people working like feverishly behind the scenes, like that gives you a huge advantage. It's when people are trying to compete and keep up or compete against you, they're estimating your ability at a way like dumbed and slowed down range. I'm kind of done. If anyone else has any topics they want to bring up.
Are you talking right now? I see your lips moving, but I can't hear what you're saying.
What? Library.
There it is. Yeah, it's lighting up. Is he talking? I can't hear him. Is that K talking? I
No,
don't
I
like
was
talking.
just saying there was.
Okay,
No, I
go,
was
go,
just
go, go,
saying
go,
no
go,
one
go.
was talking.
I was making sure, man, because I did that yesterday. I accidentally muted somebody locally and talking over them. So don't. Okay. Anyway, dude, I just had back-to-back babes. My God, this last one though, dude. It's all right. I'm glad I'm not single. But if I was single, dude, it's like oh my God, it's like it was a perfect set. Everything was perfect. Everything was perfect. And she had this bag and she was like shopping. I was like, hey, you going shopping? You just want shopping? It's like, no, I'm returning something. I'm like, oh, did you return that to the store? She's like, oh no, I'm returning it to my boyfriend's, blah blah blah, something he got me. And then like I was, putting two together. She's like, she just broke up with her boyfriend, right? She's going out with her friends tonight, telling me like where they were going, asked me what I was doing, and all this type of shit. But I'm a loyal man, so only my imagination can cheat. I had to unload that though. Right. I think we were talking about dreams.
Technically, still cheating.
It's not. It's not. It's like if you rape somebody, it's a rape. But if you just imagine having sex with them, it's not raping them.
You've certainly objectified them, though, haven't you?
Yeah, and there is there's something to that. Yeah, there is actually something to having that thought. But those thoughts are just thoughts. It's like
We
if
are
your
only
friend
animals.
if your friend just said something like a dick, and you like just fucking thinking like you thinking punch him in the face. I mean, as long as you don't punch him in the face, you guys are still friends and that whole thing. Man, I felt like I wanted to punch a couple of these guys in here in the stomach earlier. Oy vey. I don't know why I was so upset about it, but not anymore. Okay. Anyway,
It goes back to the whole thing. Just because someone doesn't act on an urge, does that mean the urge is? You know what I mean? Like, just not acting on it, I don't think is any better than a step better, maybe, than
it is better,
not acting on it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's like what's going to nurture longevity, and it's having outlets for those types of urges or those types of the outlet for that. Because some people, might just bottle something like that up, and then bottle up, and then act on it, and that's not good. I have an addictive personality. I've always have it, so I've noticed I've always had to make tricks for myself so that I can not abuse anything.
Fair enough. It's good that you're aware of these things. You can manage it. Good.
Yeah. Well, I did a bunch of blow the other night, and ordinarily, I mean, I could see myself wanting more. Hitting this guy. This guy's the best blow ever. I could hit it back up, get more. I go buy more. But I have rules, about that stuff. So, and it's because I have to, But anyhow, what's going on here? Jesus Christ. He's a good guy. I saw Brummy was in here earlier. I guess you left. Hey, you know what's funny?
Brandon?
Oh, it's no, yeah, I saw Brummy, like
Oh, right.
Riven or whatever. Cackles like a lady. I should say, what does it say? Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee, float like a butterfly. That's what it is. Anyways, that's not important. What is important though? What was I gonna say? Brian. Oh yeah, that's right. That's interesting that this conflict happening, and I'm not gonna pick on Jeremy. I don't know if you can hear me, Jeremy, but you know, the other day you said we're not gonna have war again. Never gonna have tanks on the ground, and you know, next day there's tanks on the ground, and then somebody said the other day NATO's never gonna you know, mobilize or activate. They're mobilizing right now, activating. So I think, I mean, I'm in the dark as much as anybody else. But I know people on Gem server, like Globers, you know, mainstream people, and also people on their side. It seems like everybody's being this is surprising everybody. Seems because people seem to think it's not going to escalate, but it seems to be. Hope for the best. Are you guys on Team Vladimir Putin? I know my buddy Bancho is. And Rams, are you in here, Rams? I thought I saw you.
I'm on team. Everyone should keep their nose out of other people's fucking mouths. It's a team on.
That's what I said. I said that earlier. Somebody asked me what team I was. I'm on team me and you and us. You know, not really team either of those guys for whatever reason. But yeah. I'm just talking shit anyways. It's just that I thought it was funny because these guys, they're like big Putin fans apparently. I really like this guy. Oh shit. Oh god, dude, I hate it when there's a wrong way sign. But it's like on the fuck, I got so scared for a second, man. It's so confusing. Whew. Anyway.
Wrong way, go back.
Well, no, I said wrong way, but it's like it was for the road that was next to this road, which is confusing because, like I said, it's like the sign is in between both roads, so it's like it makes me think I'm going the wrong way. I'm about to go the wrong way down the highway, but okay, it's weird. It's fucking hot. Shit. All right, we're back.
Yeah, I did just remember they're claiming that they're worried that Putin had a ship out by the data lines, like the transatlantic data cables. So, I don't know if anyone's internet goes out, they might have cut some of the lines. But I don't know. I don't think that would affect your internet service, though, would it? It'd just affect the ability to communicate, like, from the 2 points that they're connecting.
If they cut the one to Australia, we'd be fucked. The one into Australia, so we'd have no connection with the outside world.
Because I think you'd still be able to communicate with each other, but it just wouldn't. Yeah, actually, I don't know.
Do your internet
Yeah, with
would
each
suck
other we would,
if they cut
to
up.
a certain extent.
Your internet would suck in Australia. If they cut America's internet off, like you guys, that only fucks everyone else.
Yeah.
Like that'd be a dumb move. He'd be just fucking his own internet up.
But I know a lot of people were claiming that a lot more activity was being announced and written about than like the actual footage available. So some people were a bit suspicious as to the actual scale of actions.
Oh, exactly, man. Fuck, we only know what we see on television, man, and maybe some reports from local people, but even the local people reports that you see on television are basically fucking plants, you know. So, who knows what's really going on the ground, though.
Yeah, and a lot of it was like after the fact, like they come up upon something and oh my god, this just happened. You wouldn't believe it.
Exactly. How convenient.
And overnight, they just had this missile went off or this bomb. Huh. There's a lot of people.
As I said the other day, if there was shit going on in my local area, there would be like people filming stuff with their phone. All of that stuff would be all over the internet. You know, like just prolifically to the point where it couldn't be argued with. It wouldn't just be fucking, you know, propaganda style fucking journalistic fucking interviews and reports of bombing, shit like.
Yeah, wasn't someone talking the other day about they started interviewing a reporter, then they put their helmet on or something? That's really weird.
Yeah, they probably heard an explosion in the distance. Quick, everyone, and put your gear on. It's now getting serious.
We're in the shit, man. They're in the trees.
It's like when they go and fucking stand halfway in a fucking already established creek or a river and then claim that it's flooding, like it's risen up to that point. You know, for just a dramatic effect.
Yeah, I seen, like I was talking about earlier, about the caravan footage. They were doing a bunch of shit like that. Like, because people were taking pictures of them because they're trying to get a shot, and then people are taking pictures of them trying to get their shot, and they just looked completely ridiculous.
Yep.
But I have seen some like pictures and like short clips. I seen like a tank running over a car. I seen somebody walking up on like a body, and I seen they had the residential building that had it looked like an explosion on it, but a lot of them were missing like the action, like they were coming upon a scene of something that had happened.
Yeah, I don't doubt at all that Putin is taking back Crimea, fucking Ukraine, purely based on the fact that, you know, NATO are trying their best to put fucking, you know, military equipment in. And he's said for a long time that fucking he's just not going to let that happen. And I think the time's come where he's like, right, we're fucking taking it back. And no doubt there is some casualties because NATO and the forces in there aren't going to just hand it all over. So there's going to be resistance, and no doubt there's going to be a few people killed in regard to that. But I don't think Russia is going in and just indiscriminately bombing the country and civilians. I don't think for 1 second that's happening.
Yeah, like I understood, and like most people understand, like when if Russia was trying to put ICBMs or whatever nuclear bases and shit on Cuba, people are like, oh, what the fuck? Like, wait a minute, this is a pretty bad situation for us. But I think it's because people view the Western democracies, the people that really believe in that shit, they think it's like the one correct worldview. Like it's the moral, objective reality. If you're not pro LGBTQXYZ and forcing
Alphabet gang.
Yeah, if their system of governance and moral belief system, if you don't have that, you're evil and bad, and we need to liberate you and teach you the right way to live. So they don't see it as a threat. They see it as, well, these people are a little bit backwards, and anything we do to help lessen their
The thing is, the thing with communism is, I think it's, if you got the right guy in charge, it could be like a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the guy that's calling the shots, the president or Caesar or whatever the fuck you call that guy, if he's like in it for the people and wants to do good by the people, then that could be a good thing. That is the way shit is always run everywhere else in the world. Like, a gang has a shot caller. That's the guy that it all boils down to when he says what happens and what's going to be done. You know what I'm saying? It happens that way in companies and shit. They'll have the president and a vice president. You know what I mean? And ultimately, it'll fall on like, one dude to say, all right, this is what we're doing. Now, obviously, if that person is corrupt as fuck, that's not going to be a good scenario for all the people. But if that guy is genuinely wants to do good and do the right thing, that would be like, I don't think that would be bad.
No, a good dictator would be ideal because they can get shit done just when they want to fucking get it done, when they need to get it done, provided they're doing things for the right reasons. It would be fucking
That's what
fantastic.
I mean. You don't have shit locked down in legislation for months on end and nothing gets done because now people are fighting like just one guy,
Yeah, but I reckon
even
the best
even
way
if
to do
that
it
guy
would be
put it
to
to a
not.
vote. My bad, White. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to agree there. Like, the best way to do the dictatorship would make it so one person isn't the dictator, and you have like a rolling fucking roster of just all citizens that are fucking over a certain age, and you pick maybe 50 or 100 of them, and they are the dictator, and like it's a rolling roster. So maybe you're only there for fucking 1 month. Maybe you only do a 4-week stint individually. But that fucking group of 100 is always established and fucking, just a majority rule in that regard. Because that way you could never monopolize. No one would ever know who was going to be part of that group at any point in time because it's almost like jury fucking selection. You just get a letter saying, "Oh, your time's come. You got to go and fucking sit as dictator for fucking 4 months with 99 other."
I don't know if you need to do all that, and that causes other problems because then they have that problem in third world countries a lot where the dictator, that's why those countries stay down, because the ruler knows that he might not be in charge for long, so he's going to try to squeeze as much money out of the people as possible. That's why he doesn't use any of that money for infrastructure and shit. Like,
no,
the best way to do it is just,
altogether. Not one, 100 of them.
I hear you, but I don't know. I think it should come down to
no one would be able to manipulate anything for their own gain because fucking other people would have to agree. And why would they agree to help you? Everyone would just be in it to fucking make sure everything got good so that everyone benefits.
But that's already what we have now, and they only made sure it went good for themselves. They fucked us in America.
That's not what we have now.
It's a whole bunch of people voting on shit. It's 100 people or 200 people.
Yeah, but they're in there for long enough that they can benefit from decisions. Like if I went in with 99, let's just say it's 20 people. If I went in with 20 other people and I was there for a month, and during that month that I was there, the 19 other people that I was with, some of them have been there for maybe 2 weeks already. Some of them joined yesterday. Some of them are just about to leave the day after, right? So you're not all there for the same 1 month. You can't all get together and coordinate some shit that's going to benefit you, because you're in essence you're out of it in 4 weeks. So everyone would just have a goal to just fucking see what's on the agenda fucking in that 4 weeks and just appropriately decide what should be done. I think it's fucking.
I think it should be one guy, but that one guy does put it to a vote out of all the people. Like, yo, we're gonna build a bridge. Like anything that's big. Like, yo, how much money do we spend on the military budget this year? And people take a vote at it. You have like categories. Like it'll be multiple choice. Like we could spend like $5 billion or $50 billion or $150 billion. You know what I mean? And just like put everything to a vote. And people could just spend 2 minutes a day voting. Like with the amount of cell phones, with the amount of cell phones and shit, people could easily do one vote a day. It would take 1 second.
Do you reckon one decision gets made a day?
You could do it right on a blockchain. No, but the big ones, the big shit. Like, should we go to war with Russia right now? You know what I mean? We could just put that to a vote.
No.
We could just put that to a vote.
Russia's not starting a war.
Should we go help Ukraine? Maybe I phrase it like that. Should we go help Ukraine? We could put that to a vote. What?
God no. Why would you go and help you? Ukraine put themselves in there.
I'm just saying you could put it to a vote.
The US lined it up.
Listen, there's people here that feel bad that those people are getting picked on and bullied by big bad Russia. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, Russia is going in there tearing down.
Bad, but they're very sensitive and they're probably.
I'm just saying, bro. You could put some.
They're
shit
reclaiming
like that to
it,
a vote.
definitely.
You could put that would be some shit where the ruler.
Yeah, but how can we vote somewhere else about what Russia wants to do? Like Russia should be able to do whatever Russia wants to do. No one else should be able to vote about what Russia are doing.
Yeah, we can't vote on what Russia does. We can vote on what we do. Now, there's innocent people in the Ukraine just getting killed for no reason. Why? Because Russia wants to attack their country. Let them be. Leave them be. That's their country. Why are you coming into their spot?
Hang on, Jeremy. How have you verified that? Just like a straight line. How have you verified that?
That what?
Have you seen it on television? The innocent people are dying in Ukraine because of Russia?
What I'm saying is Russia going into their country?
They're reclaiming Ukraine.
There's an imaginary
it's actually
line
part of Russia. Do you remember that? It's actually part of Russia, and they're reclaiming it. That's all that's happening.
You can't start reclaiming
indiscriminately bombing
citizens. If we want to start, listen, reclaiming shit's over with, bro. If we want to start reclaiming shit, we're gonna lose all of America. Okay, you're gonna lose all of Australia too. I'll just let people start reclaiming shit.
Who's gonna reclaim Australia?
Wasn't there Aboriginals there before you guys got there?
Yeah, but there's fucking none of them left. They can't reclaim Australia. It's not a threat. Russia is a massive country with massive might, massive population, and they want that little bit of Ukraine back because it was part of their country, and it's now going to be militarized with a fucking enemy. And they're just not having it. I don't think you'd stand for it either. Just like other people haven't stood for Russia putting bases and bombs and shit where they don't want Russia to do it. Hence the aggression for many years.
All right, I don't know the history of the Ukraine, but they obviously got their freedom from Russia, and now they're their own country, and they have been for a while. So I don't think Russia has the right.
No, they're part of NATO. They joined as part of NATO, and NATO want to put fucking weapons. And Russia basically said you can be independent, but you're not putting any weapons there.
Hey, are we putting it past the
NATO
U.S. military? Are we putting it past the U.S. military to attack Ukraine and then just disguise it as if it was Russia? Is that impossible?
That's very probable.
Did they let the Ukraine join NATO though? That must be new.
Nothing is impossible with the U.S. government. Expect anything.
I mean, they've literally done that same thing more than once.
Of course. Yeah, just don't, if you're seeing anything on the radio or the television or on the internet, that's not true, guys.
Did you think
it's a coincidence that... Sorry. You guys think it's a coincidence that all the masks were being removed from all the mask mandates are getting removed from schools where children don't have to wear them anymore? And right whenever that happened, Russia, World War III, Russia. Right whenever everyone finally won in court and stuff and made all them remove the child mask mandate, right when that happened and they're finally rolling back COVID, bow.
Yeah, that was my first instinct because it was right on the perfect time especially with the convoys. things were really heating up against the narrative and against Trudeau. Like even liberals are coming out like, dude, you can't freeze people's bank accounts and detain them without bail. And then boom.
You can.
Yeah.
People have voted for different laws, mate, to do that.
Well, that part's obviously not a coincidence, is all I'm saying, right? Like, if we're going to be smart. So something else is they're working on this new law they're trying to sign March 1st, and it's an international pandemic response plan that they've created. So next time we won't be taken so off guard, and they want every country to sign it. So whenever they're signing some crazy law like that, they always want to keep you distracted, right? Like with the right hand while the left hand signs it. So that's supposed to be signed.
Of course, yeah.
March 1st, and then like to be put in place in 2024. And so it's obviously going to be everything they did the first time, only there's going to be an actual list of rules that every country agrees to beforehand. So pretty crazy. But never mind.
We're going to be the quarantine camp, just like we were originally. Penal colony all over again.
That was my first instinct in like the beginning, like first year or 6 months, whatever, of COVID too. I was like, everyone is saying, "Oh, we're gonna die with the injections and all that." I was like, well, honestly, my first instinct was this seems like training and precedent to set precedent. And
people will die, mate.
For when
the
they
white blood cells are being wiped out. Personally witnessed that big scale.
Didn't a high-level military guy said in front of Trump that we were doing like a live experiment, and Trump told them, "Why didn't you tell us?"
Yeah, I do remember something vaguely like that. Yeah. Yep.
Well, they do have AIDS. Like people do have AIDS now, but yeah, it's like whenever you train a dog, you know, you're like, give him a treat. You train him, sit, come inside, no. Well, now all the slaves know the commands, like curfews, lockdowns, social distancing. They know the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Big conditioning, definitely, mate. And not to mention the cameras to pick up people's identity just with their eyes, thanks to masks. That's definitely assisted that.
And look how long this dragged out. So next time when if they go for the hard sell, like, no, we're not doing this shit again, man. You guys had this drag out for 2 years last time. You're getting your fucking shot, and that's it. Because they already got, if they've got a big enough chunk of the population that kind of went along with it, the next time if they don't, it'd be that much easier if they reference back and they convince all these people that the people that didn't comply were the problem. The people that were more moderate, they'll be more on board with, yeah, we can't do this shit again. You guys killed so many people last time, and you extended and drug this out. We're gonna nip this in the bud. Everyone's getting shot, and everyone is going and following all the rules.
I agree, and I think the way they really sell it is, what if people actually get sick? They were able to pull this off with nothing, literally nothing happening. Imagine if people really do start getting sick, bro. Like, everyone's gonna immediately know their rules. They're gonna be scared, and they're gonna be like, just what you said. They're gonna be like, we got to get the vaccine fast this time across the board.
Yeah, then they can really play hardball, and people won't like. They're not like now. If they tried to hard sell it now, you have a very high chance of people just flipping the fuck out and be like, no, fuck this shit, man. Where's all the bodies? Where's all the, like, it does. So like you said, if people are actually dying, like they're gonna fall in line real quick, because they, like you said, they already know where to go. They know what they're supposed to do and how we get out of this. Like what's the way out?
Right, it's pretty brilliantly done. So they've gotten everyone ready, conditioned for that, conditioned to take the next, let's say, medical intervention. They've given a reason now as to why the economy is going to crash. Oh, it's clearly a war or whatever. So that's why the economy is going to crash. So they have covered all that up, and now they have like all these people wanting Donald Trump to come back. They're like, Donald Trump wouldn't let this happen. Putin wouldn't do this with Donald Trump there. Oh, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Everyone's just going to start begging for Trump to come back, bro. That's my opinion. And that's what it was set up to do.
Yeah, I've seen a ton of it. They're like, man, we traded all this shit for mean tweets and whatever other complaints they had. They're like, man, I sure am missing my cheap gas and no wars.
Yeah, that's how they're gonna sell it. Yeah. But like, this is what's so crazy. What they won't tell you about Russia is, did you know that in Russia, they actually incentivize you to have Russian babies, and they banned genetically modified organisms, and they incentivize you to grow your own food and be self-sustainable with clean organic food. It seems that they forgot to say that they didn't tell everyone that they didn't. They kind of pulled a South Dakota and just ignored everyone when it came to the whole last 2-year shutdown thing. So, I mean, I'm not saying I know for a fact that Russia is great or something, but we're definitely lied to about Russia. I know people from Russia, so like they lie for sure about what goes on over there.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of these countries that are like the axis of evil, the big bad guys that get targeted. Other people will bring up maps where I haven't verified it like with the fine tooth comb, but they'll be like, these are countries that all the countries that don't have a central bank yet. And it's like everyone that's been the evil, like Iran, North Korea, Cuba, Russia. So anyone that is basically the arch enemy of the world, it seems there's either that, or they're not like LGBTQA double plus certified. They need Western democracy and whatever, all the shit they push with it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they banned GMOs should probably tell you a lot. Like, they also, Putin banned the Rothschild banking cartel from Russia. Like, again, I don't really know, but I will say the way that they get everyone to go to war is they show you really triggering, emotional videos that scare you, right? So, like, if when JFK got shot, if they had said that another country did it, immediately America would have been ready to go to war. They showed you the nuclear bomb footage because it just, like, traumatizes you. They showed you 9/11 so that you would go to war. So that's just what they do. They show you, like, really, like, crazy, traumatic, like, trauma-inducing fear porn. And then they get people to go to war. And then a few years later, they're like, oh, that was all a lie. But it doesn't matter because people fall for it every time. And now all they have to do is show you a little girl holding a stuffed animal with rubble behind her. And you're like, oh, we need to go to war, you know? That's all it is.
So, basically, you think this whole Russia thing is all set up?
Yes.
It's already determined.
Do you think it just organically happened the same day that all the American schools are removing the masks?
Well, they had to focus on something else, right?
Yeah. I mean, that right there should be enough for everyone to realize that it's not. Right during the time they're trying to pass like the most crazy legislation ever about a worldwide pandemic response plan. Oh, what a coincidence that there's a war going on. We don't have time to pay attention to that.
Yeah, and they had a Trudeau tyranny and other bullshit were like the top trending across social media, and what else is going on? But it was like every single statement he made was heavily ratioed of people telling him to fuck off. And so he's just, everything he commented on, people were just going in and they're like, yeah, we're everyone else is done with this shit. What are you doing?
Well, what they're doing is everyone like younger in America, they're just really over the wars. Like no one wants to go to war anymore. Like Americans don't like going to war. Like even in Vietnam, they had to fake that Vietnam attacked us to get everyone to go to war because no one would. That's why they had like the reason that this is working on everyone my age is because they think they're standing up to prevent war because Ukraine is just like a victim, right? So they still are thinking that they're trying to prevent war because they know they can't. We're not like the boomers. Like we aren't going to take the bait for war anymore. So they have to like convince you that you're doing the moral thing to stand up and prevent war. And that's what they're doing with Ukraine. They're like just pulling the sympathy card. I think it's all a psychological operation. All the timeline was predetermined. They let the whole thing with Canada go up to this point intentionally. Like I think that they set all of it up. Like there are real people really fighting, and that's cool, and I encourage them to do that and all that. But I think they set it all up. I think that the whole timeline has fallen way too perfect that it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Yeah, that shit was way too smooth. It came clean, in and out, emergency act, boom, we're keeping some of these powers permanently. And, oh, we're at Russia, Ukraine, forget about everything that happened here.
It's going to work. It's going to work. Like, if I get on Facebook, that's all that's on my Facebook. So it's already worked.
Yeah. And
I don't watch the news though, so I don't know if I have no idea what they're even saying. Like, I don't watch the news at all. I literally just get my news through like truther memes.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll check the globe's temperature to see what the narrative and NPC population. I'll go temperature check just to see what's doing, but I think you're right about the war stuff too, like especially since people can communicate across the internet. It was so much easier before when you can't talk to people, especially if they don't speak the same language. Say, wow, these guys are really they're psychos and they're crazy and they want to attack everyone, and oh shit, look, they just attacked us. These people are they're evil. But now, like you said, you know people from Russia, and I speak to people from different places all over, and it seems like the same type of shit. Like, wait a minute, I don't want to fight you. It's like, what do I want to go over there and kill everyone? Like, that sounds fucking retarded.
Maybe Ukraine has a problem with sodomy and Putin's tired of it. I'm not even joking. Like, I think that, you know, from what I can gather, Russia is much more based than we've been told. And like, when I talk to people from there, they're like, yeah, the American news lies about everything regarding Russia. Like, everything it says, it just makes up. So I don't know. I mean, they may just be successfully brainwashing their country, and all we know, all the leaders are really working together, and they just have like roles they play on a risk board, basically. Like, that's how I see it. But I will say, Russia, we don't ban genetically modified organisms, and we have lots of cancer, and we also have our birth rate drastically declining, and we're also like really getting carried away with this sodomy thing, which has to do with why people aren't having babies. So we're not actually creating sustainable, like, you know, like inside a nation population. We're not doing that. We don't even have one anymore. It's just disappearing, and we're all sick, and none of us have clean water, and none of us have clean food. So a country that says stop feeding the people dirty food and we'll actually pay them if they'll go grow their own food, I just, like, obviously we haven't been told the whole story, bro. You know, like, something's going on. Like, how dare them say have Russian babies? That's probably why all the Russians look so good, because they don't eat GMOs.
Yeah, I think they're historically not very friendly to the LGBTQA double XYZ people either. It's been a problematic, according to what.
Yeah, why does that matter though? Like, if that's their choice, why does it matter to anyone else?
You're just saying that they're based? Is that what you're saying?
They are not friendly to the liberal, anti-Christian, pro-homosexual, pro-transgender agenda, colloquially known as Globo Homo. That's
Globo Homo. I'm so glad you know that term. What do you think about the term Globo Homo, Lemon?
Well, the most insidious portion of it is its anti-Christian bent. I think the pro-LGBTQ stuff is just a front for anti-Christian sentiment, which tends to take a withering look at homosexuality. But I think
just meant more
is anti-Christianity.
Sorry, I meant the term, not necessarily the actual, because we all know that they're anti-Christian, and yeah, we know that they're anti-Christian, anti-white, anti-male. We know these things, but like, what do you think of the term? Do you think it's a good kind of descriptor?
I think it does encapsulate a few things. For the SJWs, they'd be like, oh, you're against gays and stuff. So unfortunately, it would carry some anti-SJW weight, which would make it unacceptable to some.
Right, fair enough.
But it does have a ring.
think it sums it up pretty well, because that's what they want to push is a bunch of homo shit. They need to liberate, and everyone that isn't in line with it is evil, and they need to be re-educated. They need to learn better.
It does encapsulate some of that, yes.
So I've got a question for Witsit and Lemon. I don't think I asked you the other day. Witsit, do you think men could get pregnant?
Of course not.
What about you, Lemon? Do you think men can get pregnant?
Me, no.
Okay, that's weird, because there's a medical doctor on Healthline saying that they can.
Wow.
Well, they're incorporating a new they're including men that were born biologically female. That would have another category in and of itself.
That is probably what they're doing. They're probably getting like a girl that says that she's a dude now. I'm like, oh look, he's pregnant. Like, of course.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, this stuff's so retarded, man.
By the headline, by the clickbait headline, people won't even bother to read if anything is being done to really contextualize what, if anything, that statement means. But back then, there were biological men and biological women, and distinctions
Back when
past that.
men were men and women were proud of it, Lemon.
Yeah, it seems like anyone that's not open to like woke ideology or state-enforced homosexuality gets targeted pretty heavily.
Think about how much they're laughing at what they would call slaves, though, because they have people demonize a country that says, "Hey, make babies in your own country, and don't be gay, so you can make babies. That way, everyone doesn't die off." And they have people being like, "They're so evil."
Yeah, that's terrorism. How dare you make white children? That's psychotic.
So funny.
Well, you got to see the background behind this stuff, because normally, if there's some sort of ulterior motive and some sort of sinister agenda behind this, you have to go back into the past to see what really PO'd the people and made them upset enough to take action. I think they booted out some Luciferian Rothschilds from their country recently, and I think they are turning toward Orthodox Christianity as well. I think they also rejected the digital currency, so these sanctions will make them play ball pretty hard as well, I believe.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's really interesting when you start looking. I don't know what's actually going on, but I know it's not what we're being told.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
I don't know about you guys though. Go on.
No, go ahead.
I don't know about you guys. I mean, I can't wait to get pregnant and have my first child.
Yeah.
That's so cute, bro.
Your child will be guaranteed accepted into Cambridge or Harvard or wherever he wants to go.
Yo, he would be the red carpet.
We're going to have to soon. We're going to have incubus babies in the corner of every lounge room. You just pour some sludge into, and they just grow in the corner. You better go out and enjoy a night with the missus while she's incubating the baby at home.
That's a fast track straight to
you and your boyfriend.
And the Illuminati. That's you guaranteed presidency, prime minister somewhere.
Oh yeah, touche, dude. You'll be famous, Crypto.
Sick, man. Can't wait.
It's nice that heterosexuals continue to have children. Helps keep the human race going.
Yeah,
Here's the design.
And thinking everything's about natural law, but then not understanding that everyone would die if they were gay.
Well, if they were gay and didn't decide to strip in some way or another, I guess it could be like one, appointed time of the month that we come together for that deed and do what needs to be done.
Well, I've heard the woke arguments against that. They say it does, even if everyone is gay, that they could still ejaculate and artificially inseminate.
Wow.
It's a
Okay.
possibility.
So they don't balk at any argument you come up with. They come up with some woke bullshit, and everyone goes with it.
Well, then they would have to admit that the cavemen that supposedly came from apes obviously couldn't do that, and the only way they could even be here to exist to do that was that people weren't gay.
It sounds like in the future they'll be teasing the kids that were born naturally.
Oh, exactly. They already do. The kids that have two parents at home that love them, you know, they're the odd ones out. It's fucking bullshit.
You believe in traditional values? That's so passe. It's no 1950s.
Yeah,
Whoa, you're one of those chromosome guys?
How do these idiots think that these things became traditional? There's a good reason.
They always take an exception to write the rule. They'll say like one animal did something that they consider gay. Now that is the exception writes the rule of, okay, we should literally try hardest to make everyone gay, and like. So
Well, let's look at the logic stream. The logic stream is bilge and sludgy enough, bilge-like and sludgy enough, and murky enough as it is. But they say that everything's the same. So preferring one traditional value set over another is nothing but a blatant act of hate and discrimination. And so white people with their traditional, Western Christian societies are terrible haters. That intersectionality intersects on for the intersection of who's oppressing women, white men, who's oppressing gays, white Christians, who's oppressing the rest of the world, white Western Europeans. So these people need to be singled out because they're especially hateful. And everything that they traditionally love is just hateful, pro-Western, pro-Christian, pro-whatever hate.
And these criticizers, these people that are making all these criticism, usually it comes from really an inferiority complex that they have, and their desperate need for the rest of the world to tell them that they're okay.
I just gotta say, the only thing that's oppressing gays is natural law.
Well, the real privilege is good decision privilege. And ultimately, the satanic Marxist narrative is not just trying to make everything equal, it's trying to make all outcomes equal, including good and evil, moral and immoral, functional and non-functional. That's the elephant in the room, the real, dark, cancerous heart of this whole movement.
But hey, is it really bad if we let them be gay at this point? Because a lot of them already have AIDS anyway.
Well, that's if you believe AIDS is a thing. I mean, some people say
I believe that your immune system messes up.
It's from promiscuous sex, nitrogen compound containing drugs which suppress the immune system, and the AZT itself killing your immune system. So even that has been this big okie doke narrative that has fooled a generation of people.
Yeah, for sure. Like the whole HIV/AIDS thing is BS, and Fauci's actually the one infamous for coming up with that connection and stuff for sure. But the scriptures do blatantly say, and they're just, I don't know, like always right, but you're gonna get sick and die earlier. That's what it says. So I mean, it seems to be pretty accurate. You have an autoimmune deficiency, right? So like that's all it means, and that's why all these people that are genetically modified have AIDS now.
It's a possibility. I mean, they say they haven't even isolated the virus that they say causes AIDS. They've never done an isolation. What they show you in those scary little black and white medical photos, it's a cellular mess of debris. There's no pure isolation there. They're like, what the heck are we even talking about when we say AIDS has been quote unquote isolated? It's clickbait and it's not accurate. It hasn't really been done. And one of the main researchers into the AIDS thing, he died mysteriously, just like the maker of the PCR, right? When this stuff is popping off, Luc Montagnier or whatever the heck his name is. And it's like all of these deaths are conveniently happening when these nefarious New World Order plots, COVID-wise, disease-wise, or whatever, are going off too.
Right. That's the Nobel Prize winning virologist that said everyone was going to have AIDS. I think the move now is just to make AIDS jokes. But just to clarify, yeah, I don't believe in the isolation of some HIV virus or anything. It's just that when you do certain things, your immune system begins to crumble and attack itself. and so that we just call it AIDS, and it's so funny of a word that I just wanna make AIDS jokes now.
Everybody's got AIDS.
AIDS.
Do you think their
Well,
treatments are making them sicker?
that's what happens when you sip the Kool-Aid. You get AIDS.
Kool-Aid. Oh, that's funny.
I've been drinking the Kool-Aids.
They were talking about vaccine acquired immunodeficiency syndrome / VAIDS because of the compromised immune system of the people that got jabbed up. I mean, it looks like we're just doing exactly the opposite of what we said. We're supposed to be strengthening our immune system with these injections, but they're actually weakening us from the inside out.
Yeah, but you actually don't have to be some, like...
Listen to this. Bill, the inventor of Microsoft. What's his name?
Okay.
Yeah, he actually came out the other day. He came out the other day, right, and said, I quote, "Unfortunately, the Omicron variant of the virus has done a much better job at protecting people against the coronavirus than the vaccines have."
Yeah,
but, and the funny thing was that he prefaced it by saying, "Unfortunately."
He said, "Sadly."
Yeah, sadly. Yeah.
Wow,
Whereas anybody else would say it was the luckiest thing we could have had happen was for that to happen. We're fucking, yeah.
Oh, right. He said, unfortunately. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he said, sadly, the Omicron variant has basically ruined the fucking need for people to get the vaccine.
Well, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Deep down inside, this dude is one of those cruel, heartless, satanic elitists who thinks that there's way too many slaves going around eating up his food and breathing his air to even live. I mean, he basically said it right there and said,
No, you misinterpret it.
Get rid of people.
He was saying sadly because basically he's leading everyone to the thought that if something worse comes along, we can't wait for a variant to save us, and we must be faster to act with a new vaccine. Right? He's saying sadly to lay the narrative so that we've got to act quickly next time. It's sad that we weren't onto it faster. He uses his words fucking very specifically, guys. Very specific.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry for having a functional immune system designed by God to take care of contingencies and necessities that man, with their virus, intervention or their vaccine intervention, couldn't have anticipated. I'm sorry that God was a good designer and made me to heal from the inside out in ways that vaccines can't address. I'm sorry.
I think they're happy. They're happy about that. They think they can play God. They're arrogant to think they can do it, but at the end of the day, they never will.
Well, they actually don't even think they're playing God, though, because they are not actually trying to keep anyone safe or from being sick at all. That's not even on the table.
Of course not.
Right, so they're selling that you can play God, right, because they're getting people to turn their back on the Creator, have no faith, and to just put their trust in men that hate them. But they actually have no intentions of helping people, of course, right? Obviously. They know they can't play God. They worship, if you will, their metaphysical premise is natural law. So, once you agree to walk in there and take it, they feel like they clean their hands.
Oh, exactly. If you were dumb enough not to read the warnings and shit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue against it, to be honest. It's kind of sad. Because in a way, they do deserve it, right? It's like, do you deserve freedom if you don't stand up for it? Do you deserve to be healthy if you inject yourself with something that gives you,
No, you don't. That's right.
Yeah, and they do act like every person that took even a single jab is super militant, NPCs that are pro forced vaccinations, but almost everyone I've asked about it, they did so basically with like a gun to their head. They had college they needed to finish, or they needed their job, and so even the numbers they claim. Go ahead.
How do you think God would feel about you guys talking about the gullible and naive like that?
I think that he would want us to go warn them, and when they don't listen, to just ignore them.
Just give them, the truth, and they can do whatever they want with it. How do you think that they feel about
Seems pretty
how do you
point blank.
think? Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
He said, "Let the dead bury the dead." So, you can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped. So I think that in a way that maybe they deserve it, and luckily for them, it doesn't seem like this is the mark. So maybe they have a chance to learn, and in a way, they need to be reprimanded to do that.
Yeah, that sucks that they're like preying on like the better, like kinder aspects of humanity. But honestly, I don't really know what else to do. These people.
What all of this shows and says is that most people, a good majority of people in our world today, have completely lost their connection with God and with the Creator, and they don't have any faith.
That's right. It's sad, but so like it's hard, right? Because the question's a good question. You're supposed to tell them that they're wrong, though, bro. Like it's just like if I tell someone that sodomy is going to result in them dying sooner, like people will take it as I'm being mean to them. But if you actually loved them, you would tell them, bro. Like the meanest thing you could do is tell them everything's fine.
But it's not your place though. Like it's not your place to go around telling people, what's right and what's wrong. Like how do you know that they don't know better than you? Or that's what they're doing is maybe what they're meant to do or whatever. Like my point basically is that don't concern yourself with other people. Just worry about yourself.
But do we do that in everyday life? Do somebody who thinks 2 + 2 = 5 go about thinking that, or do we take them to the side and be like, hey, 2 + 2 = 4? Just to let you know. The loving thing is if you think that there is error, you just lovingly point it out. That's all.
I want to say I don't disagree with you. Like I was talking to Kai earlier, and like there were no masks, but there's a couple people wearing masks, and it's like, well, you're allowed to wear a turban, so that's like their religious covering, like whatever, they can do that. The problem is that their inaction, right, is actually affecting children, literal children, dude. So it's like, yeah, if you're a 28-year-old mother suffocating children, injecting them with poison, you need to be reprimanded. Who's going to stand up for the child? I don't care if you're an adult and you want AIDS. I'm talking about the children, you know what I'm saying? Like it's sad, bro, because
the children are the parents' responsibility, man. It's up to the parents.
Well, that's sad.
A lot of those people, if they were allowed, they advocate for people having their kids taken away from them, or they even say now draft the unvaccinated. They literally would kill us off, some of them, if they could. Or at least have us detained and re-educated.
Yeah, Rams, have you ever heard the phrase, it takes a village to raise a child?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I don't agree that it's just the parents' responsibility, because like the reason that it takes a village to raise a child is because two people don't have enough wisdom to raise an entire person on their own. Like you have to have like a community to impart as much wisdom as possible to those children. So
yeah, but what if you don't have a community? What if you don't have a community?
Okay, but certainly by excluding everyone who wants to talk, you are like necessarily not having a community, which isn't necessary, right?
Yeah, like dude, for example, some parents, they have a really crappy job and they wanted to keep it, so they had to get their shots. And so instead of facing that, they've then started to extend their bad decisions onto helpless, defenseless children. So I think that's the one situation where, no, I don't support the government coming and taking people's children, but I do think they need to be reprimanded, bro, because it's like the most defenseless people that exist. It's not fair to them. They at least get to hear it.
Don't you understand how that's a dangerous slippery slope into, you know, the government dictating what parents are allowed and not allowed to do and that sort of thing. I mean, there's already protections against, you know, abuse and neglect. So
I don't want the government to do anything, bro. Like, I don't want the government to take anyone's children. I want them to have to walk by me in Times Square, and I want them to hear, and their children to hear, that masks are actually bad for developing lungs, result in hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. You should think twice about doing it. 2 weeks, I mean forever. Maybe we should step back and think about what effects this is having on our children physically and psychologically as they grow up not seeing mommy and daddy's face, not knowing how to talk, trying to learn how to read but can't see the mouth of the teacher, and they're just constantly tortured, not allowed to hang out with their friends, and don't even know what real life is anymore because they think it's normal to walk in the gym and sign their QR code. So we need to stand up for them before we just throw them out to the wolves and turn around and it was our fault. And I think it's collectively our fault. Like Crypto said, you actually have a responsibility just as a person to other people, like certainly children. So that's my take.
Yeah. I see what you're
I
saying,
know
Ram.
where you're
I
coming
think your
from,
point.
but yeah, there's a fine line.
I see your point, Rams, but I think the point we're more coming to is it's not just affecting the parents' kid. Their policy and beliefs are affecting all of our kids. Like when a school is mandating everyone the children have to wear masks, it's based on beliefs of all these people. So it doesn't affect just their kids. But I hear what you're saying about you don't want government to be able to control or tell parents what to do.
Well, is there freedom of religion? Because are parents allowed to teach their children whatever religion they want to?
Yeah, I don't know if in your area if they're doing it, but I know here in other places there are schools that the children had to wear masks, and so
yeah, like all over the United States, dude. But like, this is the thing. It's usually those parents are the same ones that are the loudest, and they actually want to dictate the rules for everyone else's children. So then you're really dealing with the problem where they need to be reprimanded. Like, that's how I feel. I feel like if you want to go jump off Mount Everest, I don't care, bro. You're not allowed to push a child off Mount
Point to give people freedom, or is the point to do what's right? Those are two different questions. If we want people to be free to do whatever the heck that they want, then that eventually includes freedom to do things that we would say are in some cases wrong. So we need to decide whether we're talking about freedom to just do whatever you want or doing what is ultimately right, if anything.
That's why we have the law, right?
I think there's a bit of a non sequitur being laid out here. You're saying about freedom of religion. Sure, people do have the freedom to have whichever religion they like. No one's ever mandated a religion in the West in recent times. So, like, what we're talking about is the difference between like a mandatory set of, coverings, face coverings, lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccines, all the rest, versus a religion that you're either free to pursue or not. Like, if you're a Muslim, for instance, you're not meant to drink alcohol, but Muslims are still free to. You know, there's no direct punishment from the government if a Muslim drinks alcohol, at least not in the West.
Yeah, so it would be kind of like if one religious group got all the power and then everyone else's kids had to follow by their beliefs. So you can kind of see how that is it starts infringing upon everyone else's ability to raise their kids and have a say in what they should be able to follow or do. Are you talking, Merlin? I can't hear you if you are.
Listen, did the Ukraine join NATO?
No.
Oh,
that's,
all right.
that's not going to happen.
I thought somebody said earlier they joined NATO. All right. Why? No, they are being looked at to join NATO. That's like on the wiki page and shit.
What?
Yeah.
Why do you think Russia's taking the action they're taking?
Yeah,
That's part of
Russia's side of things were like basically the Zelensky guy, whatever, that they're basically doing another topple
corrupt
government,
comedian
install their,
prime minister, president.
yes, install their flop boy to basically put a bunch of bullshit right on their border. So, but I don't know. Honestly, I think like Witsit and other people are saying, I may not know exactly what's going on, but I don't think we're being told the truth about any of it. But I don't know.
I can send you a short video that will explain what's going on if you like.
Yeah, I don't personally believe that government actions and stuff is just like some organic thing where the states act independently and then you have like actual governance going on and reactions. But if they did, that would be Russia's point of view. Is kind of similar to like the Cuban Missile Crisis, when a hostile nation sets up shop right on your doorstep and is putting like military installations.
Oh, they don't want it. Listen, all right, no one's going to use nukes at this point because we all know that's a death sentence for everyone, right? Or do you think some of these countries would be willing to resort to that?
That is what they're saying. Putin are saying he was threatening. He's somewhat subtly, but he was. They're acting like he was really willing to go there.
You don't bring a nuke to a knife fight, though.
How many people here actually believe in nukes?
Yeah, I've been through that process. I don't, but even still, just the intimidationary aspect of it. I mean, yeah, Russia doesn't need to drop a nuke; it needs to negotiate, and Putin needs to be at the helm, flexing that bicep, and then everybody will fall in line. Be easy for him. You won't even need to break into a sweat or wrestle a bear. Yeah. He'll just push his narrative. You comply or you're gonna have trouble.
Yeah, I've seen enough bullshit that I kind of feel like it's if you see in like cartoons where that you make a little hand puppet, a shadow on the wall, a little tiny hand can make a big giant scary monster. So I think a lot of it is just projection of trying to make their power seem way larger than what it actually is, and it actually works. It scares the shit out of people. They got people paralyzed with fear of nukes and viruses and every other thing they come up with. But honestly, yeah, I don't really buy it.
Good. I mean, some people have a theory that it works a little bit like a haunted house, and the main mode of control they have is fear, but they just have to install a little bit of fear, and then it's the participants like us, our imaginations, we mindfuck ourselves.
Yeah, it could be it. Yep. What was that, like it? Like the more you believe in it, the more real it is.
Well, I'll give you an example of that. Like, a few months back, I was in a queue to buy some food from a shop because they decided everyone had to only have a certain amount of people in a shop. So I was like, for fuck's sake. I saw two people literally having a physical fight because one of them wouldn't stand 2 meters from the other. Now, how are they going to stand 2 meters from each other when they're literally trying to punch each other? But this is what people do. They're fucking morons. They have no idea that the narrative that they've bought into can't possibly be followed by the violent action they're taking.
The video I just posted is an episode of the Jimmy Dore show, and he sits down with Aaron Mate, probably one of the best journalists in the world at the moment, and they basically sum up and go over the whole situation at the moment, and so anyone interested in trying to understand what's going on, that's a really good video to watch. What do you guys think about dinosaurs? Do you think they were real?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Define dinosaur.
Yeah, no
Because there
chance.
were bigger creatures, definitely,
Yeah.
but not at the scale they're talking about. No fucking
some
way.
are still alive now.
Massive T-Rex type thing. Because I mean, it does seem like they've found bones that resemble, that make that shape.
I just never heard of this fruit.
Fruit?
Where were the giant lizard dinosaurs found?
Well, the bones
big
they
lizards,
find in the ground.
Yeah, but where? In Russia, China, Africa?
Well, all over the place.
T-Rex is all over the place, really.
Australia.
They was
Didn't they
walking
get
around.
caught
Oh
faking
no,
a
not
bunch of
T-Rexes. I thought you said giant.
Did they fly on the back of a
Sorry.
pterodactyl?
No, not T-Rex. No. Big lizards,
Yeah, they
yes.
dug one up.
T-Rexes, no.
I could have swore like the first 50 to 100 years of the dinosaur stuff, they were like constantly getting caught faking a bunch of shit. But who knows?
People always do that with things that are valuable, and a dinosaur skeleton's fucking valuable.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Think of all the fake gold nuggets that have been claimed to have been found, We know there's real fucking gold. There are real bones of prehistoric animals, but it's not the dinosaur narrative we're fed. Definitely.
Yeah. I think with a lot of things, like you get a small piece and your imagination starts running wild with the tale they end up telling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the whole story that they give us about it, but I definitely think these things did exist at some point, because I mean the bones. Yeah, I mean, I was watching this program the other day where these dudes on a ranch, in the US were digging up this big ass fucking Triceratops skull thing, and it was amazing, man, and it was obviously a bone, and the bone of something fucking huge. I mean, something that looked like a Triceratops type thing, like. So I definitely think those sorts of creatures did exist, but when and how they died off and how they got here and fucking all that, I don't know. No idea.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that starts to give me doubt is how sure of the claims that they make. It's I don't know. They have a lot of stuff they claim to know for a very high certainty that
Yeah.
seems very hard to actually be able to prove.
That's right. Yeah.
And so, like, we took this bone and we were able to carbon date it, and we were able to determine here from the rock layer that, and then it's you start to get a lot of stories about it. But I mean, you never know. We got a lot of I don't know if you weren't familiar with all the life that's on Earth now. A lot of it would seem like really, really obscure, or different. Like the blue whales or some elephants. It's all different types of stuff.
Yeah, there's some weird creatures out there, especially under the ocean. There's some alien shit down there, eh?
Yeah, and if you like
seriously alien shit.
And for people that think there's a lot more land, who knows what else is out there? Like there's they say the outer ponds.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to explore.
Yeah,
explore the world.
I don't know. It seems like that's a natural instinct for people to like go and see what else is out there, but that seems to be a good like when you make the Earth a globe and we found everything already, then it's like you don't have nothing you can go and explore. We got to wait till Elon Musk colonizes Mars before we can go anywhere else. And even then, there's like nothing really there, and they're model of it. Then you got to wait 2 billion years until we can light speed our way to Alpha Centauri or explore the rest of the galaxy.
Well, I think it's pretty funny that the Antarctic Treaty was signed basically on the same year that they created NASA. So it was like nothing to see here in Antarctica. Oh, by the way, everybody, let's look up at the sky.
Yeah, I seen something. Didn't they set up a nuclear power plant down there? And then they're like, oh, yeah, we shut that down. We set it up. But yeah, everything's good. We're done. Nothing going on down here. But I noticed too, they put out the ISS is still going to soldier on with because that was when people were still unsure of how much things were going to escalate or not with Ukraine and Russia. But they were like, yeah, regardless of any international conflicts, everything's still going to just go as planned up here. No problems. But that definitely does kill your spirit to like explore and find everything out when you're just told like everything's already been found. Like, yeah, why do you want to go there? Everyone's already been there. Everyone's already seen it all. Every last bit is mapped out. Like, it's like what do we need to go anywhere for? It's already been found.
Well, see, people to having that attitude is their goal. So hopefully people don't. Hopefully people refuse and just keep trying to explore.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to get people to listen and do it like slave away for 50, 60 hours a week in your system. Like if there's a whole bunch of other places they could go, eventually they're just like, hey, you know what, man? All your damn shots and your fucking bullshit. Fuck this shit. I'm striking off over here. I'm going somewhere else. You guys leave me the fuck alone. I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna make my own.
Yeah, I asked a lot of the flat earthers years ago if they knew there was somewhere else to go, would they leave? And a lot of them said no. They'd stay here.
Yeah,
I was surprised
by
that. What's that?
What did you mean by somewhere else to go?
Another civilization. If you knew there was another avenues.
You mean an unknown one? Because there, obviously, as you know, there are hundreds all over the world. So you're talking about an unknown one.
Not in what we know of as Earth, like outside our world map.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Like in the extra lands of Antarctica or something like that.
Yeah, or just and other stuff we potentially don't know about yet. But
Like
if it was clear that
maybe.
we could go and it was sort of safe and we weren't going to die, or a lot of them said, "No, I'd stay here. I don't want to go."
Well, if there was more lands and it wasn't like a completely hostile environment, like it was habitable environment, there's enough people going, and we spent maybe 5 years or so planning and preparing, and I would risk it at a certain point. If things got a little worse here, it would be worth it, even if it failed. If we went prepared enough, it would be something I would be interested into and seriously consider. But people have to be in a unique situation, though, because it's not something that's easy or just without consequence. And a lot of people have family or other things to where it's not something they're willing to do.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the realization was, that people started realizing that they're actually attached to the Earth, and that wasn't conscious necessarily. It was underneath because they had to dig into it. And then there was like, what was the other thing? I guess a lot of it is about attachments, emotional and physical and psychological.
And also, there's all the dependencies that we're dependent on, farmers and doctors, and we're dependent on so many other people that we need, in order to survive and be healthy and happy. We need a community of people with all the skills, that are necessary to be able to do all the things that we need to do to be able to survive and be happy.
Yeah, we do need some skills, but I haven't been to a doctor since I was like 9 or 10. I'm starting to question how much of that stuff is actually necessary. But I do know I kind of already had that attitude before, though. Like when I was a true globe believer, like I'd had the same feeling, like if I could go and live on a colony on Mars, just because I'm like, well, you only get one life experience. Well, in my worldview, when we die, that's it. It was okay. If we only get one life experience, we only have so many moments of life that you get to live, and I figured it'd be worth it. It'd be something cool to try something new that no one else was doing. But if it was Earth, like Earth is bigger, like the outer ponds, I wouldn't go to like another dimension or something. It's just like new land, maybe. But honestly, it'd have to get a lot worse. Things would have to be a lot worse than they are now. Like if they started actually force vaccine people and like detaining a good chunk of people for their views and whatnot. But, oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I do feel we were talking about earlier that some people they did end up taking a vaccine for a job or school or whatever. But to me, it would be like them asking me to cut my balls off to keep my job. Like there's just I don't care what the cost is for some things, it's going to be no, and the people asking me are going to be the threat. It's like, no, I'm not doing that.
Not even if all your friends were doing it.
Nah. Yeah, even with a gun in my head, I ain't taking that shit. They're gonna be trading shot for shot. They're gonna try and give me a shot. I'm gonna try and give them a shot, and we'll see who wins. Is that
Yeah, I've had a
point?
few.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've had a few friends say that to me. Like it's almost like just have it, and then this could be yours. It's like a game show.
Behind door number 3.
Oh, you should have seen some of the months ago.
Yeah, it's like somebody's asking the other day, would you cut your head off for $1 million? Oh, let me think about it.
Stitch it back on quick.
Like, but what about 2 million? Yeah, I've noticed people they're like incapable of realizing things affect people differently. They view how they feel about doing things like that, and they put it on you. Like, come on, I know you might not really want to, but it's not that bad. And they're unable to realize that to somebody else, living like that is worse than death. Like, because I don't know, at a certain point of how you're living, I'd rather just be dead than taking 3-4 shots a year, God knows what, getting sick, or just being told what to do all the time. Like, what the hell would you be getting out of life then? That's so great. Like, you're alive, but it doesn't sound like my type of scene.
Well, that's that game, isn't it? They're constantly trying to give us things to be worried about and to be scared of, and it's never ending. If you let it get to you, that is. It's got to try not to.
It's like if you could be kept alive, but you got to get punched in the face every second. It's like, okay, you're still alive, but is this really an experience like is it worth being around for? Yeah, I did wear a mask a little bit here and there, just when every once in a while when I didn't really feel like having everyone break my balls for like a quick trip, but I quickly drew my line at the vaccines. I'm like, nah, I'm not. Because I was hoping, I was like, all right, maybe a few more weeks they'll let the shit die out. Everything they'll get away with a little bit of bullshit, but yeah, as things drug on, that was a hard no for me. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to stick to my guns on this one. And I don't necessarily think we would even win, like resisting or trying to fight our way out or govern or vote or whatever our way out, but still just not do it. Whatever consequences that come up for that, is whatever they're gonna do. Can't really decide what their reaction to it's gonna be.
It's strange though, because like I can only speak for Australia. A lot of the people who work for the government, like I've found this over time, since I was a teenager, but recently I had to get back in contact with government, and they're always using these old computers that run on Windows. They're always slow computers that take a while to load. Huge fucking information data bank that you ID yourself, and then they've basically got all your details there on a computer. And I mean, if all that went down, that's one thing. But the people that are behind the computer working in a lot of those positions where they're just on the other end of a phone, looking at a computer and a fucking, a data check on somebody, we could do that. We could do that. Well, if we had the people, had the power, and we knew how all this stuff works, it'd be an adjustment. We could do a much better job than them. Much better. It's just been handed. It's like it was all in operation after the war and slowly implemented, and it organically evolved, from people having a radio in their fucking house to a TV set to a computer, And it all works. It's all there. Everything we need is here. The infrastructure's here. We've got cars, planes, submarine, jets, weapon. We've got everything we need.
Do you think all that technology developed like organically? Sometimes
No.
it looks a little sus. Like we go from horses shitting everywhere to trains, planes, computers. Bang! What's the problem?
Yeah. Yeah. We're on a fast track.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
they
know how many times this has happened, but it seems like it's not the first time.
Yeah, it seems very like sped up.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I haven't always been like this. It's only been recently, but I kind of, especially initially when Flat Earth first dropped, I just immersed myself in all the Glober narrative, like all their stories, all their theories, just went full tilt back into it, and then stayed in that on the of then dissecting it, dismantling it with other people around the world for years. More and more people started to gather, and it was like, we've got a problem here. This doesn't add up when you put this whole story together. But now, I don't even let my attention go there too much. I feel I'm almost protecting myself, because my attention, as far as I can tell, and everybody's attention, is really valuable, but it's where you put it. It's what you give your attention to. So when you reclaim, almost like reel it in like a fishing line, you bring your attention back. Because it wasn't until I looked where it was almost like tentacles, man. And I had all these fucking feelers out, and then I started to realize potentially I'm being psychically fed on. I mean, that's another subject again, but the thing of attention is it's a valuable thing, and you have it in your possession. Just be careful where you put it. That's all I'm saying. Coming from a caring place, because
it does seem like there's massive competition for everyone's attention.
Right. Look here, look here, look here. Think this, say this.
So yeah, the internet used to be like you had so many different websites people go to for different reasons, and it's been consolidated now to a few chunks that people go to, but they're like super highly competitive for blocks of people's attention.
I like what you said before about checking the globe's temperature. I think that's really wise because I get out of touch sometimes. I'll hear people talking about something and I'll be like, that's obviously on the news at the moment. But yeah. This news cycle thing, I'd love to know who's coming up with that stuff. The true propaganda machine, and what gets decided as news, and then do they run scripts? Like, is it like it's almost like a TV show, right? Like Earth.
It's all the CIAs of all the countries around the world working together.
Yeah.
I think you would have massive think tanks that like theorize and plot, bring their ideas and organize. You have like just kind of like an executive setup too, to where you have program
Like the
directors.
Doherty Institute and the World Economic Forum.
So
It's
they come up
elaborate, though,
with,
eh?
yeah. Oh yeah, I think they work very feverishly and like in a very
They just
frantic
strategize. They're constantly strategizing.
Fuck.
Who are these people?
The best and the brightest.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people fall in, is that they see like what their limits are, and they see the people above them, like what they're capable of, how long and fast and they're able to work, how much energy they're able to output, and their abilities. And so they can't envision them being able to work that fervently and to put that much energy and effort and attention to detail over vast amounts of times, decades and hundreds of years. So they don't see their ability to do so, or to be that malignant or evil about things. So they're just like, well, it's not possible. Like, I couldn't do it. Nobody I know would do that. So therefore, no one's doing it. But I definitely do think there's people with extraordinary capabilities, and I think they're working very, very hard. It's kind of like, have you ever seen those movies where you got like two people, they're trying to play it cool, and the second they don't have sight from each other, they're like sprinting, like busting their ass off, and they see each other, you got to play it cool. Like, yeah, I'm barely trying, like, yeah. Then boom, it's back on the second you're out of sight. So they put on a front for any public appearance, anybody they prop up that's in the public eye. That's the type of pace that they set. Like, this is excellence. This is peak human performance, and it's a little bit above what the average is. Like, it's above, but it's not like orders of magnitude above. And then anybody not in the public eye, it's a whole different ball game and a whole different pace.
Well, it's been raining here non-stop for the last 4 days, and the big lovely park out the back of the house I live in is now a 2-meter deep lake.
Must be global warming.
Must be, of course. Getting close. The water's getting closer and closer to the back door.
You're in Australia, though, right? That'll evaporate in about 10 minutes.
Well, apparently it's going to keep raining for another 3 days like this. And it's been pouring non-stop.
Well, you're trying to get sympathy from someone who lives in England.
Yeah, that dreary place, isn't it?
Yeah, it fucking rains all the time.
It's just overcast all the time, isn't it? Like, it's just...
Yeah, it's basically either raining or preparing to rain 24/7.
That must affect the mood of the people, hey?
Yeah, I think it probably does. But luckily, I get to go to Dubai every year, COVID permitting. You know, when they're not pretending that there's a virus on, I get to go to Dubai, so it's a nice break. But no, I kind of want to leave England because the weather mainly it's too depressing. Like,
well, it's also
really
cool. You can just jump in a car and basically go driving around through Europe. Go to France and Spain, and even towards Greece and Turkey. You could drive around for a couple of years, just great time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to do that. And at the moment, it's quite difficult knowing what restrictions are where and all the rest, you know.
Each their own, but just is a cool option that you have. And being over here, like, for me to go traveling overseas is a big expedition, you know.
There it is.
Hey, Realm.
Yeah, hey buddy, hey buddy. I was just trying to sort my phone out. It's fucking upside down. What's news, man? What's news? Best time of the day is to come in, isn't it?
It's time. What time is it? Oh yeah, it's about that time. About that
Yeah.
time, things might be picking up soon.
Yeah. I know when I say, oh, it's always quiet. I do hear when it gets congested on this channel that, you know, it gets busier and everyone wants to get their piece in. Yeah, definitely, man. Just found us talking about this 9/11 or 11/9, whichever you want to call it. You know, buildings like that, and it's always one view. Yeah, so I was talking to Jin last night, and he was like, "Oh, where's your proof of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?" And I said, "Well, to be honest to you, like if I see a footage when a person is apparently standing at that center point of the solar system, but on the ground, which people would assume is the North Pole and South Pole, then why does the sun bob up and down in the sky if it's perfectly like for a period of at least 1 day to 3 days? That sun should pretty much be on the same latitude in the sky. But if it bobs up and down from day one to the day whatever, then it tells me that you're off center." And he's like, "Oh no, but where's your footage of the south?" I said, "Mate, you don't understand." And no, let me fucking finish. And I said, "Yeah, mate. Problem is that if you can't get to that particular location that you should be at, and as well as that, the magnetic equator causes disturbances in our atmosphere, so that when we're looking up, we're actually seeing a curved image. You know what I mean? And I keep on saying that to high 10 degrees in the north, and even if it's 2 degrees. I mean, I've got this. I tell you what, I've got this down to sorry, I'm just talking. Sorry, man. I thought you wanted what's happening with you, bruv?
No, nothing. No, it's funny you should mention the 24-hour sun, because I've seen, and especially down the south. Right, there's lots of doubt about that, and I have seen footage of. I think now I don't know if it's real or not, but 24-hour daylight, right?
Yeah.
Daylight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is slightly different to 24-hour sun, just slightly.
And does that mean that on one day of the year you get 24 hours of sun, where the other 2 months, 2.99 months, it's getting sun, but it's daylight. But do you necessarily see the sun for a full 24 hours? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
I think if you know your audience, you kind of know how long the conversation is going to be, depending on who you're talking to. You know what I mean? So like with yourself and stuff, it's just three of us on the line now. You know, you don't feel like your time is limited. You know, as soon as you start getting more bodies in the mix, then it's time gets more limited. People think that the value of the meter is irrelevant, but this is the relevance of it. Is that if they measured 10 degrees at 1,079 kilometers, then that means that each degree is 107.9. Let's round it off to 108 if you want to. That means that for every degree, they're 3 kilometers short. That doesn't sound like, yeah. So if you times that by 360, 3 times 360 is going to give you close to 1,000 kilometers. Just as a rough number, close to 1,000 kilometers at drift. So these little things here, when we're measuring and we're going up to the north, am I making sense? If they measure 10 degrees, if they measured 10 degrees at 1,079 kilometers, they measured 1 degree at 107.9, and they measured this means that for 10 degrees they should have had 1,111.11 kilometers, but they had 79. So that's 21 plus 11 That's 32 kilometers. So divide that by 10, that's 3.2 kilometers a drift per degree. Then if you divide that by whatever you want to do, you're already off by half a kilometer a degree, aren't you?
Yeah.
If you're talking about nautical miles and job, whatever you want to do, the 60, the 69, as long as you keep the equations in the same base as the unit, you know, whatever you want to do. But it's clear to me that they've kind of done this. They measured 10 degrees, and this is what they've got. And then all of a sudden, the meter's defined as a degree is defined as 1.111.
Yeah. See, what I didn't actually know about maps, because you're right into maps, right? I didn't know that you can't take a ruler to them, right? Apparently, right? A flat map is not in X, Y, Z, but it's in lat long distance, right? And to calculate distance using latitude and longitude, you have to use sign, just like you have to use arc length integrals to find spherical distances. Didn't actually know this, to be honest with you. Did you know this?
I know this, but then you can do some practical testing of your, not practical, some. All right, so basically, if you've got a 40,000 kilometer equator, and that's whatever you want, a tape measure, a piece of string, but just forget about what material it is. When you unwrap that 40,000 kilometers, how long is the length? It's going to be pretty much close to 40,000 kilometers. So when man says that you can't measure a flat against the circle, well, the circle's fucking huge, right? And you're using a measure that's fucking tiny. And the answer to that question is you should be able to do it, because if you're measuring in 1 kilometer squares, you know, you can measure in a meter square if you want to really be precise. But the point is that 40,000 kilometers is about 6.3 kilometers short if you stretch it out, because naturally all the compression of all the cracks of each angle, you know, naturally those cracks are going to close up. A bit like if you get a ruler and you bend it, you're going to get shatters. When you unbend it, the shatters close up again, which in simple terms, get a ruler, bend it, first of all, measure the ruler, then bend it and measure it again. It's obvious that it's going to change by the thickness. I think that the change is always going to be to do with the thickness of the ruler. So if the ruler is 1 mil thick, you're going to be 1 to 2 mil out as soon as you bend that a half circle, you know, shatterproof ruler. A protractor, if you measure the degrees on a protractor, they're not 1 centimeter apart. They're 1.1 centimeters apart. Yes, it's what you expect because they go from a 100 to a 90. But like the other thing is that if you draw a circle that's say 30 centimeters in diameter, and that's your equator, you mark your gradients at 10 degrees times 36, and you're expecting the sun to be at 23 degrees. Now, because your circle is 2 or 3 times the size of the protractor that you're using, because our little protractors are small, what happens is that when you mark the outside of a protractor, you're using the scale of the protractor. As soon as you put the protractor in a circle that's 2-3 times, even slightly bigger, you've already fucked up the degrees. Yeah. So what's happening is that if you measure the sun at 23, if you do your marks and you measure it, I think you'll measure it at 15 degrees from the center. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you get a protractor and you measure the angle, because the outside of the circle is so far away from the exterior of the protractor, it's going to change. So this is why you need the assumption of known figures or whatever like that, but you can do something else, 12.75 centimeter. Anyway, so what happens is that using the scales of our Earth measurements and stuff like that, you end up getting 33 degrees. And you're like, no, this can't be, no, you're not like that. But naturally, you would adjust that by adjusting the gradients, and you'd have to adjust the gradient to something else so that the result is 23.5. So what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say here is that everything is pointing to the fact that we're measuring 23.5 degrees in the sun or the tropics or this, that, and the other, but when you do the gradients, it's only measured 15 degrees from the center. It might be measured 23.5 just using a protractor size, but in reality, it's not. It's more than that.
It's not.
And that's possibly the explanation as to, yeah, this is an explanation as to why I think, and I observe that the sun is higher in the sky than we think because of our measure. But easily, my sun at the moment, I'm in the UK. It's 9:25 a.m. It's not 12 o'clock. But at 12 o'clock, I could definitely say that the sun's at least 33 degrees in the sun. No, but I can't, because it's just my perspective from the UK. It's not the perspective from the center line of the equator. That's where we go wrong. We're like, oh, this is how high it is, and we take away this and we take away that. Nah, there's discrepancies. And this discrepancy of everything that we've ever learned of like elliptical orbits are always 3% off. The elliptical orbit, 3% off. The meter, 3% off. Everything seems to be 3% off. And the impact on that 3%, how many degrees does that work out? You would go from 90, you get, sorry, I hope you understand everything I'm saying.
Look, I'm trying to follow you. I do, and every time you talk, that I do try and follow you, Realm.
Remember, so if you've got 3 degrees, you divide that by 90, and you times that by 100, you'll get 3.3 degrees, right?
Yep, I
So
get that. Yep.
So 3% is the same as 3.3. You get that. So
Yes,
3.3 degree error means that if you divide that by 2, you're going to get 1.66 degree error at both poles. But the impact on that, you would have to work out what the impact on that is longitude-wise. But this is just a start. So all of a sudden, we already know that we have a 3% issue. But if we're measuring that the sun's tropics are actually 15 degrees either side, which makes it 30 degree span, that's what the measure is. But to do it correctly, you're looking at a span of 33 degrees.
Why does this 33 come up in everything? It comes up in everything. 33, 66, 666. All these numbers are repeated so many times. It's incredible.
I sent a long message to Foolish Decisions last night, which would have been fucking 12, 11 hours ago. And it was like trying to, I mean, I didn't get a response from him because it was a long-ish message, but it was saying timelines. If our tropics expand, which you look it up, you'll find. Don't use Wikipedia, it's a play on words. And the tropics expand like by 15 kilometers a year towards the poles. You can even work out how long that's going to take to do a full cycle. And this is the conversion I was saying to you, is that the 101 and 102 Dalmatians, those numbers there for something to do with something as well. It's just something, it's all off. It's all off. And even something like 3 degrees is 333 kilometers radius. So that's, to hide that in the north, the impacts. Do you know what, funny enough, when I track planes and they go to estimation for like 70% of the journey or 7 hours from Sydney to Santiago, such and such, they're always 3 degrees off in latitude. I promise you. Because the estimation thinks it's going to arrive at 50, let's just say such and such south or whatever. It always ends up being 3. They have to make an adjustment of about 2 or 3 degrees because the estimation was off. So that estimation there, when it's thinking that you're doing such and such a journey, you're not. 3 degrees off is an impact on the journey, isn't it?
Well, if you were 3 degrees off, right, and you were following, right, and you needed to get to a location, okay, for an emergency landing, for argument's sake, there's a little island that you have to land at, right? 3 degrees off can put you smack in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you're going to crash land somewhere, no one knows you're there unless the island or the land has some type of radar, and the radar can see you. But if the radar can't see you, then nobody knows that you're there.
No. But yeah, but yeah, it's quite a bit to be 3 degrees off. Like we're not talking, a small fraction. Like if we were 3 degrees off all the time with our Google Maps that we use to get around everywhere, we'd never get anywhere at all. We'd all be lost, I think.
Yeah, but the problem is that we're looking at the flights that estimate the most. Your flights between America and UK, you're going to get probably about half an hour. You're not going to get that much dead time estimation. But if you go in the southern hemisphere, the South Africa to Sydney, Sydney to Santiago, even Cape Town to Singapore has a 7 to 8 hour estimation. There's a gap in the data. If you go to flightaware.com, I've done the instructions on my YouTube channel, and I'll show you all the instructions the best I could on one of my videos, and it tells you how to track flights, and it shows you all the gaps in data. And I think I do explain. My videos are very amateur. There's very much like I've got 5 minutes to make a video, so I put it all together and just kind of say it as I'm going through my phone. It looks amateurish, but I ain't preaching it. It's just like I don't get a lot of hits and stuff like that. I've got about 288 subscribers. But you're only getting like 40 views in a month,
Yeah. Well, that's at this stage, things always grow, and it's best that they grow organically and whatnot. So you've got to start somewhere, and you've got to start at 0.0. So I wouldn't worry at the moment, like how many views and stuff you've got. I'm actually just...
If these flights are estimating, and then they correct themselves when they come into range, yeah, nothing changes, does it? Because as long as you start and stop is correct, whatever you are doing between there's no speeds, there's no elevation, there's no information, because they can't track the plane. So that actually, does the plane know what the fuck it's doing? Because it's going over sea. Is this elevation above the sea level, or is it above the seabed? And also the flights in the south take about up to 2 hours to get to altitude, where the flights in the north take 20 minutes. Why would you prolong that? Why would you prolong the elevation for such a long amount of time? Because there's something else going on. But in other ways, you can't even fucking track the plane. So it went in it. You had information for such and such. Then, well, you don't know thereafter. So actually, distances and all these things, the higher you go up, the longer your journey is going to be, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, are you into 9/11 at all yourself?
Not really,
No. I just watched this magnificent video on it actually, and it's crazy, absolutely crazy.
I am into it enough to recognize the relevance of the day, and where we saw it on the TV, they're like, how the fuck does a country like fucking America not see this happening? They've got like fucking radars all over the fucking place, and they just didn't see this happening. And these things, if you can tie it into a period, yeah, who knows? I mean, it was a financial hit. It wasn't a hit to kill people, you do something that gives the building enough time to evacuate, as many people as you can. That's the whole thing there. So the destruction to life is less, but the financial implications is a hell of a lot more. I mean, thereafter they wrote off 21 trillion between then and fucking 2015. It's a financial thing.
Not only that, you put the and the financial thing can be extrapolated everywhere, right? Okay, then so yeah, they, insurance, whatever, the financial system, bang, happy days. But also too, what has happened as a result of that, right? That how 9/11 has been used as a tool, right, for over in the eastern countries, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, these sorts of places. It's been used as a very successful tool to continue over there, I think. And this is also too why I don't think because 9/11 really the conspiracy talk isn't censored. Like you can type into YouTube 9/11 conspiracy and you'll get conspiracy after conspiracy, video after video, millions of them, and they're not censored whatsoever. Whereas you do the same sort of thing with flat Earth or whatever, these things are controlled by algorithms. And look, I'm not making a case here for flat Earth. What I'm saying is that perhaps they want us to continually talk about, was it a plane? Was it a missile? Was it a controlled demolition? So then, we're not necessarily looking at the financial implications with whether it was a restructuring of the financial institution or the financial implications of the endless wars that they've had for 20 years over in the eastern countries. And the attention has been taken off these things.
Yeah, definitely. If something else is going on, is it an inside job? Was it done so that they could write off the debts because they've got no records? They burned all the records, things like that. The implications of destroying a building, possibly over one piece of paper, it could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. Definitely, it's financially linked, and there is a financial. Even the fact that we used calendar and we missed a leap year in 1900, we missed a leap year. In 2100, we missed a leap year. That is financial implications. Yes, it might be a four. Whatever system is in place is based on financial. If you fuck the budget up and you don't phase your budget correctly, you're going to fuck up because you missed out on one day. And one day's trading is easily can easily be 21 trillion fucking dollars. There definitely is something related to the date. And like I say, in history books, they're going to record it as 9/11 and not 11/9 because naturally, that's the narrative. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So the answer, the folklore is going to be 9/11. It's not going to be 11/9. So things like this, when the media kind of turn into, and I fucking don't get why the Americans swap. This is the first day of the first month of the first year. Why would you put the month first? The Americans do that. Why? I don't fucking know, mate. It's fucking stupid, and it just throws off history. Like when we talk about the year is 2022, but someone was recording it in a different way,
Yeah. I think I said this to you before, Realm. Like to me, it's like the cricket scores somewhat. And look, I may be ignorant in my thought, but like here in Australia, we record our cricket score, 2 out for 102. Whereas in England, it's 102 for 2 out. Like it's backwards for whatever reason. Now that's only just cricket, I know. It's not the same relevance as a date. You would think that when it comes to dates, and especially how the financial institution works as a whole worldwide, that these numbers would marry up and be identical. They'd be identical.
Yeah, definitely, mate. I didn't know about that. That's definitely another thing. The sports have got a lot to do with stuff.
Like, you would probably win a fucking war over a game of fucking football. You know, the North fucking merge with the South, and they say, right, let's settle this fucking thing for the future, yeah? Whoever wins the fucking game, it's a sportsman's bet, yeah? Whoever wins the fucking game, happy days. We're going to play a game in each fucking discipline, the tennis, all of that, and whoever fucking wins the World Sports Olympic or whatever at that time, early 1820, they rule the fucking world, yeah? If you win the bet, you have all my belongings. It's like a game of fucking poker, isn't it?
Exactly right. All in.
and, you know, back in them days, mate, that's what the fucking people were doing. They weren't up about getting guns and fucking knives and cutting fucking hands off and shit like that. You know, they fucking moved past that. They weren't barbaric, and they would have settled this over a gentleman's fucking agreement, you know.
There's nothing gentlemanly at all about war. That is for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Now, I was thinking about this sun moving towards and away from the poles. It would only work at each pole. Whether if the sun's in the southern hemisphere, it's not gonna. You're not gonna say the same. You're not gonna see the same thing in the northern hemisphere, like opposites, are you? So if it's 24-hour sun, it's at the South Pole, and you can see it down there. You're not going to see the North Pole. You're not going to see it any more than 66 north. And its reach is going to be 156 degrees. That works out to be about 16,000 kilometer reach of the sun. Now, if the sun is in the south, then sorry, I'm just thinking where I'm going afterwards. Just driving. If the sun is in the south at a particular time, are we seeing it in the north? We are, aren't we? Because the sun is you've got your summer at the moment, and then but the northern hemisphere still sees a sun, don't they?
Yep.
So there's a guy. I've got a video in my thing. I've pasted the text many a time, and it's a guy. He's got like a flat Earth grid. Not what the country's on, it's just a grid. This is the sun part. And cool enough, he's got a fucking piece of glass to his right hand side, doubling the image. So when he's filming it, you can actually see two of these flat Earth grids. And he's talking about all this. What happens is the sun goes from the south hemisphere, whirls around towards the center, then comes out again, and then it moves, makes its way to the northern hemisphere. I was thinking to myself, this guy's like explaining my model exactly, but he's a flat earther, and I was like he doesn't get what he's doing here. He's actually how the sun moves between the northern and the southern hemisphere, but using two flat maps. Using two flat maps. So these are the things people say. Oh, you know, why can't we see the things? You know, in my model, two flat Earth maps facing each other, inflated slightly, whatever, donut, bagel, I don't fucking know. We can see the sun in both hemispheres. So that works there. And the only thing it seems to be different is that, number one, I guess you don't know what side of the sun you're looking at, but the moon demonstrates that we're both seeing the same face. So if the moon is facing outwards, then only half the world's going to see it at any one time, and the sun as well. We only see the sun 16,000 kilometers, definitely north to south. So that would equal this should equal the same east to west, 16,000 kilometer reach. But yet they say no, we can see it at 20,000 kilometers. Well, then that would only mean that you'd have to fucking curl it up from 16 to make it 20,000 reach. Does that make sense? So that's a divide that by 4. That's one extra fifth. That's an extra fifth, because from 16 to 20 is a quarter of 16 added again, makes it 1/5 in the new 20,000. So your curvature rate being 1/5, but it depends on what your shape is, because if you're a saucer against a saucer, then it's 1/5 in each hemisphere, and then it starts to curl rapidly at the equator. But if the equator is 3 kilometers high, your observation at that altitude there alone is not going to tell you that your curve does that make sense? You're not the point of a genie's lamp. You're actually pushed in at the equators. Like you could say like a 4-leaf clover, you know, where you've got the equator dipped in, and you've got the poles as well, which are 3 kilometer in elevation as well. So you could be looking at something close to a flattened fucking 4-leaf clover, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying there.
The perspective, the layers, just everything that I'm doing, it's just all pointing in that direction for the last year and 4 months. Because I went from flat Earth with about three months hard fucking work, mate. I was fucking making models every fucking day because I was on furlough, and I went from my practice of being about an hour a week to roughly 3-4 hours a day, because I was picking up kids and fucking doing bits and pieces on the side. So I wasn't, but I'm still going from 1 hour a week to 4 hours in a day. You're already jumping. You're putting in fucking 30 times more fucking work and effort, and you're concentrating. You're looking at something for hours, and you're going, oh yeah, why don't I try this? You draw a straight line, listening this. I came out with fucking all models, mate. I came out with a crown. I came out with a chef's hat. I came out with loads of fucking different things. No, seriously, man. Seriously, like I could fucking make like Queen Sheba's fucking hat, where it sort of drapes down. It's different things. You take a sphere and then you cover it in paper, and then you unstick it, and then you go from there, and like loads of things. And there's 2 hours missing in the Pacific, and there's like 0.66 of a 6.6 degrees. So that's going to be about 20 minutes issue in the Atlantic. And then I realized that this is all like, there wasn't as big as they make it out to be. Even something as simple as the meter being off, you would have to have that. The problem is if you're using a meter that's not a meter, you can't place those land measurements on a map, because you don't know you don't know you don't know the dimensions of the map. You've kind of just taken a random thing that's not tied in with the Earth measurements at all. But it is in a way, because they measured 1079 and not 1111. So those differences there, when we measure everything, would make our measurement 3% less, which is about 38,000 kilometers, 800. So even those differences there is a start. It's definitely provable, because we have the information, telling us what they measured. Go into Google Maps and you measure, and then you measure from the Barcelona. There's a point in Barcelona. It's like a castle or something. You have to measure it from there to the point in Dunkirk, the actual location, and you'll get 10 degrees, and you're like, this is fucking mad, mate. And it doesn't even follow the direction of our longitudes at the moment. It's 2 degrees to the right, like tilted. So whatever they were doing back there, it doesn't reflect what the system we're using now. And they kind of just merged the two. When Paris came and joined everything, they kind of had to merge this. Like even the GMT line is offset from the other you get GMT and you get prime meridian, or if there are two different things, it's whatever the thing is, and they're like 300 feet off or 300 meters off. So that implication there as well can make a big difference in the Atlantic. Trying to I hope you are following me.
Yeah, kinda. I am trying to.
It's just all offset. It's all offset, and our distances. I say this many a time. Our distances are based off the equator, but actually our compasses and everything are based off the magnetic equator. So they can't send. If you hide, it's so fucking many things. It's just, oh well, if we align the Earth to the magnetic equator, it's still the same fucking dimensions. But if it's not a sphere, then the impact of that means that in a bagel situation, if the magnetic equator is there, then that means the sun equator is tilted to 11 degrees from Texas to the Sahara to Australia. But if it's not 11 degrees and no, it's 23.5 degrees, and I'm saying no, it's actually 33 degrees, then it means that it's on the move. It's not centralized to the shape. So it's on the move. And if it's on the move, and we go look up, what's the question we're going to ask? Oh, are the tropics expanding? They fucking are by 15 kilometers a year. I'm like, they fucking shit, man. So if it's going north 15 kilometers and it's going south 15 kilometers, and we're at 33 degrees realistically against the true geomagnetic equator, not magnetic equator, they're two different things. And at 33 degrees, that works out to 3,333 kilometers. Divide that by 15 kilometers, and you get like 266 years, I think it was. 30 kilometers, divide that by 15. 222 years ago, based on just that, 222 years ago, the sun was at the equator, and it rose. But the tropics were the span of the sun. But then naturally, the sun would have to be closer to the equator for it to not reach out to the rest of the world. But if the equator is 3 kilometers high, I'm just trying to see this whole cycle is that if the sun comes closest to us and the tropics are, it just you end up just onto the next thing, and you're thinking, well, does the sun come that close to us? And how does this work out to? Yes, we know that just like the moon, for example, we know the moon we have a super moon, and the moon's as closest to us and it's super big and stuff like that. And the same thing at times with the sun. I can't remember a time where the sun looked huge on the horizon, but I think we would both agree that it kind of sing with this huge moon, and it happens the same with the sun. But but at that distance of the sun to us, what it's doing at the moment, are those the days there when the fucking equator is super hot around those days? Yeah, I don't know. But either way, with temperatures, if the sun is just stuck at the equator and its reach is only, if the sun is at the equator, where's its reach going to be? It's reaching, the equator, 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south, and everything else in the world is fucking frozen, And I reckon in 444 years' time, the tropics are going to be so wide.
Yeah.
I think the tropics are actually the angle of the sun, and the angle of the sun is at 23 degrees. Let's just say it's 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock at the moment. And what happens through the year? It goes. That's its angle, and then every 7 or so years, it moves 1 degree more. But you wouldn't say in 7 years' time they're going to be stating it's 24 degrees or 24.35 degrees north. They're not going to be saying that. So it's like, what's the fucking movement? You know what I'm saying? It's like when you try and look up, when were we at 21 degrees north? It's kind of hard to find those things there. Sorry, man. I guess this is a good way of therapy to just talk to other people that sort of understand what you're trying to say. I thought of it from a geocentric idea. That there's my magnetic equator, there's my sun equator that's tilted to clockwise. Texas, Sahara, Australia, because those are the driest parts of the earth. Yeah. So that's actual equator or something, because the concentration is there, and then it's tilted like that, and the sun is just going to the north and the sun's just going to the south. But it's original. Yeah.
Hey, I've got to go. I've got to get a phone call.
Oh, mate. Right, mate. See you later.
Bye. Hey, White. You around? No?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. Struggling to get to the phone and button, the rest of it. How are you?
You're right, man. Yeah, good. 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 How's your day been? Good?
That's the way. What's the latest?
Oh, no, latest.
Usual, standard?
Yeah, usual stuff. I came in before and was sitting around just, I don't know, just doing a bit of YouTubing, and then, what's his name? Realm came in, and I don't know.
Got a lot of thoughts.
Was talking about what he was talking about, mate. It kind of makes my head do cartwheels, if I'm being
Got a lot
perfectly
of
honest.
thoughts.
Yeah. But good luck to him. Good luck to him. You know, I'm not gonna criticize it, because he definitely does have thoughts, but I really can't follow him too much, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
No, he's obviously got his own very in-depth thoughts going on, trying to convey them to us. You know, yeah, we're getting bits and pieces of what's going on in his mind. He obviously thinks about this stuff a lot.
Well, yeah, he's right into the mapping. He really is right into the mapping, and good on to him. Kudos to him to trying to work something out. But look, apart from looking at the old Melways, why, that's about as much interest in maps as what I've got.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, but the lengths and depths that he goes into to try and work out, where distances are wrong and all that sort of stuff. Which if